Hello, 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 hello. Welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Logan, hello Ashok, hello Sital, hello Tundra, hello Raphael, hello Ferris. How you guys doing today? Oh, we've got a game. Hello, stay. Hello.
Hey.
Man, I kind of felt bad for that team.
Your turn to ban.
Apparently
More
someone
bans?
5 seconds.
beat
remaining.
someone.
Oh, we even got ranked. Wow.
Your turn
Uh-oh.
to pick.
Holy shit.
Gee,
I just saw a
my
Herald
mic
3.
is or
And then
my
I realized it
UI
was
is
you,
flipping out and
Magnus.
it's saying you're me whenever you speak. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
well, that's rude. Talking to other people.
I'm Legend 3 anyways, Jesus.
Your turn to pick.
Oh my god, somebody banned Zeus, one of my counters to Tinker.
Zeus isn't even a counter to Tinker, though.
What?
Your turn to
No,
pick.
not at all.
What?
Nope.
Alright.
When I play Tinker, I feel totally unchallenged by Zeus.
I've been lied to. I thought
10
Zeus was
seconds
the
remaining.
counter to Tinker.
It isn't Divine Immortal.
He's
5
not
seconds
uncalibrated.
remaining.
He's Legend 3.
Yes, I am Legend 3.
Yeah, just Legend
mean-
3 is a scrub Legend 3.
Hello Xing Shang, hello Sarun.
Well, I mean, that just happens when, connection issues. I've had all 10 people be uncalibrated, including me, right after I got a rank. Hmm.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Magnus, they actually let you carry. They wouldn't let the Legend 3 mid, but they they let the Herald 3 carry. Nice.
Yeah.
Well, but see, my name says not a booster, so you know what that means.
That you're not a
Yeah,
booster?
That's right.
Knew it.
exactly. You're a Herald 3.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thanks.
Can you actually play Storm, by the way?
Yeah, up to 4K.
Okay. I was gonna say,
Can he?
I haven't seen any crazy Storm plays, but
Oh yeah? I don't play him often.
could have
He played it a few times. So.
Hello Ming, hello Luke.
I think he
Well, you
won
sh-
almost all your games, if not all.
Satish, yeah, I can tell you. How about you just ask me?
Feel the wind in your hair.
No, it's actually too difficult for me for like, okay, I bought this iron branch so that I could eat my tango. And I bought this iron branch so that maybe I can eat my tango. Or maybe make a wand. And then I bought this circlet so that maybe I can make another. You see how it just gets really tiresome?
Thank you.
Hi, Matt. You want me to play some
I
heroes for
actually
you,
had
bro?
to look to see which one was
Like
it.
gold.
Yes.
Alright, fella.
Thank you. Without
Play.
a doubt.
I need to get a new carrier. I mean, I like mine, but I haven't had a new
Come on,
one in
Pudge,
a
let's
while.
go.
Here I come.
45 seconds, man. Wait, am I going top or bottom?
Come top and secure the room, please.
I don't know.
I want a first blood.
You pinged
but
like
I think it's worth more than one.
30 seconds
We
to
are
battle.
agreed. Like the wind.
There goes the sun.
Left you with
Battle
Yeah,
begins.
nice.
That's a kill.
storm clouds are gathering.
Yeah, sad.
well, I got some gold.
Yeah, if he would have turned right, it's over.
How did we lose bottom rune? Was it 3?
Yeah, there
Am I
was 3
doing
there.
3?
Oh my god, I'm tracking it.
Get
Yeah, we had
You
3
solo
bottom.
up here? Do I have about 4 teammates that speak English? This is rare.
forward.
Unbelievable, right? Right? Actually,
Español, por
I think
favor.
everyone speaks English.
I love this.
China number 1.
Ni hao, motherfucker.
Oh, motherfucker.
I
You gonna
actually-
fuck at me? Toodaloo,
You're doing great.
motherfucker.
See that? See
I'm
how that's
not good at last
that-
hitting.
Just don't die, and you're doing fine.
And you picked Alchemist. Fuck you, mate. Go jungle.
No, I mean, I'm not that good at last hitting alchemist.
As long as
Okay.
he's Tidebringing
Yeah,
you
that
instead of
sounds
me,
a
it's a
lot
good.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm good at
yeah.
last hitting some people. Normally I get a fucking falling blade.
Can you last hit the little satyr in Stormfeld? Yes, by a
Dude, what?
blade.
I mean, I didn't have one at the time.
Feel free to buy healing salves and shit if you need it to
Motherfucker.
fuck with him.
You got a courier?
I don't
Whoa,
think I
what
need
the
it.
fuck? You just fucking killed him.
Bro, what are you doing up there?
I thought he was the one out playing you, but clearly my
Nope,
mistake.
nope. I thought I could
I'm
bait
about
him
to
under
get
the
fucking-
tower, and I did.
Alright.
Don't you have hook?
I'll
Don't you have hook?
spirit you away.
Clearly.
Couldn't you
Yeah,
have hooked
trying
me?
to pull this time. It doesn't come.
I could. You had Maledict on you, you're
We
pretender.
are agreed.
Instantly
Yeah.
walked up.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, I'm used to shitty witch doctors. The last three I played against were completely worthless.
This is a different.
Stormy weather time.
Stop missing.
Yeah, they
Well said. This ought to come in handy.
Oh, yep, I'm dead again.
Storms are denied.
Witch Doctor's really smart about not walking into him and shit, though. That's something.
Looking good.
Damn, this guy doesn't cast laser now.
Ooh, who's that handsome devil? Without a doubt. Forward.
Oh shit, I.
Yes, I grew.
Yes, I'm.
Is Tinker giving you a hard?
Here I come.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The spirit moves me. This will get better with age.
Bro,
Hey, maybe don't pull if if the wave's here, don't pull. It's fine. Just leave it there.
yeah, he's gonna bleed for this one.
Ability.
I used a lot of regen
Thank
for
you.
those 2 pulls there.
You could have held that, and we would have just shrined up.
Ha-ha!
I want XP.
It's 5 minutes.
Blow them away. That's for the dead.
You are dead.
Yes,
Well said.
I noticed.
Storm, we're gonna have to do a lot of work.
Your top
Yes.
tower is
I am
under
under
attack.
attack. My spirit.
Lot of
Wow,
work.
that actually killed me.
Oh dear.
Oh well. Ooh, nice hook. Ooh, nice hook.
You want me
If
to
only
pull
it
now?
turned into something.
No,
Well, I've caught my
yeah,
breath.
go ahead.
Back to it.
What? Why did you come mid? Like, stay top, get your.
I was gonna try to get.
You can still jungle. No, Alchemist doesn't get to move.
He's right.
Stormy weather time.
Hey, you picked a boring ass hero until you get Midas or Radiance.
Here I come.
That's like anti-mage.
Yes.
Anti-mage, at least you can throw spells back at people in lane. That's fun.
Touche.
This Witch Doctor is obnoxious, bro. Saved your life.
I run.
Saved your fucking life.
Or just save Jug's life.
Oh shit.
Ah, man. Fuck Jug. He's a nerd.
Tower is under attack.
I still run.
He's not even fucking slowing my movement speed. He's gonna die.
Yeah, they did not win that
Middle
fight.
tower is under attack.
Like the wind.
I think he teleported.
On the other hand, I probably won't kill either of them unless they're really dumb, so I'd rather hit you.
Mid's missing.
Are you getting farm mid?
Storm warning.
Yeah,
Looking good.
Then
actually.
we'll leave you mid.
Let's kill him.
I don't know. Oh, you can send me.
Easy.
You fly in and get this? Just hit it.
Thanks, man.
Big dick Dota.
You blew it.
I just need flesh heap. I don't give a fuck about anything else, dude.
We are agreed.
Yeah, I like those punches too.
I'm just here to hurt their feelings, so you get all the kills you want to. I just want to win.
Let's do something.
I'm actually not worried about side cutting.
I can hardly contain. That's the spirit.
None, you play 600 games
Other
with a
than
hero
that, I
that
have the
has
wrong ability
0-star carry
for
rate.
him cutting.
You realize he can't carry
I'm
it.
just fucking with him.
Yeah, that's fine.
Without a doubt.
Y'all want to kill bottom? Because I want to kill bottom. I got a DD room and I want to kill bottom.
I don't really have mana right now, but we can try.
Eat a creep, you'll be fine. Oh, you can't do that anymore.
Ah,
Oh my god.
that's
Whatever.
what
Yeah,
Kill
I
bottom.
fucking hate that.
I mean, it's a good
Skill is
skill,
actually better.
but I didn't want to lose fucking sacrifice for it.
Storms are coming. Oh,
I cannot make
What?
a
He has
play.
laser again?
Sorry, man.
No, you're fine. You do you. Hit this orb of venom, do its work, bitch. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Make a play. Make a play. Make a play. Make a play.
Glitch. Click him.
Oh, he's still there. I thought he was running.
Fuck that guy. Nah, he's playing hardball. He's Kunkka. They play stupid. Use it.
Oh, fucking timing.
Yo, you were saving that storm. You were saving that stun for marriage, I swear.
No, I got stunned 3 times during it.
Now,
You could have cast it though. You had time.
forward.
Problem is, it doesn't queue up the cast for after you are stunned.
No, just spam it.
Like, yeah.
You gotta go hardballs on that shit, man.
Your top tower is under attack.
20
why is
seconds,
this
and I'll
guy
be
here
level
again?
6 and do something useful. Please look forward to it.
Your top tower is under attack.
At least he's free. Shrine up.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that was level 1 Melody. I could have gone harder in there.
Don't worry.
Slarky ran away from the shrine.
Around.
Okay, somebody has to play
Bad
top.
stun. Turn around. Turn around. Turn.
Chris,
Your top tower.
you
is
can't
under
leave top like
attack.
that.
I'll go up there with you.
Your top tower is under attack.
The wind. I'll decant this a bit later.
Oh shit.
Yeah, bottom
What?
is one,
He just
guys, if
walked
you wanna go
past it. I
top.
figured he fucking.
No problem with me.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, Alec, you're kind of silly.
Hey, you're a fan. Thanks for subscribing.
Well, he walked past the bounty. I figured he got it. I didn't know I could fucking backtrack and get it.
Oh my god, it's clicking.
Walked past.
That was bad.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Who's that handsome devil?
Your middle tower is under attack.
For all the kills we're getting you, I think top tower is negligible.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Explore bottom. Don't worry about it.
Here I come.
No, don't worry about it.
Wanna get him?
Not
You pull him,
CD.
he's dead. Oh, you don't have it. Never mind. I mean, I'll just ult him, but I just don't want him to get a chance to spin.
Let's have the spotlight. Over here. Yes. Mission top.
Let me know if I
The
need to.
spirit moves me.
Ravage use.
Forward.
That's it. Maybe a kill.
All ultimates use bottom.
This nerd.
Whoa, what'd I miss?
Oh, he's the
Don't do
spirit
it.
all of a sudden.
Without a doubt.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, whatever. I'll do this.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Carol.
It's lucky my tranquils are intact.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower.
We can kill him,
has
too.
fallen.
I'm gonna still be nice.
Alec, you're hilarious.
Maybe we can
Fuck
bottom to
yeah.
help you.
Good job, buddy.
I can't believe that. Right before the last tick.
I mean, I definitely saw it happening, but still funny.
I was just worried level 1 wouldn't be enough damage.
Hey, Pudge, I'm useless.
The spirit
No, you're not.
moves me.
That isn't.
I believe it.
Mer- Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing?
It's a
No,
snore.
that's mine.
Come on, guy.
No, that's mine. Motherfucker, Storm.
Aw, sorry about that.
Maledict. It's.
I'm upset.
I'm not mad.
I'm upset, Storm.
Without a
Hey, I'll
doubt.
make it up to you, okay, man?
Why?
He
That's
stole
cool.
my stacks.
You do.
Forward!
He needs. And Jesus. Can you get Orchid first, though?
I am balls deep into
Well said!
Bloodstone. Like very, very balls deep.
Oh, yeah, no, you're about done. Sell a null and you're done.
Yep.
Looking. Attack! Looking good. Ha-ha!
Is it too late for Midas?
We are agreed.
No,
Come on, man, you're Alchemist.
you're Alchemist. So it's
Never
too late
buy
for
Midas on Alchemist.
Yes! I grew!
Why?
Nope, that's a terrible idea.
Oh, what I miss?
I mean, ideally, no, but it's a special situation. We're just gonna go with it.
Left you a little something.
If anything, it extends Grievel's Greed while he's jungling.
My eternal gratitude.
Want to tango as well?
Yes.
Bloodstone! This will get better with age. Yes! I'll just cork this for later.
Okay, I'm useful.
Hi, useful.
I'm useful and I'm coming bottom.
Wow.
We're gonna kill Tide. We're gonna
He's got
feed him
dad
pods.
jokes.
Let's go.
I'm old now.
Yeah, just hit him once so he doesn't have Kraken Shell. Oh, you fuck. What? I didn't even see him. The fuck was that?
Fuck.
Tide Pod strike again. Whatever.
Looking good. I love this part.
That was a worthy trade. Yo, Slark, spend your money.
Get set for heavy weather.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Stormy weather
Taco,
time.
taco.
Farmo middle. Big farm.
Ah!
I don't know why I just
Jug
got
has
baited by
defusal.
our alchemist.
I'd expect that.
Your
Yes, I'm
bottom
sorry.
tower is under attack.
That's the
Your bottom tower
generous
is falling.
soul. Let me do something.
Yeah, just jungle, man. Get your items together.
Begin. Let
You wanna ult this?
the party.
I want you to ult this.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Storm was
Easy.
coming.
Storm, who did you fucking queue up with? Because you're not a 2K.
Wait, what?
The wind.
With me?
Did you solo queue? Okay, there you go. I say this. You had no business being in my games. I know I'm good, but my rank doesn't show it. You should not be playing against 2K
This
players
guy,
at all.
man.
The fuck? You're on to me.
Yes.
The ruse.
They just think that you queued with me that it's much lower, so that's why.
Alright, how far away are you from wanting to kill something? Because I want to kill something, like right now.
Stormy weather time.
Storm Dagger. Level 13.
Ooh, who's that handsome devil?
Ooh, that's growth.
Blow them away, sir. I'm over here.
I tried so hard.
Forward.
But It's alright, just push bottom.
Oh,
They
shit.
didn't
I'm dead.
TP yet, but yeah, push bottom.
There's no mana.
Lulu run.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower
Oh.
has fallen.
You fucking kiss me with
Member
this right now?
denied.
That is so upsetting. Game over. Fuck you. Give me that assist, boy. Hit him with the flex.
Breath is the sweetest.
Give me a few seconds, I'm gonna come back.
Pudding pop. Over here now.
I'm almost there too.
Hopefully.
The spirit. Ha ha.
Oh, that looks so good.
I'll decant this a bit. Stupendous.
The only thing I like more than a decent team is a team that follows through on my all trap.
To come in handy. Look at it go. Hi, zap. Looking good. Here I am. Here I am. Zip zap. Here I come. Away.
Ah, yes, feels
I feel like I
good.
have to slow down on these kills. I'm fat and I need flesh heat.
Oh, everyone slow it down, thanks.
No, I want all the kills.
No.
I just denied Tinker twice. This is lame.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
He doesn't even have Blink Dagger. God, what did you do to him?
That's the
Fuck.
spirit.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
There's a sentry here.
Yeah. I was guessing so.
Looking for me? Whoa, what'd I miss?
It's a bad fight, mate. Get out.
Like the wind. Pudding pop.
Tide top.
Over here now.
Oh, there goes one flesh heap
Thanks for the
thrown away.
rounds.
Without a doubt.
Hey Storm, if I get Lotus Orb, does the spell still hit me or does it just go back like
They wanna
cover
hit you.
spell?
Dire structures are fortified.
Worst
I
item
can
in the
TP
game.
back.
Sometimes there's certain spells that you really would rather not be hit by. Even if it means you get to hit
I mean,
the...
if it's gonna fucking work at me anyways, then why would I bother?
Your middle
Savage
tower is
use.
under attack.
Oh no.
You had your warning.
Goddamn
I
coconuts!
got this done.
Your middle
Let's do it, let's
tower
do it.
is under attack.
I gotta get out of here before I die or something. Oh, I don't have much, okay?
You want this or no?
No.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Orchid malevolence.
I wanna go back in.
Forward.
See if we can keep working on him.
You wanna go mid or I'll go mid? I'll
Yes.
go mid. You go top.
Okay. Good resource division.
Ha ha. Here I am.
I think they should change Storm Spirit's level 25 trait from piercing immunity to fucking clear sight while in Storm.
What is clear sight?
Like that would be godlike.
Clear vision? Yeah, that'd be fucking great.
What is clear vision?
It's like
See over
vision
trees
like
and
you're
shit.
flying.
Right.
See over the trees.
Guys, it's called flying vision.
Here I come.
It's called clear vision.
Oh, okay.
There's a slight difference, but
Clear vision lets you see over obstacles, and there's true sight that lets you see invisible. It's just the term for it.
no, yeah. There's also there's
Other games might call it something else.
I saw that jump going.
Blew it.
Wish we got those kills while I was alive.
Storms are coming.
No kills for you.
I just want food.
The
he doesn't even want the kill. He just wants them to be dead near him.
You are fat already,
wanna
man.
feel
You
good.
should go on a diet.
Go.
Stop shaming.
Wow, rude. How
West
could you
Coast.
say that
I
about
can't handle that.
He's very sensitive.
Oh, I didn't know. Sorry.
Thank you.
Well, how could you not know? Look how bad he is.
Get set by heavy weather.
I did not know.
My legs can barely support my stomach.
Fucking God.
I'll save this. Stupendous. We'll take that.
English only, please.
Ha ha!
Nothing. I've died 6 times, and it still doesn't feel like we're losing.
We are agreed.
I'm dead more than
Maybe I'd go
that.
for 7. Yeah, you put in work.
I'm over here. Get set by heavy weather.
Is that 8? Oh wait, 10. You're at 10 now.
Yeah. I guess they boarded our jungle.
Sexy. There goes the courier.
Okay.
GG. It's
Beating
over.
courier now.
Courier has
They
been
quit.
killed.
Yeah.
Oh, there.
It's not even like unfair, really.
Here I am. Stormy Riverside. Was that a spot?
Think you're gonna come out?
My ult was on cooldown.
Almost.
Who's that handsome devil? Here I come.
Alright, let's go. The other one, what the fuck?
Blew it. Ah, think of it.
They get the one that could actually survive some things.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I just fucking told this guy this is English only. Alright, let's give him a fucking warning.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Man, I'm sorry, guys.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
What? You made it interesting.
Like the wind, love.
Look at Storm go. We're fine.
Think your rage buyback?
World keeps
Got a
spinning.
man again. Fuck.
Greatness did. Puddin' pop.
Mana boots.
Dire structures are
You're back, Lulu.
fortified.
I'm sorry for not using tactical dust all game.
Well said.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Tinker has nothing. And it's 27 minutes.
Oh, I'm dead.
He did.
Forward.
Don't do that.
Don't do it.
The spirit moves me.
Die.
Here I come.
I almost survived.
Horseshoes and hand grenades, mate. Storm, get back, get flat.
We are agreed.
Hey, Storm, want a scepter?
For one scepter.
Spirit of the blown away.
Alright.
Why do you have 2 bloodstone?
1 plus 1 is 2, and 2 is better than 1.
But they don't.
Because this is a meme game and
Only
all
one
this is
stack.
Gen.
What the
What are you
fuck?
talking about? What?
Your
He just went to
bottom
the region.
tower is under attack.
Are you late, Nathaniel? Yeah, a little bit.
I missed.
What the fuck? How?
Oh shit.
How about I got you in some mess?
Forward.
Can't believe you didn't kill that tinker.
Who wants the
chasing you?
scepter? Storm or Pudge?
Lich.
I mean first.
Yes, please.
Lich.
I'm joking now.
Here. Careful,
For
careful,
real.
careful.
Yeah, Lich.
My HP's
I
quite
mean,
low.
yeah.
It's gonna be
Lich
better
is
than
fucking
everything.
boss.
You just fuck around and let Tinker survive.
King Diffusal,
Yes, Slur.
man. Fuck this jug.
Touche.
At least 2 people die every time I go in.
This stupendous.
We'll take that.
Ha ha! I'll decant this a bit later.
Fat boy coming in hot. Fat boy slow.
Nice.
You
Nice.
should have put to port sooner. I'll spirit you away.
What is this shit?
Actually, new meta Thompson build.
That's the spirit. Now over here.
You 2 are alright.
Without a doubt.
You wanna play?
Looking
Maybe.
Oh fuck, you're doing a third bloodstone.
Yeah.
What the fuck, man? This is black magic.
Oh, yo, Legger.
Oh, we can't have that.
Glitch. Oh, he already got.
Man, look at my regen.
Oh wait.
well said.
Wait. Scepter? Yeah, no. She's waiting.
Let's do a little something.
I don't
No.
have scepter yet.
I thought.
Oh, you get.
Oh, that's a different
You gave me a scepter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's my
Yeah,
Yeah,
scepter?
I didn't realize his thing was a fucking talent. I thought
It's a
the,
huge
I feel like
Yes,
you're
yeah.
giving me a scepter. That'd be fucking awesome.
I thought the remnant thing
What's
was a
that?
scepter. What the fuck does his scepter do?
His scepter
AoE
is a
vortex?
AoE grab. Yeah.
Oh my
it's
God.
Stupid unless you spec for it.
Or
It's really bad unless you
Lich.
spec for it.
I'm over here.
I mean, even if you do have Lich, you still have to spec for it with your talents, or else you're only holding people for like, what, 2 seconds?
I'm over here.
Which he did. I mean, he has
No, he did.
plus 0.5 seconds.
Yeah, well, there's that. Okay, yeah, give him Scepter next. Like, I hate Scepter on Pudge because if you have to throw a hook every 4 seconds, you fucking suck at throwing hooks.
Oh, that's what that does? I thought it did fucking lifesteal.
Hey man, I feel like that argument's not very
It
good. It's
used to
kind of
be
like
good.
machine guns suck dick, because if I have to shoot bullets every half second, then you probably suck at
that
shooting
fucking
anyways.
attitude.
There's a sentry here,
Machine
by
guns
the
do
way.
suck dick. Sniper
I
rifles
like
are
that
better.
attitude a lot better. Oh, jeez. You're one of them.
Yeah, one shot, one kill. If you're just pissing in the wind, then you're gonna fucking have a yellow shirt by the end of the day.
100 shots, 100 kills, man. Get good.
Yeah, you showed me a desert where that worked.
Bullets are pretty deadly. Just saying.
What? You fucking bash me like that?
Yeah, if you can hit one. I missed. I'm bad. Report me.
Important.
Thank you. Now add me to friends list and give me 3 comms. This Tinker, I don't like him. He picked Tinker. That's gotta change.
Yeah, let's go back in time and ask him to pick something else.
Yeah,
Alright,
I
It's
don't
gonna
like
make
this
you
Getting
able
time
outfit.
to
machine.
pick
I
that
mean,
character
free
again.
Aghanim's is pretty nice, but apart from that, this guy sucks.
What a fucking donger, am I right?
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I'm just running around taking damage until we fight something. That was ass. Kept Tide busy for you guys. About all I did.
I tried to save you, Lulu.
Well, that's actually really
There's still
scary.
sentries.
It's okay.
Yes, it
Should've let you
was.
die.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, you should have.
We got the tower,
It's
right?
alright. He still has like
Yeah?
stacks and stuff. I'm not gonna lie though, if this wasn't a free match, there are a million items you could have bought before a second Bloodstone, let alone a third.
Hey man, I stole this build from Thompson.
What are you talking
You know
about?
Thompson?
This is best item.
If you could activate all those heals individually, I would agree.
Holy fucking sex.
For the dead.
It's alright, just Radiance burn them out. They're gonna keep chasing you.
Just needed that.
Fucking love Slark, man.
Thank you, Slark.
Hell yeah, arcane boots.
Slark, that is the most pedestrian 14 and 4 I've ever seen in my life. You're like never on my screen.
I literally don't know when he's been getting killed. Like,
I haven't seen him like exist.
right. I didn't realize
Turn
he
on
was
Jug.
fucking
Jug.
lit.
Never mind, my bad. Yeah, he's OG.
Hey,
That just happened.
Can I get some of those bloodstone, Mr.
Storm was
Spirit?
coming.
The enemy's bottom tower has
Could
fallen.
use some mana.
Looking good.
No, no,
The
no.
enemy's
Okay.
bottom barracks has fallen.
I don't want it.
Oh, okay.
do you want a scepter, Storm?
Enemy's bottom barracks.
Do I want a free scepter?
Storm warning. Zap.
I don't know, let me
Or
think
should I
about
get-
that.
Hell,
No,
no,
I
these
don't
stuff
think
suck.
he wants a preceptor.
What? I mean, Slark can get one.
Has fallen.
Wait, really?
I don't know
Yeah,
what it
Slark,
does,
I wanna
but
see
you
what
can
it
get
does.
it.
AoE.
Give it to Slark.
Slark
I want to
ultimate.
read it. Yeah, give
You're
it to Slark. I want to
You're
read it.
shitting me.
With refresher.
I'm
Just
not
don't
gonna
do
do
it.
it.
Dive.
Come on, it'll be fine. Oh, they're gonna
I don't
hold
think
hands for this,
it's
huh? That's cool.
gonna last long enough.
God damn it, dude.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
Like the wind.
The enemy's middle tower has
Oh,
fallen.
not the lich.
Let him out.
Who's that handsome devil?
Where's that jug?
Okay, that's a rough look over there.
Give me rampage.
Use your Midas before you die. Okay. Slark, let's just get
The
wrecked.
enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Warning.
Oh, that's one way to kill him. Thanks.
Here I come.
You're welcome. Where's my scepter?
Video's balling.
Slarks is next. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
because that can't not be seen. I didn't know how it worked, and oh my god, I want
Okay,
it so
okay,
bad.
wanna read
okay,
it.
okay, that's fine. I've never seen it. Actually, have I?
Radiant
No!
Nah.
Wah, wah.
I got into metal, guys. I'm now Herald 4. Watch out.
Why did he chase me? He could have killed the.
Herald 5.
Whoa.
Oh man, this is quite an accomplishment.
Yep.
Whoa, we invited those guys? Were they even good?
No,
They were fun.
they're fun to
Fuck,
play with.
man.
Yeah.
You made donation for Anti-Mage, did you? When did you do that? GG guys. Did I get donation earlier, guys? Did I just totally miss it? Let me check my reports. Ah, right. You did do that. Alright. Done. Anti-Mage next. It's been 2 minutes. What time is it at my place? It's 9:30 a.m. Yeah, we're playing Anti-Mage next. You beating from Canada? Oh wait, no, it's not you. What am I saying? Is it still the same price for any specific hero with different builds? Sure, Valdo. I'll do that for you. I don't do any hero, any build on my main account though.
Either I don't remember what my party MMR was, or I got like over 100 from that win.
You probably got 100 because you're calibrating your party.
5 seconds remaining.
Can you get 100 for one win?
Calibrations give you more. Might just be double though.
Hello, Vinit from
I remember
Brownland.
back in the day where calibrations gave you like 300 times. And
Yvonne,
Turn to pick.
you remind me of a person.
Your turn to pick.
I don't hear that often, so must be a cool dude.
No, you're a lot less whiny.
I don't have much to complain about today.
Oh, they
I'm
got
I'm showing for
fucking
you
booked.
that I'm talking, right?
No, I'm upset.
Hey,
Oh,
no.
no.
What did we say about that wine?
What did you say, Lulu?
It shows like
why'd
one of
you
the
pick
guys
the
Yes,
is
AI?
yes,
me.
yes. Yeah, and the patron from last game is speaking on my behalf.
Mid of
apparently.
all thing.
Interesting.
You want to carry top, Devon?
Nah, Slark's going to.
No, I didn't mean you. I meant
Booster
Brown.
boy. Booster boy is gonna go top.
Your
I'm good with
turn to
roaming, I
pick.
don't like sitting still.
Your turn to pick.
Ah! Fucking Lulu bought the fucking courier. I'm fucking
Do
abandoning.
you want?
Yeah.
No, I'm joking.
You want to buy the courier?
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
Reported for having boobs and buying
I like my
couriers.
Dude, I'm not playing Invoker.
One of the few keys I ever used.
Oh, these are your favorite heroes, Xing Shang. Hello, Juan. Hello, Darmesh.
I actually got a ton of MMR from that.
Kind of what?
I got a ton of MMR.
Who wants to donate $285.11
and now I'm like
so I
halfway
can
through
buy
Herald
this
5.
Crimson sack of gold?
Yeah, that's what
Party
they said
MMR.
as well. That they got the like 100
that's-
MMR.
That's like 200 and some MMR. That's ridiculous.
Because I think because you won a game with the legends and archons.
What will he pick? Wait, why are you... Oh, yeah. What fuck lane are you going?
Hope he picks Mars or something, that would be great. If you pick Mars with all the tracks that I get, it's gonna be good times. And it's a good counter to like half of them. Oh my god. Really? Just please get BKB or Manta. I don't want to lose to a draw.
So they know you are a booster, but they still tell you what to buy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Of course. They're the experts, right?
Yep. I think you should go for tangos, to be honest.
Man, you know that feeling when you put fucking clothes on the dryer and it runs for way longer than it should, and then they're still not fucking dry?
Okay, Valda.
No.
Fine, fuck you.
You know that feeling where you take a shit before you go to sleep and you still gotta take one when you wake up?
That's just
Feels about the same.
digestion, man.
It's gonna be one of those days.
This one is in the bag.
Janata first, boys, I'm bad.
Shinada first is the standard.
Gotta get that cold.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get the bounty room, but I'll get
Does
there.
Counterspell Duel work like Lotus Orb Duel?
I'll let them pick up
You
the
will
bounty
get the
room
bounty
first and
gold.
fucking
Yeah,
shine
so
it
Get the
off.
it's
bounty
completely
ring
useless against
from
LC.
their money. Yeah.
Yes.
Let them polish it for me.
Oh
first.
no, I meant in that you could get double duel damage.
One
That makes
person
sense.
on their teams
I'm
won't
not
get a
sure
bounty.
it works that way.
Truth compels me.
Yeah, it's like Lincoln's plus Lotus, not just Lotus.
None shall hinder me.
I don't like this. We're in a bracket where they should be trying.
The
I think they
path is
smoked up.
clear.
I don't think so. Carrot top? Carrot top?
True. I truly think they smoked up.
I think you're overestimating them.
Begins.
4 over here.
Magic shall
Oh
not
shit, I
prevail.
missed it.
I told you
Well, that just happened.
As thou will it.
Ilion!
The
Did I just
path
get
is
memed up?
clear.
I don't know, but they have someone with an Arabic name.
Is this a Rickroll?
Or at least the first character is Arabic.
Yes.
Fucking rigmarole.
Denied.
Bounty and Invoker bottom. Okay, you are gonna have fun.
Nope. I am not.
None shall hinder me.
Maybe I will.
I
Well,
go.
at least, you know. At least mid's a good time.
Onward.
Yeah, Drow versus AM, what could go wrong?
This is Jungle Blood, I guess?
true
Oh no,
path.
Blood's bottom.
Truth compels me.
I don't like this lane.
You know what I just thought of? AM set
I go.
counter spell reflects everything that hits him.
As thou
Imagine how bad that would be for Invoker.
Well, that. Well, AM used to have a scepter, and it was counterspell.
Well, I mean, his scepter was Lincoln's,
wild creatures.
Yeah.
but if his counter spell worked for AoEs instead of just single targets when you put a scepter.
Every spell. Okay, I see. Not just
Out of my way.
the same. I get it. I thought you meant like permanent fucking Lincolns.
Ah, that'd be
Get thee
nonsense.
hence.
Yeah, I know. It's like what you have to be PA and just right click
Be gone.
or sniper. Rude.
Sniper's cool.
Yes.
Yeah, sniper would be like the one
Not
counter.
this time.
None shall hinder me. Thou art
For a
denied.
second, I forgot that I was bounty hunter. I could have that courier.
I go. I'll strike thee down.
I mean, this is not the most ideal, but it could be worse.
What?
This lane looks good. Looks good to me.
Onward.
You got a stun?
And 3, 2, 1.
Magic be dashed.
I
Spawn
know.
of sorcery.
For a tri lane, they're awfully
Thou hast paid
ineffective.
the price.
Right? Like, I was expecting fucking
Tis all
wombo
right,
combos.
That should have been a
I
double
sat in
kill
that
right
and
there.
didn't do anything.
I vow thy ruin.
Oh, he got the blowy pooper.
The true path.
I should probably get some
As thou
heals.
wilt. I go. I light in the darkness. I.
Giving him a lot of movement speed and
path
going
is
back
clear.
a bit.
The reward of havoc.
Glitch is still pulling.
Get thee hence. I go.
Hey, can you bring me
Oh,
those?
look at AM. Turning Drow into the real housewife of LA.
Be gone. I go.
Nice.
As thou wilt.
Oh, it took a long
This
time for
LC
somebody
is
to die.
just bad at LC.
I know.
Yeah.
The path.
Almost
Not
a bounty
bad then.
rune.
Speaking
Speaking of which,
Onward.
Go bounty, go bounty, go.
Invisibility.
bottom bro, we can do things.
None shall hinder me.
We can't walk in on him invis, but we can do stuff.
Okay, I'm here.
Out of my way.
That happened.
Look at that sunstrike.
Harry
Yeah, I
Shaker,
was
would you like to
worried.
shrine?
I thought he might hit someone. I'm good.
Shaker shrine.
Okay.
No, you're not.
Yes.
Your alk was good. Go shrine.
The true path.
I missed.
Vile creatures.
When he go.
Eat it.
Truth compels me. Spawn of sorcery.
You can pull all the time if you want, by the way.
I turn denied.
You'll have to do better than that.
I go.
I can Earthshaker better than I can help.
That sounds like a global statement to me.
I light in the darkness.
Oh, this makes me
Tis
sad.
on thy head. I vow thy ruin. Truth compels me. Yes. I'll strike thee down. Onward. As thou wilt.
Good job on the sound effects. You eat? That's you.
Out of my way.
Let's go, BH. Go.
She wouldn't run away
He
from
seems to
me.
know.
True path.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I go.
This whole map is centured.
I
None
know a
shall
spot there's no
hinder me.
sentries.
The path is clear. Blessing power. I. It is mine.
Oh, XD.
This whole map is fucking century.
Yeah, they're not a fan of me.
Wasted my damn.
Are any of these low?
Tis
Can
on
we
thy
kill?
head.
BH?
Yeah, one's really low.
I see you have double damage.
If I can fucking touch him,
I
yeah.
go.
Just gotta get hands on him.
Onward.
Hands on him.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hands on him, boy. Get it. Hands on him.
Your middle
I
tower
didn't
is
get that
under
reference,
attack.
Nah, we up.
Vile creatures. Yes.
My friend wants me to tell you that he plays
Your
Earth
middle
Spirit.
tower is under
Spirit.
attack.
Your
Dire
friend wants you to
structures
tell
are
me
fortified.
that he plays Earth Spirit?
As thou
Yes.
wilt.
Okay.
That sounds like pretty juicy time.
I.
Fucking Christ!
Truth compels me.
Dude,
He's scared.
the bottom's tough. I can
None
mid
shall
again.
hinder me. Tis
You
most
can kill if you can do your stuff fine.
Yeah,
out of my way.
let's go.
This thing
Your
Legion's
bottom
way over
tower
top.
is under attack.
Right down here.
Out of
Juicy.
my way.
Fucking juicy.
Nice.
I go.
The sickest gusts of all time. That's you.
Nice.
Here's thy reckoning. Yes. The path is clear.
No, 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 look at me that haste!
Onward. Haste.
Got bounties,
Hey,
that's nice.
wait, hey,
Yes.
Wait.
Hey! No, I'm good, man. I'm just gonna run back to base. Thank you
Oh
for
my
offering.
god.
None shall hinder me.
You took a haste to run back to base.
What's wrong with that?
It's the best way to use the haste.
Yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Not the end of the world, but it's no beginning I've ever heard of.
Thou art mine.
Bot's missing.
I
Poker.
vow thy rule.
LC's boring.
Thy grace. As thou will it.
Bloodseeker's level 6, so you know.
Poker top. Yay.
The true path.
Top shrine's down.
What the fuck, man?
I like the darkness.
Jesus Christ.
I'm level 6, so at least there's that.
So they have a ward like right here.
Truth compels me.
Bloodseeker's level 7.
This is lame.
I go.
For centuries.
Spawn of
Your
sorcery.
bottom tower is under attack.
Turn on Lich.
Not yet. As
Legion
thou wilt.
TP for that shrine.
Oh, just press my quick
The
Y.
enemy's top tower has fallen.
You said there's
Yeah, ulting Lich would have done
ward
it.
mid.
Yeah, so they have a ward probably around this area. So if you put your sentry exactly there, when it is safe, you might be able to find a ward.
Bloodseeker's coming back hot.
He doesn't have rupture.
So what the fuck do you want me to
Your
do?
middle
The path
tower
is
is
clear.
under attack.
Okay, you wanna go just go up to him and you know, press W or something? Fight him, dude, don't be scared.
I'll strike thee down.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Your middle tower
Let me track,
is
let me
under
track.
attack.
Oh my god, let me track, let me track, let me track. Okay. Yes! Worth it.
Your buddy died for that.
Middle tower is under attack.
Awesome.
Much worth.
How do you track this guy?
Hell yeah, I track this. I track and I assist.
At least he didn't
Yes,
survive.
he attacked.
Like, if he had killed me, we would have fucking
He
lost
attacked.
that kill.
Thou art damned.
Yeah, I have slight regret.
I mean, we only met 2 games ago, so I don't think he's too attached to me.
Hey, there's Lich down there, right?
The true path.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
fucking
there's
up.
Lich.
He's kicking here. I'm trying. I am so trying.
Try harder.
Look at how slow I walk.
Run like black people.
His second skill is
Get
stupid.
thee hence.
Anti-bola.
This guy's got rupture now. How did that not fucking reflect?
200 MS.
Jesus Christ.
I try.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I did all I could.
Compels me.
Thanks, man.
Hey,
Hey.
can we
Actually,
kill
save you one.
Legion?
Onward.
Top rune, by the way. I gotta use the restroom. Beard.
Yes.
Oh, I should have waited for him.
Just take your mouse and keyboard with you.
I go. Tis most rewarding. Get thee hence.
Legion is poopy.
Out of my way.
These guys are awful.
Truth
The
compels
enemy
me.
Oh,
team.
fuck.
I thought Joe's supposed to be ancient or some shit.
Out of my way. I. Magic be dashed. I go.
Okay, cool.
Stick bottom.
Onward.
Let's go start hitting it.
Yes.
You know, I don't want to be here anymore. Oh, Bounty Hunter's here.
Thou art mine.
Time to take the Bloodseeker's gold.
You know, there's not much that.
Who's he gonna rupture? Who's he gonna rupture?
He already ruptured
Oh,
me.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I get
I'm going top.
Is under attack.
Think of the damage.
Dig Dota.
Hey, look, I'm helping.
None shall hinder me.
Hey, helping.
Radiant structures
there's a Growler
are
here.
fortified.
Oh my god, still dad joke.
Oh man.
I wish I hadn't saved you.
Oh
Path is
man.
clear.
I'm joking.
The
One in.
reward of virtue.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The true path.
Dota guys, come on.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Wait, I was just about to give Lion a fucking clarity. Lion doesn't need mana. Fucking regen.
Level 1 mana drain. Kind of does.
Tis
But
on
I
thy
do
head.
need it.
You can get
You need
infinite
to- What you
mana.
need to do is get the fuck out of it.
I'm just
I was
joking.
ruptured.
I use clarities all
like,
the time as a line.
what do you think of my courier? Fred.
It's nice, but mine is better.
Truth
Oh, fuck this.
Mine's just
please.
really old. 2012.
Oh shit.
Unique,
Is clear.
not special.
LC is really
go.
boosting up.
Yes.
Just Blade Master.
Onward. It's not time.
Oh, why did I go in?
I was just killing Bloodseeker.
Actually, I forgot that you had Mantis though, so.
Yeah.
Oh, good question, Silvio. Does Lulu have wand? Oh, she does. Good job with the wand, Lulu.
Thank you.
Come on, wait. Oh. Bounty, you ready?
None shall hinder me.
So what? Hurt Poker's feelings? Yeah.
I go. What's thine is mine.
Oh,
I like the
got the duel before I ulted.
There's no creeps.
Have it.
Fuck.
I like the darkness.
How dare they farm their own jungle?
I
Yeah, this is
turn
my
magic
jungle.
aside, as thou willest.
Oh no!
I'm coming.
I thought.
Purified.
This guy.
I'm silenced.
It's not time yet. Out of my
Alright.
Did you see that shit?
I'll
I
strike.
didn't even know you could do that. I just let his
Not
waveform dodge duel.
Sound rude, but we have a Morphling?
Again, pedestrian 501. No, I haven't seen him,
Fucking-
but he is doing work.
He's doing. I was like, wait. Mega kill. Who the fuck got him at Morphling? What? Fucking when?
I go.
Yeah, Morphling, you're like the most AFK serial. killer
I
in this game
literally
right now.
thought. I literally thought it was the other team. I'm like, ah, fuck, that Morphling's doing really well. Like, oh wait. That's our Morphling.
Smoke weed every day.
Fuck me. Sick. Not cool. Not cool at all.
Less sick.
Much less sick.
Fuck, I'm sorry.
No sorcery shall claim me.
That's LC.
I'm sorry, dude. How did I not kill Legion with that echo? Like, Legion had really low health.
Not a lot of people to echo.
There was 3 people.
Hi, Servish.
Or,
That's a fat stack right there, I'll tell you. Are we saving this for marriage, or will AM not be mad if I take it?
You guys can take it. It's fine.
Oh, but that was my gift to AM.
Yeah,
I
you
have
guys
to
are
make
French.
another
You'll
one.
be alright.
'Tis on thy head.
You're good at it, it's okay.
I'm not ready.
this is doing us a harm.
Me quite a scare.
Gosh.
As thou will it.
22 minutes, Manta E-Blade. Never even saw him.
GG.
What?
Monster kill.
Not a booster, totally.
Not yet.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Vile creatures.
I'm helping you.
I'm helping you. He
Your
did.
middle tower is under attack.
Not yet.
Oh no.
It's not time yet. Onward.
I mean, he has half mana now.
Out of my way.
We showed him.
By grace.
Hey, you
None
wanna give me
shall
some of
hinder
those,
me.
Mr. Lion?
I'll strike thee down. Truth compels me. I light in the darkness.
There we
Okay, this
go,
is
that's the spirit.
Push the lane or something. Oh, there we go. Thing.
Doing
Out of
things.
my way. Ah, Manta. Onward.
Oh, sorry. Did you want some?
I go. The path is clear.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
did
Thank
just
you.
Legion.
Be gone.
found their next century.
Good job, guys.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
Not what? No, I meant
Get thee hence.
lion and fucking.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you trying to say here?
Vile creatures.
They
None
have
shall
working.
hinder me.
So late.
Just run, dude.
Dead.
Good job, Nancy Mage, getting the game done.
Thank you.
They're coming.
The true path.
Morph, get in there and clean us up.
As thou will it. Tis mine. Truth compels me.
she really do you?
Bow thy ruin.
The fuck for?
I'm
Probably thought his backup would come earlier.
I go. The reward of virtue. Onward. The true path.
Yeah, Alec, how you doing?
Have at me. The path is clear. It's not time yet.
Voger's there. Somewhere.
Tis on thy head.
Got bounty gold, I'm good.
Spawn of sorcery.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Good job.
Vile creatures. As thou will it. Now count thy costs. Out my way.
I'm gonna push bottom while they're fucking with you.
Alright.
None shall hinder me.
The enemy's
Alright, if we
bottom
keep
tower
vision
has
on
fallen.
like the high cliffs and shit, then I can.
Blessing. Truth compels me.
I have an idea.
I'm not ready.
Oh, there isn't a limit to the rupture damage now.
Be sneaky.
Yes.
It used to be that if you blinked within 1300 or you moved 1300 units or less, you would not take any rupture damage. But now that's not the case.
Onward.
Man, I got the 400 blink cast range for that reason.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Damn.
I vow thy ruin.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
We're getting it done.
Is clear.
Yep.
None shall hinder me.
So what? Were we all just like fucking around, like trying to get some kills while Morphling was just winning the game single-handedly?
Yep.
Yeah, we've done that
Something like
twice in
that
a row.
sounds good to me.
The enemy's top
That's
barracks
why we let him carry, because he does the work. Okay, that's lame.
I see you get the right idea.
Thou wilt.
They committed a lot to killing.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Truth compels me.
I'm upset. Declare Arcontes? Of course. Of course.
See.
Tis on thy head.
The
I
enemy's
can't
top
believe we
shrine
didn't
has
realize
fallen.
that.
I know, right? Fuck. It's been right there all
my
along.
creep's
So
going
right in
out.
front of us.
Exactly. Shit.
I light in the darkness.
Oh well. You win some, you lose some. I'm glad you guys are having a good time.
Magic aside.
Yeah, man. Smoke weed every day.
Get thee hence.
Most people would be upset that I have bad death in this.
311.
Oh, you what?
That looks like a 0.8 KD to me.
Be gone. I smoke weed every day.
Alex, what did
I
you
mean,
say?
I'm trying to be helpful. I've put some more shit done.
You've made more space this game than one.
They fucking hate me, so they will like go to kill me instead of doing literally anything that's smart. So I mean, that's a thing.
Now count thy costs.
Best kind.
Spawn of
You guys want to push, or you guys want to rush?
Yeah, it doesn't matter either way.
I don't know what the fuck items to build on support or shaker. Blink dagger.
It's a random gem here, by the way.
Oh my god.
Fucking
Really
gems
say
and shit.
multi-shot.
I mean,
Adaptive strike.
Alec, can I get you to answer that
Monkey
question?
died.
That sounds fair. Let me see it.
yeah, that's the thing. It's fucking
Truth
redonk.
compels me.
Go.
Oh.
Come on. You got a duel to win.
Yes.
Oh, it's just a shot.
Oh my god. Fucking thing.
The path is clear.
He just fucking really do that?
I go. I'm under attack.
Oh, I actually died.
The courier got the gem.
I don't really care. I'm never gonna do.
Do you fucking know how to play anti-mage at all? You probably don't know shit. That's how you play
Who
anti-mage.
did? Wait, what?
Oh my god.
You're gonna lich?
Lich?
Just hit Ghost Scepter right in front of him.
Fuck.
Like you wasn't gonna get slapped.
Was E-Blade off cooldown? Did he just be like,
Oh, he hit him with Ghost Scepter
The
and got
enemy's
hit with
middle
a
tower
strike.
has fallen.
I'm gonna go use the one
Why
item I
did you
built?
try to ban Kwong? Okay, Alec, this is the third time I'm asking you, man.
I'm gonna go rush.
I just realized I was up.
I'm probably gonna get killed for this.
Oh, I see, Alex, thanks.
It is not magic brings me back, but purity of will.
The enemy's bottom
Onward.
shrine has fallen.
'Tis on thy head. The true path.
Tracks that you can get this game.
Into the dark.
Not yet. I'll strike thee down.
What's up?
I deliver thee unto death.
Oh my god, that was so satisfying. Fucking nice ult.
Thanks, man.
I was like, huh, Jow's running.
Dashed. As thou will it.
Oh no, Jow bought it back.
Thanks.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, what? You got a problem with my meteor hammer?
No, man, I actually like it.
The path is clear.
I had to do something with the fucking Sobe mask.
Toby
Or
mask, what's
whatever
that?
it's called now. I don't know item names anymore. I know what they used to be called. Sage's mask.
Truth compels me.
Megas. More important than fucking bounty hunter.
I go.
Ooh, Aegis. Man, you're so trolly.
Tilted. Why not?
The true path. Out of mana.
I have no reason to not make them feel bad on all of the friggin' focus they put on me this game. I was
You're
never
satanic.
even core.
Is honestly what is Bounty's role anymore? Like he used to really like he used to be carry slash ganker.
I go.
Then he went like support.
Okay, I can explain it to you. Do you know that meme, Mr. Steal Yo Girl?
Truth compels me.
He's that guy.
Yeah,
No.
except replace girl with money.
I do not.
I suppose it's kind of the same thing.
I mean, yeah, I get that he steals money now, but like, is
Why
he
is there
still like roaming ganker? Can he build into carry?
None
Or,
shall hinder
Yeah.
me.
People still build like Battle Fury and stupid shit on him. Like his new Janata makes him hit super hard.
okay, so hits harder than the old one.
Generally. So you just build a Daedalus now because it's not a free crit.
Oh, but it is a fuckload of extra damage.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So if you get the crit, then okay, that's good to know.
I vow thy ruin.
His build
Yeah,
has
either
changed
he's-
so dramatically.
He's either super DPS or super tanky.
Bounty is tanky?
If you build for it, yeah. I mean, there's no reason not to.
You're behind in farm, Mr. Anti-Mage.
Am I?
Yeah,
Oh,
way
no.
Well,
behind.
silences, and they still act like I matter.
Oh, my bad. Oh, damn. Kills, farm, levels. You got me.
Wanna get Rosh?
Invisibility.
Y'all wanna go get Rosh? Let's go get Rosh.
As thou wilt.
Shake me.
Listen.
I go. Rise.
Man, my fucking
I go.
pillowcases
rush
and
time?
sheets and shit better be fucking clean.
The true path.
Or, I mean, dry.
About to...
Onward.
Man, can't believe they're still defending.
I mean, I think they're relying on Legion to eventually just...
The true path.
I was like, wait, is that the real job?
Forgotten game.
That's it for the movement speed.
Enemy's middle tower has
Oh,
fallen.
okay. I didn't know that still applied. I was like, what?
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire victory.
I'm out of tips, guys. You got me in 2 games, GG. Leaving the strip joint.
Man, do you offer anti-mage lessons? Are you good
Man,
with
Battle
anti-mage?
Fury
What the fuck's wrong with you?
Anti-Mage out farmed by a Morphling.
Yeah, but I'm space creating.
Oh, okay,
Anti-Mage.
alright.
GG guys.
And you were mid.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know, just like, you know, more CS. Less pressure.
Yeah, but I run around ganking. Yeah, Archie, I'm gonna be real with you, man. You're acting kind of annoying. Like, do you not understand how anti-mage is played? Holy shit. You keep talking like you know how to play. Oh yeah. Oh, this game I have to play random, but with a PA item build. So let's play unranked. Also, you have to carry hard. Mr. Not a Booster.
I got it. I'll carry you.
Wait, what do I do?
I am playing random with a PA item build.
So what am I doing?
So
Carry.
you're gonna have to carry hard.
Oh, max try hard. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Yep.
What will happen if you random PA though?
And what's my MMR? Archie, do you know that you act like a little shit? The fact that you keep telling me to fight heroes on Anti-Mage, especially before I've even completed my Manta Abyssal, it means that you don't know fucking shit, man. If I have like 20% HP and I'm trying to blink away and you think that's not the play, you're a fucking idiot. Holy shit, man. These fucking kids, I tell you guys. Hello Leaf, hello Ross.
Oh, I'm
Hey Guang, I literally just said that like 3 times in the last 2 minutes. That is what I'm doing. Okay. Listening comprehension. Yeah, no, he's gonna get banned right now. No, I wouldn't even say that he's trolling. He's just genuinely an annoying person. You know those people who are like, they'll tell you something that they don't actually believe, like, hey, Earth's actually flat, and then they try to tell you like a whole bunch of stuff to try to convince you, right? That's kind of trolling, right? But this guy, he just has an annoying personality. Difference. So how about that donation? I only play with people I know well. Don't know a single thing about you. Or sometimes do you solo queue? Yes. Okay, guys, I have a button now for people who so so I'm gonna show you guys this button. So a lot of people, when they come to the stream, they just start fucking begging for attention right away. Like, I have never seen these people before, but they're like, add me, party with me, Bluespan, and I'm like, the fuck? Are you serious? So now I have a button. So if I press this button, I'm gonna press it right now. An automated message will pop up saying saying the following. Wait for it. There you go, it's right there. Bluespan only parties or adds people he knows very well. Definitely not first time commenters. Lamau! Jesus Christ. It's not a command, it's a button that only I can press. Or maybe I should make it a command. Okay, maybe we'll make it a command. Thanos confirmed. I have all the stones. Jug and Anti-Mage, which one did you choose to climb more at Archon Legend strat? Well, I would play Jugleaf, but that's because I am better at Jug. But I mean, like, that advice is not necessarily good for you, because I don't know if you're better at Jug or Anti-Mage player. English only, please? Yes, Silvio, you can join us. How about next game? Isn't this the guy that I just banned right here? Didn't he have a similar name? Scroll up. No, his name is Archie Agluba, right? But this guy's name is Archner Padding, right? It's, you know, Arch. Whew, almost banned you. Jocelyn, you can join the next one, okay? But you have to remind me. Yeah, we're gonna make a party command right now. Hey Ross, I have told you twice, both in writing and spoken, speak English only. Sure, Sylvia. Alright, let's make that command. Command party. Hi, Elon Musk.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
Okay, so exclamation mark party is now a command that you can use. So if you guys see people begging to get on the stream for ads or stuff like that, just type exclamation mark party. Thanks. See you later, Tundra. Thanks for coming by today.
Your turn to pick.
There you go, Vineet. Wait, there's a night bot.
Your turn
Oh, wait a minute.
to pick.
Someone already added it. Okay, let me cancel the blue bot one.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I just didn't notice it. Oh, Jesus. Thanks, Lulu. I don't have favorite role. Hi, Foride. Hi, Born Lab.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, this game might not go on. Oh,
Okay. Do you have Jocelyn? Get Jocelyn in here.
yeah. Jocelyn, you're not online.
Hey, Lagger, did you want to join? Hey, Hazimula, I'm not gonna play Immortal for at least next few days. Rayendra, thanks for subscribing. Hello, Edwin.
His name is John
Hi, Anga. Hi, Vineet. Why did we play John Cena? Elon Musk, haven't you just played sound effects incorrectly before? It was you, right? Do you guys remember if it was him? Hey, Anka, yeah, I play all rules. Yui, how long have you started streaming? I've been streaming for 3 years. Okay.
Holy lag.
It's over 9,000!
Wait, Lagger's lagging? Okay. Well, let's investigate Bilgun's rationale and reasoning for his statement. Bilgun, why do you think it would be interesting to see Lulu Chan streaming? I'm gonna grill him. Lulu Chan, stop spoiling his ultimate answer. Come on. We had a guy yesterday, I don't even remember his name anymore, but I was playing with Lulu and she was playing Witch Doctor in my lane, and suddenly out of nowhere he's like, no, I think there were a lot, some times where Lulu was actually making the wrong plays. And no, she did like 2 or 3 times. And then all of a sudden this guy out of nowhere, he's like, I can tell that this Witch Doctor, who is Lulu, I can tell that this Witch Doctor is a very high skill player with natural talent. Right? And I'm like, I'm just kind of mind blown, right? Right? He doesn't even say that about me. He's never said that about me, right? But he says that about Lulu, who's factually made a whole bunch of mistakes in lane, right? So I actually just wanted to play around with him and joke around with him, right? And I'm like, why do you think that is? And he said something like, I know, because it's Lulu Chan. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, he's just like, sometimes you know these things. And I'm like, the fuck? Okay. All right. Exactly. Yeah, I tried to point out, like, man, that doesn't, I hope you realize that doesn't really make sense, right? And then, I don't know. Maybe I was grilling him just a little bit, right? But then some people took that and they're like, you fucking virgin, blah, 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 blah. But it was getting out of hand a little bit. We had to stop that. Yeah. You've never seen a girl player? You can go on Twitch and there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah, that guy we need. Does Lulu have her own stream? Hey guys, I'm gonna give you guys some advice on women, okay? Listen, okay? Unsolicited advice on women. Now, when you put women on a pedestal, they actually do not respect you, since you actually do not respect yourself. So when Lulu Chan actually is not playing that well, comparatively to other players, she's factually an inexperienced player, right? But when you start saying like, oh yeah, you're fucking naturally talented, I can tell you're a high skill player. Why? Because I know. Because it's Lulu Chan. If you start saying like that, actually, yeah, let's do Blue Span University. The girl will straight up not respect you. You know why? Because she knows that the shit that you're saying doesn't even make any sense, and that you're just saying that shit because she's a girl. Now, the truth is, women actually like to be treated like people. So, so when Lulu Chan makes mistakes, I'm just like, oh god, Jesus Christ, right? Like, I'm actually treating her just like a guy because we're all equal. You see how I just treated everyone equally? And women like that shit. 100%. Trust me, I used to be like the super gentleman type, like do tons of things for girls. But I gotta tell ya, women like it when you treat them equally. Nick's not getting in on this conversation. Okay. Okay. Why do I choose YouTube? There's too much competition on Twitch. I use the mute button, Archunar. There are girls and boys who eat that shit. Yeah, actually I know those type. The guys and girls who like being treated like a prince or princess, well, guess what? You're getting into a relationship with a fucking princess or prince. And I gotta tell you, princesses or prince generally do not treat their partner so well. In a healthy relationship, you want equal parties, right? Glad you like the background, Leaf. When do I get married? I see that you're very Asian. How do you want me to answer this question? When are you getting married? How to get girlfriend class? Yeah, basically. Hello, guy from Serbia. Glad you respect my credentials. Yeah, but Nick doesn't stay around for very long these days, eh? Not on Indonesia, trust me. Trust you about what? Okay, Nick. Sounds good, man. You're ugly?
Your turn to bat.
Have you ever considered being good looking?
5 seconds remaining.
About the girl you told me not on Indonesia. What girl did I tell you about? Ohio, can you speak in complete sentences?
Your turn to pick.
Nice!
Your turn to pick.
Oh, that's nice, but
Yeah, no, this will be okay. Can I play in Southeast Asia
you
server?
can still carry me. Thank you.
Sorry, what was the last part? What you just said?
I said thank you for carrying me.
You're welcome. Can I play in Southeast East Asia server? Yes, with 250 ping. Just like you play on Europe West, am I right? I need a Blink Dagger to emulate Blink Strike. I have a Blink, sir. You're hoping for some bad hero? Haha, Baldo! Get fucked! I need to put Blue Strand University segment on my live
It would have
stream.
been pretty funny if you got something like Dazzle.
Dazzle's a good P. Actually, no, P items work really well on Dazzle, so ha!
What hero is pretty bad with the
Zeus.
PA items?
Yeah, Tinker.
You are
Tinker,
lucky.
PA items. Sounds good. Battle Fury.
Nightingale's eyes, secret lives in their word. Rain's tears they cry, but all the while we softly lie.
Hey, Vibe, glad you like the stream. And Coast Blake, glad you like the Blue Span University segment so much. Actually, yeah, a lot of people like it. Have I ever had lucid dream? Yes, I often dream lucidly. Which part of Canada do I live? In the western part. And we see Blink Quap. Did you know that Quap already has Blink by default? We don't appreciate uncalibrated people coming in giving suggestions here.
Your
he's not
turn
wrong.
to pick.
Nightingale's arms can free the tides on our hands. Craving master spark, can they find the key that can unlock the past? We're hiding from the fighting, longing to see. We're waiting for someone.
See you later, Leaf. Don't stupid, okay? Hey guys, don't stupid. Guys, don't stupid.
Don't stupid.
Don't stupid.
I'll try, but I'm stupid.
So did Bill Gooden actually answer that question that we asked him earlier?
I honestly didn't. He might have, but I didn't see it.
Oh, yes.
Guys, did he answer the question? I'm not doing solo queues. Wait a minute, not my word. Who's mid?
Oh, yes. The pain train.
Oh, I think his answer was that he never saw a girl streamer.
Here, here. 30
Oh.
seconds to battle.
That's why he said.
Yeah, so basically he's a little thirsty. Yeah, I can see why you think that I'm annoying because I embarrassed the shit out of you.
Just go on Twitch. There are a lot of boobs there.
Oh yeah.
A lot.
Yes.
Yo, man, like just walk away, man.
Make way for your queen. Does this fit?
Hey, Liger, don't die.
You've got it coming. As I Pain builds character. Your pain, my gain. Quickly now.
Hey Kwong, type into YouTube Dragon Age Tavern songs.
That's nothing.
Reign of pain. Oh, yes. Your queen moves.
Fucking miss, really?
Oh, yes.
Hey, Pango, can you just leave the lane?
Feel this.
Like go full top or something like that? Yeah.
What the fuck, miss? His English is not his native language, so
Scream.
perhaps he may misunderstand you.
Want to go top? Or not bottom?
Worthy trip.
Liger, just come talk.
Is he in the Discord?
He's not in Discord.
Oh, come on, guys.
I just noticed that.
Submit.
Wow.
Growing pains. The pain train. Attack.
First blood. It is only right that first blood should go to your king.
To forge on what will we become? Can you be
Your
forgiven?
queen moves.
Oh, great past time. Or will you have won
The pain train.
battle raged on? Oh, great warrior,
Attack.
what have you done? The oath you have taken is so heartbroken. All is undone. Ash in the sun.
Into the
Cast
bottle.
into darkness the light.
Oh, yes.
Ally or foe, maker
Hey Kyle, no OpenAI Games 1.
ally or foe, the maker only
Scream. Your bottom tower is under attack. Here, here. Your bottom tower is under attack. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I didn't need to get by that.
Feel. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit, wrong one.
Oh shit.
Quickly now. Your bottom tower has fallen. A path to pain. Thought you had that, didn't you? Suffer.
What the?
Magkano Justin?
Battle Royale. Double damage. Submit. Quickly now. Dire structures are fortified.
What's the Ravage? That's a Ravage. Maybe we can bait it out with this self. Ravage me! Come on, man.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Submit.
Woohoo, fucking region, nice.
Here, here. Battle Royale.
You're fucking screwed, bud.
The treasury grows.
Kill top.
Regeneration. No pain. Here, here. Your middle tower is under attack.
I should have used my regen before TP. Lulu doesn't know how to play any of this earth. Do you have any other combos you'd like?
The privilege.
We could probably make it happen.
The pain train.
Keep running, Lulu. Run up this hill, okay?
Oh, yes.
Never mind, you're dead.
Ah, I'm so dead.
Into the battle tribute. A path to
Can someone donate for me to play something?
Hydro Techies. But I don't think you know how to play any of those, right?
attack.
Which hero?
What? Pudge or Techies?
Nope.
Quickly now.
Oh shit. So Kyle, when you say pick one, does that mean she can pick any hero she chooses? Is that what you're implying? Yeah, Gaming OG, thanks for subscribing. And thank you, Blend, for thanking him. Hello, Anka.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Oh, what the? I fucking blinked for no reason.
Forward.
What? Missed the last hit?
Attack. Reign of pain. Your top tower is under attack. Your
Look at this shit bottom. It's fucking hilarious.
ecstasy.
Oh my god.
Agony.
This Wraith King is getting no CS. He's just fucking with me.
Nice job. Curry's dead.
Forward. Into the bottle. The pain train. Invisible.
Ready top, I'm coming.
I've got my one.
I scream bloody murder.
Hey, Lagger, come try.
Scream.
What the f-
Oh, yes.
Can you stack this? 54? Can you stack this?
Oh, yes.
I just run downward. Thanks. Okay, that's good job.
Here, here. Queen. As I. Oh, yes. Your middle tower is under attack. Shield.
he's TPing.
Oh, yes.
Oh yes! Hello, Sriracha.
Battle Royale. Swiftly.
Yeah, I already have Desolator, okay, Brood?
Pain tolerance increases.
Yeah.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Quickly now. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. A path to pain.
Hey Kyle, so what was your request? What was Kyle's request? Oh, anything?
I think to play anything, yeah. Kyle, we can choose one of the heroes that I play.
To the battle. Worthy trip. Your middle tower is under attack. Pain train. The
Kill Red
enemy's
King,
bottom
Brood
tower
Mother?
has fallen.
He can teleport. Hey, press E. You can?
Oh my god, I was so far away.
Yeah, I didn't think
I
he
don't
would
have-
be that smart, to be honest.
Oh, yes.
I'm too slow.
Oh my god, this is not where I mean. Teleport.
Yeah, I know.
Kill Ogre.
Oh, yes.
Let's go to Sky 2. Oh no, Nice Stalker. This is very interesting. Welcome to that. I'm getting up.
Oh shit. So many.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's a shame our jungle Pangolier and Bloodseeker are jungle.
That's okay, they're just 2k, 1k, man.
Your middle tower is under attack. Bringing the pain. Your middle tower is under attack. Quickly now.
Hey, Brood, can we kill that? Hey,
Perhaps. If I have many charges. There's also
Hey.
a tied to the season.
don't use your E yet, okay?
Yep.
Yeah, if he tries to TP, then you use it.
Oh, fuck me, man.
Never mind, I'm gonna go... Never mind, back it up.
Royal path.
I don't want to fight Tide at all.
Okay, he doesn't have Ravage though.
I'd still want to fight him.
Your bottom tower is under
It's
attack.
actually kind of powerful.
Forward. Your bottom tower is under attack. As I do. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh god. Oh, I thought he cast the stun.
There's a regen top.
I'm not
Oh.
ready.
Oh, Tide took it.
Man.
Forward. Dire's courier has been killed. A path to pain. A royal path.
Are we really gonna give up like our tier 2 and our jungle that easy?
No, we just lost these ones.
The pain train. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. is under attack. Rain and hail. Radiant structures are fortified. Here, here. The enemy's top tower has been denied. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Roll on them. Let's go.
Nice.
Thank you. Thanks, but I'm going back to base.
Hey, can you guys apply pressure on the map? All of you?
Yeah.
Forward. As I will. Your pain, my gain. Suffer.
Get back, Lagger. Get back, Lagger.
Yes. Your queen moves. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Yes. The pain train. Not yet. More. Forward. Worthy tribute. Oh, yes. Bottle Royale.
For the twins.
Quickly now. A royal path. Double damage. Here, here.
Let's go on ogre.
Coming.
Don't use your E until he starts to try to TP.
He gave up.
Sound of mind and body. Your queen moves.
Run.
A path.
Run. Run.
As I will. A royal path. Here, here. Oh, yes. Quickly.
Direct Raving Rune.
Into the bottle. Yes.
Dagger, come shrine. Dagger, come shrine.
I feel like we're not applying enough pressure
Blows.
on all the lanes.
Here, here.
Like,
Quickly now.
we can kill this Wraith King in like 2 seconds. Actually, it's 3. Never mind.
You didn't know that you shouldn't use sound effects?
The pain.
But okay, well, it's okay, Elon, but I'm curious why you think that you should be using them.
Run.
Your queen moves.
Arms for the dead.
Invisibility. Forward. Bottle royale. Oh, yes.
There, walk away.
Side TP. And push bottom.
Oh man, that multicast.
Did not think. Not my best work. My flesh.
Oh my.
Your middle
Ah,
tower is under
I
attack.
Shadow Blade. And he multicast me again. I need this BKB so bad.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is falling.
Can you kill this ogre?
I'm far away and I don't have a TP.
Your top tower is under attack. Growing stronger. Oh, yes. Your middle tower is under attack. Forward. Your middle tower has fallen. Submit.
Alright, finally have BKB. This is the Witcher 3 soundtrack.
Your queen moves.
Okay. Nah, I think you're just really deep. Like the waves, pressure is equal to how far the waves are pushed, but like you are really deep compared to where all the other waves are.
And I can be that deep as long as you guys are doing other things elsewhere.
We can't. There's nothing for us to threaten. Like we can threaten these lane creeps here or the lane creeps over here, but like the enemy won't react to that.
I need to go answer the door.
Okay. You can DC and we can pause for you.
Pay for the privilege.
Hello, Topik. I'm good. How are you? Hey, Kyle. The sound effects.
I'm asking, I guess, for solutions. How do we
Okay.
win this?
I think you need a ward. I think maybe you need a sentry.
I
and
know I
Zither.
need a ward, and the wards are always out of stock. It pisses me off.
All right, ask
I
for
do
it.
have one though.
I think we can't apply pressure if the lanes are not pushed. For us to push the lanes, you have to wait sometimes. Like if you're here, but the waves are like, you know, past the river.
Wait, so like if I had more vision, I could jungle, but we have like bullshit fucking wards like this. So
Your supports
I
are
don't know.
1k and 2k. So you have to do a really
Yeah.
active job at like delegating.
Can you guys never buy the last ward? Just leave at least one.
And you can tell that to Lulu when she gets back. You want to see my audio settings, so Carney? Sure. Oh, Johnny, come play some games.
Like yeah, I have no like the real problem is I have no vision and I have no idea that there's like literally their entire team running like that until it's like way too late.
Yeah, I'm back.
I think if you don't have the vision, you have to be a little bit more cautious.
Right.
Like these guys are actually more farmed than we are. You're very farmed, but besides me and you, that we don't really have any other farm anywhere else. So,
Yeah.
but still, like strength in numbers, you know.
Hey, Johnny.
No offense. Oh, yes. My bindings tighten. Your middle tower is under attack. Here, here.
I'm picking butterfly. What do you think?
As I will.
They're all right click.
Do you have BKB yet?
I don't know. Seems like play to lose. I don't know. What do
I
you
think
think?
if you get BKB, it's almost impossible for them to kill you. Like they would have to bash you.
Forward.
Yeah. Let's fight here.
I have very little mana and HP, and my BKB's down. Yeah, you can go like glass cannon build, but I just feel like sometimes if you just build slightly more defensively, rather than becoming a glass cannon, you can still be very high DPS, but impossible to kill.
Oh, yes.
Hey Lulu, Mr. Not a Booster doesn't want you to ever buy the last word so that he can have the opportunity to buy it, just in case you need vision specifically somewhere on the map.
Okay.
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna pressure the Rex if they're gonna go mid.
Okay, just saying that the other lanes are very not that.
I would appreciate if the rest of the team could fix that.
Oh yeah, I'm not jungling for sure.
Royal path.
Okay.
Here, here. Quickly now. The page.
Sorry, Broodmother, what did you say that you were gonna push? They're back. Blissseeker.
These Rex, but they all moved, so not anymore.
The lane's pretty far, isn't it? Anyways, I had to deal with this wave top, so I'm not gonna be pressuring anything important. Get back. Oh, you can.
Here, here. I'm not ready. Oh,
Okay, so I dropped the ward in the base. If you need it, you can take it.
As I will.
Cinder Kwong. My top 100? No.
Pain train.
If you guys want a team fight mid, I'll team fight mid.
I'm actually going back to waste the mana.
Your queen moves. Dire's courier has been killed.
I think rushing Abaddon is in at rush.
I feel like we're like, this is bad. All this bullshit up here is bad.
Hey, Broodmother.
Roshan has fallen.
I see that you're very good at jungling and you're very good at cutting lanes, but you're not very good at keeping your creeps with you. And you can't apply pressure if you don't keep your creeps with you.
Forward.
I think you don't realize how much they're pushing this bottom lane.
Swiftly.
We might have to fight mid.
Okay.
Yeah, get ready.
The pain train.
Wait, don't go too far out in mid. Like, you don't have to go down the hill if you don't have to. I've been cutting mid.
Here, here. A path. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, so mid's been cut twice, so you should be really careful bottom. They should be all converging towards you, so you should just... Except Night Stalker.
Into the bottle. Worthy twist.
I got abyssaled
To pain.
by their
Into
entire
the
team.
bottle.
So, Wraith King's gonna be your cat and you're the mouse. You're, gonna be doing 1 vs 2, 1 vs 3, etc.
Oh, yes. Attack. Here, here. Swiftly. Your queen moves. Oh, yes. The enemy's top tower has fallen. As I will.
So, okay, do I buy boots of travel here and like cut them or something? Or split them
Hold on
rather?
a second.
Because I don't understand
Where's,
how we do
oh,
this.
Penguin's dead, huh? What the fuck, dude?
Your middle
This guy's got Basher too.
has fallen. Your middle barracks has
Yeah,
fallen.
they got a lot of shit from me.
Suffer. Your bottom tower has
Oh,
fallen.
my TP got cancelled.
Well, I guess that's GG then,
Your
guys.
bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has
Where
fallen.
the fuck that Night Stalker?
I would like to defend this last grass. if you can.
That's good.
I am getting bashed with a BKB on. Holy fuck. There we go, let's kill this guy now.
But did I use my shield?
What a throw. Holy fuck.
I'm sorry.
Awesome.
Did you say
Why couldn't we do that like a long time ago?
They never went high ground.
Do I need MKB for Radiance? I don't know.
I think it's what, 17%? I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I feel like with Insatiable Hunger, though, I really don't want to
Not
miss.
yet.
I mean, it's up to you. It's 17%.
Train.
I mean, it's that or Butterfly, basically, I think.
I think Butterfly's really good because then it stops them from
Enemy's middle tower.
Skarma bashing.
Oh, yes.
Can we take Shrines? I'm gonna be... I think High Ground's are terrible as well.
I'm good. Hey, Bloodseeker, can you Blood Rage me? Come here. Dawson, come here. Shrines?
A path to pain. Here, here.
We cannot take shrines. We didn't take a tower.
The fuck, man? We've got Sheepstick. Disciblade.
Holy shit.
The pain train.
I have buyback to get wrecked.
It's not time yet. Oh, yes. As I I'm not ready.
Nice.
Oh, yes. I'm not ready. Quickly.
Red King's almost up. Do I buy back here?
You might have to. I'm dead.
Okay, that's easy. Thank you very much.
Ooh, this fight is looking promising.
Thank you all for being so nice in this fight. Can I get a disable here? No,
Was on
Don't
cooldown.
have any.
I'm gonna get a Abyssal for that sure.
Immortal, yes. Yes.
I think we got far that fast.
I mean, he was there.
Interesting game.
Hmm. What was Roshan
Roshan
talking
is
about?
up.
You
It's
sure?
up. I'm there.
Long live your queen.
Can we get some vision?
This looks bad, man.
I'm under attack.
Can we get back? Where are you?
Oh shit.
Your top
I'll be right back.
has
Going to the
fallen.
bathroom 1 minute.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy now has megaways.
Be right back, Tim.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Radiant victory. No.
You're welcome, Vada.
I think I'm done for today. I'll let Johnny play instead.
Alright. GG Jocelyn, thanks for playing. Yeah, vibe, I tried my best. Ugh. No, I prefer not to switch accounts because then I just fall asleep. Man, what a shit build.
I'm back.
That seemed like a winnable game, but just somehow we couldn't execute. What do you think I could have done better?
I think you need to keep your creep wave with you. I noticed that there were a lot of times where you were jungling
it's
and cutting.
really fucking hard with skeletons, though. Like, I don't know how to deal with it.
Hmm. Great question to that problem. I've never played that matchup. Let me think about it.
So, like, the problem is, like, the skeletons keep respawning,
Ice King.
and they have way more damage and HP than my spiders, and they end up killing a lot of spiders.
It's kind of a stalemate for the two of you, huh?
Yeah, I feel like short of like really crazy like individual spiderling micro, like it's just too hard. Like I'd have to do like Enigma style kiting. I feel like.
So when you got Diffusal, what was preventing you from running at him besides any rotations?
Wraith King?
Yes.
He always had Ogre with him.
Oh, okay.
No, but I killed him a few times when he finally was alone.
Okay, I see.
And I was finally strong enough. Yeah, in a 1v1, I was not scared of Wraith King after about 15 minutes. The problem was I felt like our whole team was in the jungle all the time, and there were always 4 next to me, and I didn't have vision for a long time, so I couldn't snowball fast enough.
I think maybe you need to frequently just communicate that you need vision and to leave a ward on the courier or something like that. Preemptively, you know, before it becomes a problem. Ward and sentry.
Yeah. I feel like in successful games, I end up taking every single lane of towers, and I didn't do that this game because I just felt so trapped.
I think this is hard for another game because of the Night Stalker, and also Wraith King seems to have cancelled you out in terms of pushing capabilities.
Yeah.
Tide
I
is also
feel like
doesn't
this
give a shit about you.
This Night Stalker wasn't that good. I've seen worse Night Stalkers than him. And then the other thing is, like, Tide got Moonshard in, like, this meme build, and I feel like we should have punished him for that, and we didn't. Like, I feel like Abaddon shouldn't be able to build crit stick and still win a game. But
Hey, Johnny.
Hello.
Long time no play together.
Long indeed.
Yeah, just like...
Hey.
Your turn to ban.
I know it's been too long.
Indeed.
5 seconds.
Too long.
Your turn to pick.
Yeah, anyways, yeah, that Night Stalker. I'm not a Brood player, but I would think that Night Stalker just running at you is probably pretty scary.
yeah, and I agree, it is. However, that Night Stalker never did that, and yet
really?
they were still applying enough pressure to me that I felt scared most of the time.
Oh, actually, the real reason we lost is because of my build that I was forced to go. Not sure if you knew that.
Yeah,
I think I told you. Right?
It seems strange that you were doing like in some cases I felt like it was what stalled the game,
Your
but
turn to pick.
in other cases I felt like we shouldn't be at the point where you're needing to lane cut. Like I felt like we should have just been killing them all the time. Like pretty much any of their heroes, as long as I have hunger up, I could have killed them.
I think they have an easier to execute draft. Like if they,
right,
like they can run at you. You know, like we're very bad at running at them, but they're very good at running at us. So we actually just had to straight up outplay them.
Huh.
Yeah. All 5 of their heroes are so tanky, and whereas like we need to land like, you know, sick chain frost, we have to rupture the right person. Right. Pangolier has to land his swashbuckles and roll correctly. So it's just we have to have lots of skill to outplay them, and a good build on Quap.
Why don't we ever just get run at you drafts then? Like even this draft is not a run at you draft, really.
Well, I mean like some drafts are easier to execute, but they're not necessarily superior. It just depends on how you utilize it.
Do you want mid or do I want mid?
I don't know. Do you want mid or you want safe lane?
I'm kind of thinking Legion best hero.
Okay.
I don't really care where I go though.
Well, I don't want mid. I'm just
I think Wisp is going to be their mid.
I'm going to play Void, whatever lane. And you guys might get Chrono, just saying.
Alright, I think we should look at what mid they get. I think I can handle mid. I don't know. What do you think? I think you can also handle mid as well. So, but it's kind of a toss.
I think LC's probably just a tiny bit better than Void, just because you can dispel
Okay.
chains. And also in a right click
Right.
battle, you actually just win.
Oh yeah, I know. All right, let's do it.
Sounds good. I look like OG Anna? Shit. Well, Tushar, let me tell you my secret. Have you ever seen me and Anna in the same room?
From a place beyond time, and time beyond counting, it shall be.
Prepare for battle.
I go. Face forward.
What do I think about Razor this patch? He's good. Hello, Echo. Have a good night, Kyle. Thanks for the games, Jocelyn. Hello, Riza. Thanks for the luck, Nick. Pat, you're scared, Birdman.
The march of time. Attack.
This one is in the bag.
A path foreseen.
Seconds to battle.
Dark portents ahead. Road to oblivion.
Come stun the rune. Stop doing what you're doing, Lulu.
Time
Begins.
Walk away, Lulu. Walk away from this right now.
Time is the cruelest cut.
Stun once and run.
Yes. It must be. My path unspools.
Wait, don't TP.
Time
Okay, now TP.
flows. Dark portents ahead. Inexorable. Time's up. You get nothing. Face your doom.
Fuck.
Foreseen is forearmed.
Alright, I need you to get level
Final shot.
mana drain level 1 at level 2 and start sucking these guys through.
Okay.
Especially the
Feel my
BB.
mace.
Okay.
Your end comes. Road to oblivion. It shall be.
Go on, BB. Yeah, keep going. Run, chase him.
Face forward.
Back off a bit. You can switch to the line. I mean, literally.
The march of time.
Never mind. Just back up.
Face the future.
Waste my time chasing.
Forget it. My path unspools.
Alright, he has no mana.
Yes. A path foreseen.
Keep attacking them.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Oh, he died.
Why
Good.
did that happen?
Yeah, just run.
Gold is forever.
Pull, please, pull. Run to the small camp and pull right now. Thanks.
Dark portents ahead.
Remember, just lost mid.
Nice.
Just
It
now.
shall be.
100%.
I go. Face forward. My path unspools. Time to fight. Road to oblivion. A path foreseen. Yes. Ha! Time flows. Your time runs out.
Oh, Liger's not even in Discord, is he?
Is forearmed. The march of time. Time flows. I'm here. The march of time.
When Rubik clicks me like that, you have to click him back.
A path foreseen. Attack.
Lulu, you can think of laning as like a dance, you know? Like, it's a game of trades, right? Like, I click you, you click me. I click you, click me. He clicks my partner, I click him. That kind of thing, right? But when you just like... When I'm just getting beaten, but you do nothing, we're losing the trade. Can you get the runes? Go grab runes, forget the pull.
Face forward.
I'm gonna grab runes, Liger. You grab ours.
I don't think Liger heard you, right?
Road to oblivion.
Yeah, I forgot.
Grab the other one too. Grab the other one.
I go.
Oh shit.
You can keep going. Here, you have a hex. I see you have hex.
Indeed.
Hex him. Stun. Good chain.
Yes.
Next time, just keep running.
Foreseen is forearmed. It shall be. Inexorable. Primal shard. Dark portents ahead. Your time runs out. A path foreseen. No. Face your doom. Face forward. The march of time. Inexorable.
Hey, you suck on Lulu. What's up?
Road to oblivion.
I'm going to go pull.
Dark portents ahead. My powers grow. Yes. My path unspools. I go.
What the fuck?
Time flows. It shall be. I go. It shall be. Time's up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The march of time.
Back it up just a bit. Keep running. Keep running.
Time flows.
Keep running. Keep running. Don't stop. Use your wand. Use your wand, please. Use your wand.
Ah, shit.
Holy crap, 20 charges too.
Okay, Lulu, you need to put your wand on a hotkey
Yeah.
that when you panic, you can press at any time. I use spacebar. Like if you like your left hand mouse, sorry, your left hand, your thumb probably rests on spacebar naturally, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the spacebar is a really good button for panicking.
Dark portents ahead. Face forward. Face forward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Time flows.
Ember is feeding now.
Road to
Nice, intentionally.
I mean, not intentionally, he just
Oh, okay.
sucks.
oblivion. Dark portents ahead.
He's frustrated, and he's converting that into feeding.
Das ist gut.
I go.
Double damage.
Yo, JT. How's Texas,
The march
homie?
of time. My path unspools. Yes. Foreseen is forearmed.
Oh,
The
you. Oh,
enemy's
that guy's really
middle
low. What the
tower
fuck?
has fallen.
Yep.
Can you go grab runes? Go challenge the runes. Here, let's go together.
I am also coming to challenge.
Time flows.
Oh, why don't you stun the pig?
Oh, shit.
The march of time.
Alright, I'm here for moral support.
Sharpens.
Eugene, do
I'm
you
here
want
to
the
just
ward?
say yes. Challenger here.
Inexorable.
Canada's good, man.
Face the future. Out of time. Dark portents ahead. Attack. It must be. It shall be. A path foreseen. Yes.
Ogre is here now.
Time to fight. I'm here. My path
Gonna come top.
unspools.
Alright.
Face forward.
We should be able to kill almost all
Yeah.
of them, probably.
Road to
Kill this guy?
oblivion.
Mine?
Foreseen.
Naga's missing.
Forearmed.
Mine,
Also,
come stun
there's
the
a
pig.
huge stack down here.
Your top tower is under attack.
Time flows.
Nice Chrono.
Thank you.
Holy fuck, man. 9k Chrono.
That's a rage buyback.
It's a 9k Chrono. Rage buyback.
My path
Next level.
unspools.
Literally next level fucking Chrono. I want to see the replay for how you actually cast that shit.
Inexorable.
How long it took and so on.
You're in
I want to dive this river.
Oh,
shit.
shit.
Time walk. Very nice.
Yes. It shall be. Foreseen is forearmed.
Your top tower. is
Muhammad,
under
glad you like
attack.
the haircut?
Face forward.
No!
Foreseen is forearmed. Your time runs out. Foreseen is forearmed.
Should I pull?
No.
Dark
You should go to other
portents
lanes.
ahead.
Dire structures are fortified.
My control improve. Road to
Let's
oblivion.
do a crystal back. I guess we get a stun and all that shit.
Face your doom.
Wow.
No stun, just straight finger.
Oh yeah.
Open the eye style.
Primal shard. The march of
The
time.
enemy's top tower has fallen.
A path
I'm gonna blink
foreseen.
dual Rubik.
Yes. Attack.
Nah.
Ooh.
Fate takes you. Road to oblivion.
I'm gonna come to fight.
I tracked the right one.
Okay, good.
Then we can meet.
Lion, stun the Ember.
Inexorable. I'm here.
Hey, Elsie, maybe you should stay. Never
It
mind.
shall be.
You get it? Yeah, right. No, he has no mana.
My path unspools.
Bountiful.
I'm here. The march of time.
Why they had an observer ward there, I don't know.
I go.
Sometimes people just put down wards just for the sake of putting them down.
Yeah, look at me, I'm supporting. I put down wards. So
Yep.
good.
A path foreseen. Dark portents ahead. Must be.
Careful one.
A path
Well
foreseen.
played.
Thank you.
Banged my drums. You guys are fast.
Beat you like a drum!
March of time.
The enemy's bottom tower
Come on,
has
Crystal
fallen.
Maiden Legger. Let's go kill the pig.
Time flows. Not yet. Time is the
Got your mana.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm here.
Never mind. Motivational support.
You become past tense.
Your top
Face
tower
forward.
is under attack.
Road to oblivion.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dark portents ahead. So it must be.
Ember right here.
I go.
He's scared. And he...
You should be scared.
I don't know if he has vision there. Nah, you can't really deduce that.
I mean, I walk through their tower, so.
Yeah.
My path unspools.
Radiant's turret
Poke.
has been killed.
Use the courier.
Yes.
I want to kill Rubik. And Ember.
Dark portents ahead. Time to fight.
Oh shit.
I
Ooh, thank you, Mr. Nago.
go. Face forward.
Chrono? Oh, that's our Crystal Maiden. Fuck.
Yep.
That was okay.
Oh, now get back. Get back, 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 get back.
Easy bye bye.
Running.
Got him. It's too deep to turn back. Go big or go home.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta fall in.
A path foreseen.
Naga's got nothing.
Hello,
except,
anyone in chat? I haven't
Campus
seen you guys say
Palace.
anything for a while.
My
Maybe
path
most of you guys are sleeping.
unfolds.
Hello, stream chat.
Time quickens.
Thanks, Lou.
It shall
You're
be.
welcome.
Hello, Logan. Hello,
Face the
Milan.
future. Your end comes.
This can't be the real Naga, yeah. That's what- They're all missing. I don't know where they went.
Ended. Road to oblivion.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Hello, Gunter. Hello, Harsh.
I
Yeah,
What
found
is
him.
this?
most of the people who watch my stream are Asians,
these motherfuckers.
and it's quite late in Asia, so I get it.
The march of
Hello,
time.
Viraj.
Your middle
So, why didn't you guys think I should buy next?
Time to fight. It's
Following the Rubik.
middle tower is under attack.
face your doom.
Who gave him a stun?
I did.
Time flows.
What?
Time is money.
How you doing, bounty hunter? Not grabbing the bounty.
Face forward.
Secret shop.
Wait, what?
You ran past it at first.
Feel my face. Time's up.
Mango.
I'm here.
Manta. Actually, yeah, Manta's pretty good. So I can get a chains, I can get a net. I can.
Foreseen.
Those are the biggest reasons. And maybe we'll get Manta.
Primal shard.
It's not even that I feel lonely. It's just that I want to keep you guys engaged.
Time is the
Like I have 4 people I could be talking to on the stream, right? I mean, in my game. But my job as a streamer is also to talk to some of you guys. So you know.
Did you catch it?
Your time runs out.
He's Chrono mid.
He has finger.
Not anymore.
Well fought.
Yes.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
A path foreseen.
There's no song.
Face the future.
The enemy's middle
have a Bristol
tower
back?
has fallen.
Yeah, they have a
Your
They have a
back.
Bristol back?
tower is under
I didn't see him all game.
Cut.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Huwag tumulong sa our team. What?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, we don't really need these range trap. I should start running. Oh, lagger with the open AI plays!
attack.
Come on, keep moving and keep spamming that. Show me your open AI capabilities. Never mind, I'm gonna leave you. See you later.
Road
Did,
to
did they
oblivion.
do that in the OpenAI bots?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they
CM
did
was
spam.
next level, 9k CM.
At least he was stupid and put the
What the fuck?
sentry right there.
Your top tower is under attack.
Dark
you want to turn?
portents ahead. Double damage.
Okay.
You can come to the shrine. Or mid, actually.
Top tower is under attack.
She has no, what do you call it?
I am very, 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 very low.
Path unspools. I'm under attack.
So rude, man. I was TPing to top
Foreseen.
to farm top, and then he just
Your helmet's
fucking.
off. I am coming as fast as I can.
Oh, we wouldn't play sec. I have chrono in like 2 seconds.
Tide.
No school like the old.
I'm not ready. Your time runs out. My control.
I almost got that trap
Your
off.
chronology.
Wah, wah.
Are we going for this? I'll go for this.
Yeah. Are you a pussy?
drums.
Are you a pussy? Are you a pussy?
I am a
That's it.
That's okay. You're a girl.
Oh, man. I'm out of drum charges.
Inexorable.
You can buy another drum thingy. The rest.
I could. I just wanted to run really quickly so that I can get that track.
Time flows. I'm here. Time to fight.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
You're a girl, Alex?
Attack.
I'm Ron Burgundy. Is it just me or does Lulu sound like Marzia? Who?
It shall be.
Who dat?
Yes. It's not time. Time's up.
Can I get a fucking bash on this guy?
I'm here. A path foreseen.
PewDiePie's
Enemy's
Italian
bottom
girlfriend?
tower has
Oh.
fallen.
I have no idea.
Did Rubik?
Yeah, Ruby killed me, and I won.
Damage donation.
Time flows.
Damage donation, yeah.
The march of time.
I'm gonna try and run this road.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm gonna end the game while you do that.
I'm gonna get Sanjin Yasha.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Face your doom.
He steal my ability, and then he just.
Dark portents ahead.
He stole your ability. I stole his gold and his.
The enemy's bottom barracks
Worth it.
This cut.
I wanna duel somebody right now.
Your time runs out. My path unspooled.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Maybe.
Top barracks has fallen.
You wanna dive fountain? You got anything on dive fountain? Come here. What the?
You missed
You missed.
Naga! what is this?
Oh my god, Naga, why you there? Why you there? Kill the bounty hunter!
I went too deep.
Good.
A timely increase in power. The march of time. I'm here. Time to fight. A death foretold. Yes. Road to oblivion. I'm here. Face forward.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Go.
It shall be.
Me.
Aw, GG.
GG. Do I not like playing position 5? What makes you think that I don't? I play position 5 all the time. Tushar, don't tell them my real identity. Jesus, man. How's Batman gonna go around being Batman when you just yell at Bruce Wayne like that, huh? GG, Zaraj. Don't pick Ember. I think Ember was picked before, was it not? Oh no, it was 10th pick Ember. Hey, fucker! I looked it up, frag. It's fitty. Hi, Russian guy. Heavy Raj, I mean, you can send it. You can post it on. Actually, I'm not really interested in watching your video just because when you played more than 10,000 games, you've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of chronos. 5-man chrono, blah blah. Yeah, just not that interested. Not trying to be a dick. It's just. And also, I would not show it on stream because that's advertising. Also, I've watched a lot of Miracle and Mid 1 and stuff, right? Like 10k players.
Alright, back. I can accept the queue. Okay.
Yeah, Viraj, I have seen a lot of shit, man. Trust me. Have you ever played RTZ? Yeah. Hello, Eunice. What do you think about PA using Mjolnir? I don't think it's good because the lightning damage isn't amplified by his ultimate, right?
Just in time.
Like Viraj, unless you're like a 7k player or higher, chances are I'm not gonna be really impressed by these plays. Like even if you have like, you know, Elder Titan ultimate, meatball, that kind of stuff, right? It's just I've just seen way too much shit to be impressed, you know what I mean?
Your turn to ban.
But yeah, if you're like Miracle and then you're like somehow you super intelligently predicted like a Chronosphere or something like that, I'd be oh damn, that was intelligent. But as far as like wombo combos go, it's just not that impressive to me.
Your turn.
Yeah, Chronosphere, Meatball, Cataclysm, Tide Alt, all that. No, it's just no. I've seen too much shit.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. 10 seconds seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Most underrated heroes like him. He has the highest win rate, but people don't really play him because they don't think he's fun. You don't really kill that many heroes. More of the time you're just a pusher.
Your turn.
Do I stream every day? Yeah. What happens when you Omni Slash someone in Grimstroke's ultimate? Nothing happens. So for Omni Slash to exist, there has to be a Juggernaut. And now I know what you're thinking, it'll double the Omni Slash, but the thing is, it doesn't create 2 instances of Juggernaut. So in fact, Omni Slash is one of the exceptions to Grimstroke's ultimate, whereas you just cannot just have 2 Juggernauts Omni Slashing 2 different targets simultaneously. Yeah, I've wondered this myself.
Are you going
before.
mid, Ember?
Surprise me. Wraith King? Why Wraith King? I've never seen you play Wraith King.
Nah, I just randomly picked a hero.
Oh, did you? Oh.
I wanted to play some sort of strength hero.
It's got to be the easiest mid matchup ever.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to skill my skill points just yet, but I'm theory crafting it now.
Like as soon as he does his death pulse, you just activate your flame guard. Easy damage.
I am Ember Spirit. Harmony must be earned. It's as certain as my choice.
Yeah, Lich Ult is one of the best Grimstroke combos.
Mars and anti-mage round.
Be wary. Be cautious.
Oh yeah,
Is it a random Ember Spirit? No. If you wanted to find out, you could always just pause the live stream replay.
I think their Mars is probably bad at Mars.
There's nothing you can do about last pick Meeple Smurfs. And
I
mean, you could always have like you could always make a policy to yourself and say like, you know what, I'm always gonna pick a hero like Winter Wyvern, Sven, or whatever counters this. But besides that, there's no way.
Probably their highest MMR.
Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
A journey without end.
Maybe if you had Maledict, we might be able to kill somebody, but...
I think that's a very difficult task. Whereas Witch Doctor Q, it can guarantee you the rune, and that's a victory in itself.
The battle begins.
Nobody bought him.
On and on again. They will learn
Now
balance.
see, if we can Maledict him, I could slow him.
What danger
I did not expect to be only one bottom.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I feel like at the same time, with like Brew plus Witch Doctor, we don't really need to be coconut to heal somebody. Like if I get a crit off while he's maledicted, that's pretty much dead.
I think you're overestimating a level 1 Maledict. It's really weak, man.
Yeah,
Mars has like what, 800 HP?
I lost to a level 1 Maledict when we played OpenAI.
Say again?
I lost to a level 1 Maledict.
Hey, you died, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
twice when we played
OpenAI. They know what's up.
Only begun.
Level 1 Maledict.
No path, but through.
All
Going to
action is reaction. Fear not the forest. The stalwart flame.
Denied.
You face the flame. The road is endless.
Did I dodge that? I can't tell.
I just missed. Nope, he's here.
Flame lights the way. A trial by fire. Balance in all things.
Oh god, I'm waiting.
Ignite the flame god.
Oh, it's that one.
Shall teach you.
Actually, I should just kill myself. Fuck.
The way is clear.
You always think about the perfect play afterwards. Oh my god! My Sao was useless.
Comforting rule of a generation.
I know. Thank you. I know, I was like, one of us is gonna die for sure. and it might be me. It's a very good chance that it's gonna
Also,
be
I
me.
think when he comes
But we're gonna
forward,
try.
like near a tower, you should
Keep it
have
interesting.
You get all the stuff off. I'd go like level 2.
Be wary. Be cautious.
Okay.
Fear not the forest. The stalwart flame flickers. Never refuse gold given. All
I think you should go
all
first.
men.
Coconut Maledict. And then I'll do
Seriously?
my...
Not enough damage?
You will be seared.
That'd be kind of cool. He's like, you see this? He's got a creep and himself. And that's it.
Yeah, I'm coming.
But now it's a little late. He's got more creeps.
The flame protects captured in the flame.
I missed. I'm dead.
Serenity.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you missed the timing there.
Oh my god, I might be dead here. I'm dead.
You and
No!
nothing more to teach.
Sweet sexes.
Fucking Pedge.
A journey without end. Approach if you dare. No path but through. Yeah.
You fucking
Mars is
bitch!
coming to you, Mr. Ember.
It's fine. Thanks for the warning.
The way is clear. Flame lights the way. Ah, that was not yours.
Seriously? I didn't chain him. Amazing, man. Amazing.
The road is
I go.
Pudge is back here again.
all action is reaction. Destiny.
Oh my god, does he have mana? He has no mana! Oh my, what am I scared of? Help!
I'm not coming with Shock Without.
Oh my wand!
I'm just running around.
I'm so
I
slow!
don't think he can kill me.
Fuck!
Okay, they can kill me. There were
Oh
three
wow,
there.
we're so behind in kills. I have to pick up the slack.
I'm not worried.
Sacrifice paid.
This Mars is
Your
done.
middle tower is under attack.
Man, I don't know if it's worth it. Just fucking wait here. All these creeps die. Why wait for my boot money?
And be burned.
God, that was a waste of time.
Come and learn. Behold my searing chains.
Dazzle's missing.
None escape my fire.
What the fuck? Where's the Liger?
No chance. Carry, be cautious. Carry forth the flame. Oh, what plans I had, tricksters rule, be ensnared in fire. All out of mana, what must be discovered?
I'm dead!
And
Bad enough.
Divine Rapier is good.
like with... Okay.
I hope you guys are entertained. Are you not entertained? I try to play really divey on my Smurf.
Let stillness guide thought. The stalwart flame entered in the flame.
Fudge is here, Fudge is.
You feed the flame. The way is clear. What dangers lie here?
Yeah, I got range up.
We
Fuck,
get-
it still hit me, dude. Easy.
Prepare for a lesson.
I don't know. I need to get level 6.
Anyone want to help?
No.
Never mind.
Yep.
Balance
Nope, still diving.
all things.
Oh, I don't have a TP.
Open approach.
Your top
You're
tower
ready with a
is under
stun.
attack.
Let's do it.
Be swift.
God, man. I'm having troubles killing this guy. Not gonna lie.
Your top tower is under attack.
On and
Easy.
You fucking bitch.
If I can get level 6, we can kill him. That's what I meant to say.
walk.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh my god. I'm having so much trouble.
A journey without end. It must
Okay, maybe we
be
just play a
done.
farm game. You know, I stopped trying to kill him. Just play farm game.
And yet, they persist. Destiny awaits us all. My image steps forth. Flame lights the way. Harmony must be earned.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can kill him, but it's
Fear
just
not the forest.
any spot that can see the
Dire
rune.
structures are fortified.
The road is endless. You will
This
be
fucker is back.
feared.
It's still hitting me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, I'm gonna give you one bottle charge. You just press Q, okay? Actually, maybe he's kind of deep right now. Maybe if he pushes down, while I collect these runes.
You could have just used your ult, right?
Rune and never refuse go.
Your middle tower
Necro
is
going
under
top for
attack.
haste.
What dangers lie
Is there
here?
anything?
Warm to the touch. Hurry to the fray. Be
Your
ins-
top tower is under attack.
I shall
Okay.
teach you.
Alright. That's that. I have ult now.
All paths
I would-
find serenity.
Oh, I'm dead. I forgot about my wand.
A trial by fire.
I think you would have died either way.
Yeah. Maybe if I managed to stay alive a little bit longer, I could have killed one.
Nah, I don't think you would have stayed alive. Once AM ulted you, you were kind of just dead.
Oh yeah.
A test of training.
How many wand charges do you have? Because you remember when you get mana, you get to take less damage
Lesson.
from mana void.
Well, she was ulting when he
Chance.
ulted her. don't think she saw the
Fuck!
thing coming.
Burn more bright. A journey without end.
Tired of this.
You
Hey Eunice, if you look in description of stream, you'll see all the equipment listed.
The road is endless. Ignite the flame god.
He's too far away from any creeps for that stun to have worked.
It's okay, dude. People don't know what they don't know, right?
I shall spin wisely. Your end has come.
What item am I going for? Probably Maelstrom.
Your top tower is under attack.
It must be done.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be wary. Be cautious. Come and learn humility.
This guy's really good at getting runes, huh? That's not even the real one! Necrophos might be bottom. He might be bottom. Necrophos.
You gotta wait for him to do that before you.
Yeah.
Like he's not good at all at using that. So just wait for him to use it first.
No path, but
Radiant structures are fortified.
I shall.
Wow.
Pretty sure he's dead.
Careful, Necrophos. Oh, those were both fixed. We're Necrophos mid.
Destiny aflame.
I don't have any mana.
You cast
The
no
way is
shadow
clear.
now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Stas is such a fucking man.
Harmony must be earned.
Is that gonna kill him?
Middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna die. Oh, dude, he's surviving, dude.
You're really deep, Lulu.
If you use your wand there, you could have cast Maledict. Is this spot? What button do you have bind to your wand, Lulu? What
I
button's
did
your
not
wand?
realize. I forgot about the.
Bind it right now.
No, I have a bind. It's just that I forgot that I have it. That I have
Okay. Does Mars have ult?
Same spark.
Maybe. Probably not.
The stalwart flame flickers. The flame protects me.
runes.
On and on again. I aspire to more. What must be discovered? You will be honored. A test of training.
The enemy's top tower has been denied.
Things. The stalwart flame flickers. You have no chance.
Wow.
Please, Maledict.
Or he saves it for himself, that's cool.
Is under attack.
Walk a warrior's way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You will be feared.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On and on again.
Your Your middle tower has been denied.
Road is endless. It must be done. All action
Okay.
is reaction.
Oh, Angelina just bottom.
We kill Necro?
Be swift.
He's really hard.
What must be discovered? I am not ready.
Can we get a tower somewhere?
Ready. Harmony must be earned.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You face the flame.
Careful, bottom.
A trial
Mars is gonna have ult.
Prepare for a lesson.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Can we kill Mars?
I'm running down.
Forest.
I'm kind of close.
He's dead.
What dangers lie?
The Necro's really strong. He's got his ult too.
Hurry to the fray. Did you and
I'm running.
What did
Where'd you get up? Oh, no, Ricky.
Flash behind.
I am under attack. Balance in all things. Plans I have.
Holy fuck, he's farmed.
Flames
Way more
rush
farmed than I am.
forth.
Keep running around trying to gank shit. He just fucking stays mid.
You will be honored. Did you want that? A journey without end. Come and be burned. My image steps. Be wary. Be cautious.
Nah.
Destiny awaits us all.
Stop moving, Lulu. Just stay right there.
Yeah. He used ulti.
Tis not yet time.
Can we take over their top jungle?
Is he just standing there?
Yeah.
When Dazzle's coming, he's gonna heal. And
And then,
And then die.
and then die.
Cannot do anything.
yeah, you can walk away now. Just run down.
A journey
Yeah.
without end.
Your top tower is under attack.
Captured in the flame.
Your top tower
Your
has fallen.
has come.
Get him.
Tis not yet time.
Touch.
I'm really low.
Your middle tower is
Alright, I'm
under
getting back.
attack.
All action
get hooked.
is reaction. Carry forth the flame. The way is clear. All paths find serenity. Walk a warrior's way.
Kill Necrophos.
Touch.
Use that scorching fellow. Behold my Your end has come.
What is tornadoed?
Bonded, you and I.
From the fudge.
Weakness becomes. You must train hard. The road is endless. Fear not the forest.
What the fuck? How he hit me? Dude, man, I'm so bad
Anti-mage burned
at
on my
dodging
mana.
a slate.
Can't help you guys.
It's like
I
trying to
also
bait the
don't have any
hook,
teleport spells.
then you slate when you see the hook comes, and then you still get hooked. I'm just amazed, man. Just absolutely amazed. You need to run right now. Use your thingy, the invisibility thing. Never mind, you're dead.
Yeah, dust. This time. He learned.
Radiant structures are fortified.
99% luck? Oh, okay.
Your top tower is under attack.
Who defend top?
Approach if you be on
I come.
Nice.
Your top tower is under attack.
I have blink.
for a lesson. You alive?
Nice. Lag? I don't know, lag. I think it's my fault.
Harmony.
So you got power.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Balance.
Ooh.
Flash of inspiration.
Oh shit.
Path, but
I actually used it really fast.
He was pretty slow. I think you were just slow.
Oh shit.
My my skill is slow, sorry.
You can just walk right up to where he's
I
teleporting.
mean, but it doesn't matter if you cast it before he does it. Like the land doesn't matter. I think.
Karma is a bitch, Blue? How's Karma a
test
bitch?
of training.
He's
Are you implying that I did something wrong, Gendraju?
And I all
Come and learn
please, thank you.
humility.
I am doing my best to make my way there. Oh, I'm gonna
You guys
jump this
judging me,
anti-mage.
guys. What the fuck?
Destiny awaits us all.
I jumped.
Oh fuck!
Must be
The
done.
blue panda got killed as I was teleporting to it.
What must be discovered? Death has no. Ignite the flame god.
Oh, you're all.
You
Not
face the flame.
You're dead.
Dire structures are fortified.
You're saying you
played,
killed
Ember.
them because they killed you? Are you sure that's what he's saying?
Teach you. My image steps forth.
Oh my god!
Enemy's bottom tower has
Wary.
fallen.
Nobody saw that.
All paths find serenity.
What the?
Scorching venom.
I'm dead. Oh my god, I had 3,800 gold. So trying really hard and still getting hooked equals karma? So if I try really hard at something and then I fail at it, then it's karma. So you're implying that I did something wrong in the past,
Dazzle's mid.
right?
I'm gonna go bottom.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Never mind.
Corner.
I'm just gonna hide.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You did.
2 PM.
Oh shit.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
There is peace here.
Your bottom tower is
Alright.
God.
Your middle
I didn't even know she got it.
Okay.
On my way. Oh, you're dead.
Did I play Dota 1? Yep. Ah, shit. Yes!
is under
Nice.
attack.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Okay, so what did I do wrong to deserve getting hooked? What the fuck, man? You're just like... Gendraju, do you see what you're saying, man?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your
So,
middle
for me
tower
to
has
deserve getting hooked, even though I tried hard, you're implying that I'm kind of a bad person or I did something bad, right? Like, do you see how you just sound like an asshole, man? Like, next time you fuck up something like... Let's say that, you want a job interview and you fucking fail your job interview, right? I'm gonna be like, oh, that's karma, man. You didn't deserve that job. You fucked up, son. That's a dick thing to say, man.
Flame lights the way.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Behold my searing gaze.
Nice.
The way is clear.
What the fuck?
Quashed. All action is
Nice.
reaction.
Get up. Open AI.
The stalwart flame.
Open AI. Oh no.
I should have TP'd to help you.
Fuck. That was close. I think it's.
Oh
Maybe, I
my
don't know.
wand! I forgot to found my wand again.
Cautious.
That's okay. Think of it as a training practice for wand usage.
None escape my
Nice.
You too.
I'm too serious, man. You're the one
coming to
saying
kill me.
offensive stuff, and then you're like, just joking. Like you
Well, they're
can't just say
coming to kill
whatever
you,
you want.
so
Just be just joking. Like
Is it?
Yeah.
I can't just say like, I want to fuck your mom.
They're just hiding down there
joking.
too.
Like you can't
They're
do
probably
that,
right
dude.
here, just sitting there.
It's us all.
Where's Brew gonna go?
When you say things, there are
Yeah, that- that came back
consequences. There are consequences to the things that you say, man. I have very little mana. Care, no, neck forces here.
Boots.
I still have very little mana, even with your boots.
Dire's structures
And you in his
are
hand, like you
fortified.
just came to the stream today, right? And you're like, who's always serious? Like, what the fuck, man? You don't even know me.
Be still, little knife.
Man, you
Fear
kids.
not the
Jesus.
forest. Harmony must
Stupid anti-mage thought he could handle me, huh?
Careful top. Dazzle's by himself.
I think if you spam the blink dagger, oh shit.
come and be burned. Carry forth the flame.
Oh my god.
On and on again. What must be discovered?
What the?
Lagger.
A journey without end. Balance in all things.
Oh shit.
Your top tower is under
I
attack.
shall teach you. Hurry to the fray.
Your top tower has fallen.
Burn with the radiance.
Careful mid.
Is that real? It's real. Kill this guy.
The way
Yeah, that's real.
There's a podge behind him.
be swift. Ignorance in the flame. Knowledge comes skill. The flame. Flimming. Your place is here.
Why is he just standing there? What the?
I have no idea.
I got blink in a few seconds.
I got stunned.
Going for Dazzle.
Shaved in searing.
Nice one.
Yeah, that's right.
Your top
Give me arcane root.
Anti-mage is taking our top.
Anti-mage.
radiant structures are for enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Imprisoned.
Dire structures are fortified.
A tool to teach.
Hey, I appreciate that you're a big fan
I
of me,
mean, what's
man,
the
but like,
cooldown on that thing?
Oh,
that
somebody's
doesn't give
coming
you
up
the right to
this
say
tramp.
whatever, right? Like, I'm not gonna say that I want to fuck your mom.
Your top tower
Right, yeah.
is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
I'm gonna go Bob. Well played.
Lie here. It must be done.
I need the damage.
What must be discovered? Destiny awaits us all. protect.
Oh, Pudge is here.
Warrior's way. Tis not yet time.
Hey, kill, Pudge, Brute.
I don't have teleport.
Shit.
What?
I don't think I want to teleport in anymore.
Yeah, never mind.
What even happened there?
Thought it was just the Pudge, but then it was actually the entire team.
No, I mean like you were Lotus and Lincoln's, and both of them popped somehow.
Oh,
and then
I
you
have no
still
idea.
got.
Your
It's
bottom
okay,
shrine
Eunice.
is
Just
under
don't make
attack.
assumptions about people when you don't know, right? It's kind of like Eunice. If I see you doing
Your
one
bottom
stupid thing,
tower
right?
is
Just
under
one, right?
attack.
Everyone does stupid things, right? And I'm like, Eunice is always stupid.
The enemy's
It's
top
just a little
tower
offensive.
has fallen.
Man, I am actually dead for so long. Holy shit! It was actually 130 seconds.
Should we keep pushing or defend?
Let's see. Does Wraith King have
Your
teleport?
bottom
Yeah.
shrine has fallen.
It's up to you guys.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Is Bloodstone good in this game? Well, I gotta ask you, why do you think that mana regeneration is important at all on Ember Spirit? Especially when I have
It
boots
hurts.
travel,
I
I have
need to run.
TPs, and I have bottle.
For a bit.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I'm going back.
Glad you understand, Eunice.
Oh, we lost a ton of racks.
Middle barracks has fallen.
We're still dead.
Yeah, no. Still another 38 seconds. I keep losing fight by me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hey, you guys have to deal with this catapult. There's a catapult hitting the melee rack. If you have no possibility of killing Pudge, you have to kill the catapult.
You can't die, Ember.
I wish I couldn't.
Just like don't do it.
There's 3 of them there.
Debating the teleport.
Hmm.
Like, where's Necrophos? Like, we have everyone here. Are we able to fight these guys? Like, Mars
No,
doesn't
I
have his
think we should've
ultimate,
waited
right?
For a while. We need to stall for 30 seconds.
Kill that anti-mage. Damn it.
Ooh,
push.
Really good, really good. Don't, no one go bottom. I will push that bottom, and then I will join you guys. Let's check.
I am not ready.
Give us more DPs. Ignore Dazzle.
Trial by fire.
Not worth it.
Fear not the forest.
No, honestly, I don't have mana problems, dude. Like, remember in Dota 2, there's so many problems that you can solve. Like, oh, you need Lincolns, oh, you need Yules, oh, you need Divine Reaper, oh, you need Daedalus. Yeah, those are all problems that I could solve, but that doesn't mean that you need to devote attention or resources to resolving that problem.
Rex.
Fire shall
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
It's just anti-mage. He's pretty useless
But
alone.
Dazzler's just trying to waste your time.
What an idiot.
Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. You go top before Necrophos comes back
The
up.
enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Do not TP back. I can always handle the split.
I don't have a TP.
Okay.
Enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Back after this?
Yeah, let's do it.
Easy hook.
Everybody back.
Enemy's top barracks.
I'm gonna go bottom.
No, just back,
Already
just
bottom,
back. Let him die.
Who's that scorching fellow?
You guys need a TP like right the fuck away.
Actually, like the supports, as you're finishing the Rex, you should prepare already. You should not even be standing here. You know, like as the Rex are dying. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Prepare for
I think they're gonna push down mid, maybe.
Okay, well, you just keep. Maybe I'll see if I can cut.
On and on again.
I have TP ready. Fuck yeah, bitches!
Tis not yet time.
Easy crits, easy attack speed. I'm coming back.
I can buy back if needed.
I also am coming back.
Don't die, don't die. Can't die.
I do not think we need.
Harmony must be earned.
Yeah, let's do
Lagger's
it.
got the kill.
I'm gonna TP back to bottom.
Escape my fire.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Destiny awaits us all.
Thanks.
No path, but through. Balance in all things.
Can you guys go
I'm
towards
making
Panda? Go towards Panda, please. All of
Slowly.
you.
Yep.
Yeah, everyone should be going towards Panda, except for me.
What must be discovered?
I just wanted to heal up.
Won't never refuse gold. Give it.
I need help. I'm gonna get necroed.
Oh my god.
Lights the way.
Hey guys, my TP got cancelled. So
Maybe
yeah,
we should get out.
just be
No,
careful.
kill anti-mage though. Kill anti-mage.
Warrior's way.
Got him.
You're gonna live, right? Okay. Well played, well played, well played.
He's out.
All paths find serenity.
They're all missing. They're all here.
Yeah, get out of mid.
A journey without aim.
Thankfully, I just got my abyssals at fight.
Anybody have AC yet?
To the fray.
I was gonna go for that next.
Face the flame.
Okay, you can do
I
it.
had AC or BKB. I don't think I need BKB. I'm just gonna go AC,
AC sounds good.
Fear not the forest.
unless you want it.
No, I can take it.
Alright. I'm coming.
Careful, Ember.
Okay.
It's like right there.
No, I'm just kidding. Wait.
I'm
Alright.
coming to you.
On and
Oh, I'm still
on
dead for
again.
70.
All paths find.
Fuck you guys.
A test of training. Carry forth the flame.
Somebody should buy a tome.
In all things.
Lulu by the tome.
Yeah.
Have you a light? Walk a warrior's way.
Or Liger, doesn't matter. They're both the same level.
None escape my fire. The road is endless. Hurry to the fray. The stalwart flame flickers. What must be discovered?
Hey, Johnny, can you cut mid?
It must be done.
The best of your
Full.
ability
Yep.
safely.
Yeah, they're
I shall
all like
teach you.
that.
There's a budget of Mars around here.
And Dazzle.
All action
And probably Necro somewhere here. Like they're like right here.
yet they persist. No path but through.
Yeah.
Oh, they see me.
Lights the
Yeah.
way. Who's that scorching fellow?
Oh no, Wraith King.
I'm
Harmony
fine.
must be earned.
There's definitely a ward there. He's gonna walk around, but
We can fight this, like.
Yeah, let's fight.
Holy shit, I died.
oh my god, all that missing.
Destiny magnetism.
Your top
Anti-mage top,
has
Chris.
fallen.
I have stun.
Ready? Ready? Ready?
Your top
You stun
barracks
first.
are under attack.
Searing Jade.
Basher.
Coming.
Your top barracks has fallen.
A lesson in
Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him!
fear not the forest.
No mana for
Yeah!
Kissel.
That's how we do it.
I'll deal with bottom,
at this
okay?
point.
I'll deal with bottom.
Alright.
Hand up, maybe you can go top with that.
You will
Yeah, I agree. You really need to get that bottom tower though.
We might be able to throw in it, but I'm not sure. Like the time that it takes us
Alright,
to take
I'm ready to
this
TP.
versus take this and this.
the way
I have almost no mana. But I have reincarnation, so it doesn't really matter.
what danger.
You want to throw or take
I
Rex?
think we thrown.
I think we turn two.
Alright, let's go.
Prepare for a lesson.
You can't kick me down.
If any of those cores buy back, we back.
Okay, I agree.
This way. My image steps
10 seconds on Necro.
your
I have Divine Reaper still.
Easy hook.
Hey, I dropped the Divine Reaper, guys. Good
Where?
job,
I
Lulu.
can't even see it.
I took
Lulu's
it.
got it.
Ah, I'm dead.
That would be most unfortunate.
They have Divine now?
Anti-mage.
That's GG, I think.
Yeah, it's GG. Unless you can pull off some sick good
I
plays
don't know what I
here.
can do. I'm up for ideas. I'm listening. Do I go back? I guess I have to.
The idea is I'm gonna bait out his shield and then stun him and hopefully we
Yeah.
can burst him down.
Do we defend Rex or tier 4s?
I think tier 4s.
Your middle
Okay.
barracks are under attack.
I think they're split right now. You guys might have a chance.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But if you wait too long, then they're gonna be S5.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Enemy is stunned. I am.
Nah, this game's over, guys. You have to fight them, Johnny.
And no attack.
Your middle tower is under
Oh, GG.
Your middle tower has
Oh, Jesus.
Holy shit.
Oh no, my Lotus Orb. Oh,
Oh,
no.
you got your ult. I'm almost up.
Oh, Lotus Orb. Yes!
Oh man, this is too powerful.
Nah. GG.
Your ancient is under attack.
We tried.
And I said,
Dire victory.
I think I needed to be a harder carry than a Brewmaster. That was the problem.
Brewmaster is really hard to play.
What have I learned?
It's time to scale. Tight game units, that's right. Good job, Vineet.
I enjoyed the Lotus Orb Abyssal. That was pretty.
Holy fuck, I did 63,000 damage. That's, and 90% of that was before the Divine Rapier, so it's actually kind of impressive how much damage Ember can do. I think I probably needed a BKB or Link into that game.
Why didn't you go the 2 Battle Fury, 2 Daedalus, 2 Rapier, Ember Spirit?
I think that's good if they're all clumped up, but unless
No.
they're clumped up, I'm not really sure that that's that good.
Alright.
It used to be really good when Battle Fury added 40% extra damage to creeps, because then you could just buy the 1 Battle Fury plus 1 more item, and then you could one-shot creep waves. But even then, like the ability to one-shot creep waves with Sleight of Fist is kind of overrated, I think. Hey Pavin, you know when you oversimplify the game, it makes you seem not very insightful, right? Like, you can't just blame the entire game on one mistake, right? Pavin, you have to realize that in a game, let's say this game is like 46 minutes long, right? You understand that at every second of the game, there are mistakes and correct plays being made, right? Every single second, right? So when you're like, who's the Divine Play?
What was Radiant supposed to?
Why did I buy Radiance? To prevent them from right-clicking?
Okay.
Do you think I should have gone BKB that game?
I don't think it mattered that much for you.
I don't think so either. I think
I think your item build's kind of imbalanced, though. I feel like you need more, like just something else. You needed 1 more item there, basically.
Yeah, I just couldn't farm anything. I was gonna get AC, but I decided to save for buyback.
Why not like Butterfly Ember? That's like even better than
Butterfly
Radiance for right click. Yeah.
I don't think that's
you're,
really
you're
item people
agility
buy.
hero too. That makes perfect sense.
I think I don't spend enough time actually
Your turn to ban.
standing next to a hero right-clicking to justify the purchase.
Oh.
5 seconds remaining.
We just need to activate our gold hacks this game.
Thanks, Tristan. See you later,
Did
Viraj.
you get ulted by Pudge
See you later,
most of
GK.
the time?
Me?
I feel like he just
Ember, you
aimed.
mean?
Yeah, Ember.
Yeah,
think
so
I'm-
I
They
actually
just aimed for
I needed a Lincoln's, I think. I went too
Your
far in
turn
the
to
direction of offense, and then I got cocky and I didn't focus enough on defense.
Oh look, it's open AI.
Oh yeah. Be right back.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, they're already rage quitting? Sounds good to me.
No, I'm gonna play some kind of carry, guys.
Your turn to pick.
I bet it's like Grimstroke wants mid, and then SF's like, fuck this shit.
I don't know what this guy's on.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So what do you think about what I said, Pavin? Don't dodge, please.
Ugh, bounty hunters.
Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Ooh. Enigma.
This had better be a big pick, otherwise they're gonna lose. Previous rank Ancient. Here we go.
Who's ancient?
The guy that hasn't picked yet, 3000.
The jug.
Your turn to pick.
Alright.
I'm back.
I think the rest of their team is not threatening this jug.
Bounty hunter can be annoying as shit, but he's just Crusader.
Are you gonna win the game with
10
silence there?
seconds remaining.
I wanna see this pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh fuck.
Ooh.
Oh
Ricky
fuck.
safe lane.
Shit's going down now. Can't wait to see this. This is either next level genius or next level throws, I think.
Hey, Johnny, go safe lane in a sec.
Sure. Make me face the bounty. It's okay, I don't mind. I can just go invis.
Riki here.
Can't wait to see this like 3 diffusal blade Riki.
It's in the bag.
Don't talk to me.
Prepare for battle.
Yes.
You have the same problem.
Get your Ags, jump inside Tinker. Tinker teleports to me, I'll jump in and stun.
See here. Quickly.
I don't play professional Dota unless you consider just simply
Like a whisper.
getting paid money to play Dota 2. In that case, I would be professional. Okay, Pavin.
30 seconds.
You're
to
annoying me, man. I fucking replied to your comments twice. Okay, bud? Are there counters to BH? Locking down a
Quietly
CC.
now.
Bounty is not someone you want to trade right clicks with, Lulu.
The battle begins.
Who shall I kill? Shadow.
Well, keep them busy. And please don't die.
I go
I
inside.
found a bounty rune.
This is gonna be an epic mid battle.
Oh, as you bid.
Of epic history.
Just going to go
Right.
back and heal.
Look at that.
Oh, you better not die, Witch
Your
Doctor.
service.
Nope.
Oh, look, it's me. Quickly, quickly.
You know what's really annoying? When I reply to some comments and then people just
Fucking
fucking
bounty
ignore it.
hunters.
Whom shall I kill?
I've lost 50 gold already.
Do you need anything from
Nope.
Post haste. I see you. No, no.
just need you to right-click this bounty every time he comes in.
Well, do you want me to get the heal? Next?
No, I'm good. I was just going Viz in level 2.
Okay.
Hey Dave, I don't think you understand what Alex is trying to say. Sidra is trying to say.
He tried to hit me like 3 times and missed every time.
Some of you guys like act like you're so smart. You're like, yeah, if Ember had bought Divine Rapier, you know, you guys would win. Like, fuck you, you know. Some people come in here acting like they're better or something like that.
Okay.
Like oversimplifying the game, acting smart and shit. You know what I mean?
Last of my kind was first to feed this.
Since you put it like that. Oh, as you bid. Yes. Defend yourself.
Run, don't turn.
Feel my steel.
Don't turn when you're being hit by a ranged person with 800 Eidolons.
You should be okay with the Eidolons, shouldn't you?
Well, she had like 20 health left and she turned, which let the Eidolons hit her and kill her. But yes, I can handle the Eidolons pretty well.
Invisibility. Stronger. Stop you. As you bid.
Okay. Walk away, walk away.
Stealth makes wealth. Peekaboo. I go in silence. Oh, look, it's me. Dispatched. Here I am. Quickly, quickly.
The fuck is Jug?
See no evil.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quiet as a cat's feet. Denied. Oh, yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What a sucker.
At your service.
Go grab the runes, please.
A new target. Like speeches of fear. I go in silence.
Okay, man. Okay.
You're mine now. Attack. Yes. Since you put it like that. Quietly now.
Your top tower is under attack.
Where's the brush?
Nice, Lulu. Very nice.
I'm going back.
Yep. Can you bring out Sentry or something and just
Yeah.
block
Oh, I
that?
actually had one.
Just block that because he just keeps farming.
Yes.
Hey, let's try.
At your service.
Actually, it's not trying yet. Is Lagger even in the Discord?
No.
Whom shall I kill?
Can someone type in the game chat, why are you not on Discord, please?
I strike. Like a whisper.
Your bottom
Thanks.
tower is under attack.
Oh my god.
Like a whisper. Ha ha ha! It's working! My friend. Quickly, quickly.
Hey.
Oh yes. Post haste. Dispatch. As you bid. Coin for me. Or as you bid.
Alienware keyboard? Okay. Makes you want to do that?
See no evil. I sprint.
I don't need cask, I just need your Mallow. Yeah.
Oh, how I strike.
So we'll wait on it.
I have it now.
Double damage. Quickly.
Let's wait.
Quiet as a cat's feet.
I'll stun first, then you Maledict.
Quickly, quickly.
Oh, he has a track.
Oh,
Got him,
you
bitch. Too bad I can't disjoint Shuriken anymore.
Yes. Since you put it like that.
Oh shit! Oh man, I was reading chat.
Go, go, go,
Hey
go,
Ryan,
go,
he's
go,
allowed
go.
a question.
Uh,
I use the shrine to get
Am I too far?
HP and mana? I can't believe I have to explain something like that, to be quite
Man.
honest with you.
Oh shit.
Should've just gone when I was about to finish.
I use shrine to get HP and mana.
I'm so bad.
Holy shit, man.
so
I don't
bad.
understand some of these questions. And you might say, oh, wow, you're at 60%. Yeah, so what?
Your top tower is under attack.
I do it again and again.
Quiet as a cat's feet. Dispatched.
Looks like Bonaire is looking for me.
Yep.
Post haste.
Your top tower is under attack.
Like a whisper.
I can help me.
Can't teleport.
I'm gonna die.
Quietly now.
Lulu, you should have teleported.
I realized then that it was out of cooldown.
I sprint.
Bounty's missing.
Oh, I'm sure he's mid.
No, no.
Get ready to stun Lulu. Walk up closer. Or walk around.
Whom shall I kill?
Fucking bounty.
Okay, he's dead.
Even stealthier.
Did I go to college? Yeah. I have a bachelor's of commerce.
Regeneration.
Does Enigma have black hole?
Yes. No. I'm coming. I blink.
Oh god!
Well, that was unfortunate though.
Any problems with my understanding my answer? Thanks. That was a pretty good play. We killed Jug and they used black hole. That was a good play. Thank you, Zavraj.
Liger, I'm gonna shrine.
Time. Silent as
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit. I'm
Dire
trying.
structures are fortified. Your bottom tower
I can't
is under
attack.
attack.
He's dead. If he didn't invis.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
I kill.
85% mana HP. Can anyone rewind the stream and tell me if it was 85%?
Service.
Man, some of you guys are really annoying, hey? You think you're so good.
Likes of you. I sprint.
Oh yeah, Johnny, there's a stack.
Ooh.
Can you coconut this guy?
Ooh,
Alan?
look at the goal.
Get back! Get back!
My face. My fate.
As you bid.
Bounty on.
Here I am.
I'm coming.
Hey, just stun, you know, just stun.
Go to your next incarnation.
This bounty hunter is quite powerful, yeah?
Yes.
I'm gonna go back bottom to fight the Juggernaut.
Like a whisper.
Yes.
Silent as smoke.
Hey boss, I see that you're a troll and you're just trying to get people to
I
be
don't think you
angry.
fight that Lulu.
And boss, if you continue talking about that stupid shit, I will ban you. Hope that's clear.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Grip him, grip.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
You,
I'm under attack.
I'm coming.
Oh, look, it's me.
Coming through.
He's dead.
Quiet as cats. Quickly.
look, I'm being died by bounty hunter.
Now.
Past the tier 2s now?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hello, 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 hello?
Never die. They just fade away.
Jesus Christ.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, don't act like a smart ass, please. No, honestly, I'm gonna note you guys. So if you act like a smartass, I'm gonna ban you. Okay?
Yes. Quick hit. See no evil. I go in silence. Post haste. The veil is drawn.
Sidra, you're one of those smartasses.
Oh my
Gonna
god.
play Battle Cup? No.
Well, I think you should stick with someone. Don't be alone.
Here I am.
Hey Johnny, I need you to be on full-time lane pushing. Okay?
Attack.
I'll do it again.
Silent as smoke.
Careful.
No, Ryan, he is being a smartass.
Oh, there
Because
you
he's
go.
like, oh, that was a bad strong user. Seriously, 85%. That's what he's implying. Even if he's like, oh well, technically he's only 10% off. No, that's what he implies,
Your
dude.
tower is under attack.
Silent like smoke.
Your top tower is under attack.
Hey, if Jug pushes up, Lagger, I need you to grip him, please. But wait until I arrive. Wait, okay? Get ready to grip him. And run towards him. Run towards him, please.
Your top
Oh,
tower
okay,
is under
okay, good.
attack.
A new target.
Good job.
You wanna push bottom?
Like a whisper.
Hang on. Oh shit.
I sprint. Like
I
a
need to be one more level. This bounty hunter's just too fucking fed too fast.
Your middle tower is under attack.
rush. Quickly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Death's bounty. Since you put it like that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Has anyone seen Bounty Hunter?
Your middle tower is under
Nope.
attack.
Faster.
Your middle
found him.
tower has fallen.
Away.
Oh man,
Dead.
I shouldn't have shown on map. This guy trash talked earlier too. He's just probably a 12-year-old kid. That bounty hunter is gigantic. He almost has
Lost,
BKB.
guys. No, we just
Your
fucking
top
lost the game
tower
just
is
now.
under attack.
In that moment.
We can still win.
Sneaky, aren't I?
Can we kill this
GG.
bounty
I'm
hunter?
gonna abandon.
You can kill.
At your service.
Can we do something about this bounty hunter?
See no evil.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Like a whisper.
I think that bounty hunter's dead. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, finally.
Good kill. 1400 gold.
Holy shit. But Magnus abandoned.
Hmm.
Yes. Quickly.
Lulu?
Attack. Silent like smoke.
Never mind, get back, Lulu.
Time now. The service is rendered. Oh, how I strike. Oh, look, it's me.
Your top tower is under attack.
Defend yourself.
Coming bottom. Is it a black hole? I hope he has a black hole.
Nice, Liger.
Get ready to dust, okay?
She dusted.
Nice.
Stun him. Stun him.
Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! Oh. Could've killed him there.
Yet your failure lives on.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The assassin returns. Post haste.
Ooh, come. Coconut and melody. Tinker Ridge crit.
Your bottom tower is under
Oh,
attack.
okay.
Dispatch. Like a whisper.
Shadow Fiend's going top.
Did he use any big cooldowns just now?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
He was just farming and walking past. Bounty is also going top.
Yes. See no evil.
Bounty's top.
Oh yes.
And he has a dust. Never mind, he does not have a dust.
Quickly, quickly.
Are you serious? You didn't pop her out like that?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Careful, Lulu.
Oh, I have wand. I fucking forgot to use it. Jesus.
You should run from that area. Bounty knows you're there.
Your bottom tower.
Though I suspect he might go for me.
And there he is.
Yep.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Wait. Can we see? We
I
need
can
3.
bait it.
Oh, as you bid.
Fancy beating you. Juggernaut!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Go BH. Click him. Everyone click BH, please.
He's dead.
I should have clicked my wand.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you know how to be respectful, Sid Raw.
Your
'Cause you weren't
bottom
earlier,
tower
man.
is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower.
I only got 400 gold for him.
Seriously?
Your
What the
bottom
fuck?
tower has fallen.
sliding my screen.
Nice dust, buddy.
Let me take another stab at this.
That wasted his last dust.
Quietly now.
Hey Johnny, you're gonna have to go E-Blade, I think.
Okay.
I sprint.
Yeah, you could E-Blade full combo someone. That'll allow you to transition to the carry that you need.
As smoke. Okay, go.
Your top tower is under attack.
As you bid.
Your top tower is under attack.
The veil is strong.
Your top
I don't have ult for another 17 seconds.
Hey, you have Bane Script? Get ready, please. Stun
I'll
and then
stun
Bane
first.
Script. Stun.
Nice.
Oh man, my wand again. I pressed the wand
Just
like half a
run,
second
Lulu.
too late.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh no
nice.
shit!
Shit.
That's okay.
Nice.
Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Jesus.
Like a whisper. Going for me.
Oh.
Post haste.
Have ult.
As you bid. Quiet as cat's feet.
Shatstorm versus Midnight
I
Pulse.
sprint.
Wait, let me get closer to this guy. Yeah, I think he might farm the big one.
Oh shit.
Why can't I cast my spells? Oh, I think Grimstroke's ultimate prevents me from using tricks. Oh, I didn't know that. That's
Yeah, it's a
actually really,
leash.
that's really sad. Oh, I was wondering because I was like, I was in silence, but I cannot use my ult.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh well, nice try, guys.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, this bounty hunter is gigantic.
Are under attack.
What happened in top lane?
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Nothing really. He just kept right clicking me and that's it.
Your top
That's how he got most of his gold, but then all of it was just after he hit level 6 he just started roaming and ganking.
Let's see. So was Enigma the 3 or was Bounty Hunter the 3?
Bounty was 3, Enigma juggled.
Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, die!
Your middle barracks has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack.
BKB wasted.
Your top barracks has fallen.
Monkey in the middle.
I'm running over towards you. Maybe we can kill Enigma.
Your middle tower is
I
under
don't think they realize I can be in the edge like this.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower is fallen.
Jesus.
Are you serious? Be back 1 minute, going to the bathroom.
Okay. Aw, Johnny.
Oh, you have a gem.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
I do no damage to them. Nice try, guys.
Radiant victory.
Enigma
Hello,
just
Rich.
commanded me.
Who, what?
Enigma commanded me.
Oh,
Welcome back.
thanks. Is everybody here?
I think so. Guys?
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Is anybody not here?
Flagger?
You missed my amoeba? What does that mean, Luckman? Hi, Rich. I said hi to you earlier.
Well, that's all that.
Wait, before we start this game, no rage quitting. Everyone has to agree to this.
Yep. Yep.
If we
I
rage
never
quit,
quit.
we rage quit as a team. Like if a game is unwinnable,
I
then
think that we should be more willing to rage quit as a team. There was no point in playing that game.
that's
It
fine.
was,
But
like,
you can't make that decision by yourself.
We're just wasting our time. I think, like continuing. to
You know
play.
what? You're probably right, but we had to make that decision as a team.
Okay, sure, sounds good.
Sounds good.
We won some fights after you left, and maybe you being there made the difference.
No, I was
So-
not going to be useful. I was so far behind on my timing. Like you're overestimating my abilities that game.
I got like 2,000 gold just by killing.
Yeah, it could be
PH.
you.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it would have just fed more.
It's okay, man. We can disagree.
I was a target, and I had not enough farm, not enough levels.
It's okay. We can disagree
I
on
would've
this,
kept
but
on.
we got to make this decision as a team, and we vote.
I think what he's saying is don't leave the game unless we talk it out and everyone decide that okay we are done with
Yeah.
this.
Sometimes I agree
We
with you.
can
I'm like, this
just let
game's
them.
it's game's
We
over.
can let them end. There's no point in.
I'm okay with that. Yeah. But just to be fair for the viewers, also your 4 teammates, also when you leave, like it's not an enjoyable experience for the enemy team. So just to make it more enjoyable for everyone, including yourself, it's just better if we do this as a team. And yeah, sometimes I want them to end too. So.
Yeah, I agree. It's just that sometimes you want to fight till the end or just one last fight.
Oh, Luckman, you're saying, oh, right, you missed the eye tracker. Okay, I see what you're saying. I agree with you, Pavin, but you have not replied to any of my replies to your comments. This guy, man, he's whoosh. Yeah, we needs playing. Look at this brown guy trying to play Dota 2. Don't judge what? Sidra, I see earlier that you were gonna ask me a question, and I said that you can ask it if you're respectful, and then you didn't ask your question. That's interesting, man. Is it really that hard?
Your turn to bag. Five seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't know why you young people so hard to be respectful.
Your turn to pick.
Good idea. Thank you, Sidra. Well, Phantom Blue, you're pretty good at being respectful. Although I wouldn't say mid-20s is that young.
Your turn to pick.
Oh shit.
Does it show age in my YouTube demographics? Yes, as a whole, I can see your general ages, but not anyone's specific
5
ages.
seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
I'm 30 years old, so unless you guys are older than 25, you're very young compared to
10
me.
seconds remaining.
Ooh, Nature's Prophet. Wow!
Ooh, punch techies.
The Raj, how old are you?
Pick, I think they should pick Centaur next.
Why do you think they should pick Centaur?
Because I'd love to pick Lifestealer.
You want to pick Lifestealer?
Oh, fuck, man, dude. Lifestealer.
Hmm.
Your turn to pick.
Well, unless they have 1 or 2 Smurfs, this should be an easy game for us.
Hmm. Are we actually doing Wraith King Jungle?
Viger, are you doing Wraith King Jungle? I think he can be lane support.
Can I have Lion then? I'm not sure how the Coddle pick's gonna help them. Like, that's seems useless against our team.
More mana for techies to mine.
Prepare for
That's
battle.
okay. Yep, alright. That's the winning strat. We lose.
Yep.
Chakra mines, that's... Wouldn't that be hilarious if, like, Coddle and techies ran around chakra mines?
It's in the bag.
You never know.
We might be able to get first blood bottom. I have an Oof.
And I can make a phone call.
Okay.
Yeah, call some friends over.
Who are you gonna call? Oh, okay. Call your 3 friends? I am Groot?
30 seconds
Yeah.
to battle.
Yeah.
Should you predicate?
We will.
I think you should walk over here with us.
Am I sleepy most of the time?
Not that
really.
way. Okay, you can go that way too. That's perfectly.
Get the rune. I'm gonna take these guys down.
This guy's too fucking fast.
Who calls me?
The battle begins.
Oh, this DK. Can we go? Can you guys run out DK right now? Run out DK.
For the Cubs.
Magnus left. Or disconnected.
Hey,
that.
Raid Liger, you have to go like this. Don't run through the river, okay? Like start moving down and right. Please confirm that you understand what I just said. Am I gonna watch Endgame? Yeah. Anyway, Sid Ra, I actually wake up pretty early in the morning so that I can stream for Asian people. I live in Canada, but most of the people who watch my stream are Asian, so a lot of times I just sleep like maybe 6 hours, 7 hours, which is not too bad, but I just feel tired. Or sometimes I just deal with too many stupid people. I feel tired, you know? So
That's an alchemist mid. Against an Ursa?
yeah, I picked that matchup.
I thought it would be DK mid. Welcome back.
I disconnected in case you guys didn't notice.
Yep, it's still paused for you.
Yep. Radiant being polite. Go time on, I'm 30 years old. Oh, by the way, we can hear you typing your keyboard very clearly.
Again.
Pavin, I am a streamer.
Wow, these guys are patient.
I know, actually, I really respect that. So, Lagger, you're here, right? So your movement's gonna look like this, okay? Look at your character model. You're gonna move like this. Oh wait, you can't see the trail. Oh, fuck me. No, don't even go upward. Just straight up go downward like this. And since you bought a Quelling Blade, you can probably cut a few trees on the way if you know how to shift click. If you don't, then don't bother.
My face. Sit upon them.
Not in Discord with us, by the way.
Thanks,
Just so
Baron.
you know, so you don't talk with him.
Yes.
It is only right that first blood should go to your king.
Push them back. Against all strife.
I think he's missing.
Right.
Okay. I'll see.
Trinkets. Set upon them. We fight as one. Interloper. Right. Sweet as honey. Go to. The enemy is near. Yes. Fall upon them. Get away, you. Go to. Honey from the comb. Sit upon them.
Jesus, I hate Coddle.
Fangs bared.
Am I gonna die? I'm dead. Oh, I'm bad.
Aw. Oh, you're not. You're good.
Ah, thanks.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Who calls me?
You think you're gonna get this, bud?
Tracks of intruders. Regeneration. Yes. Trifles. Denied. Interloper. Set upon them. Yes. For the forest. Yes. They're here. Seek the foe. We will. Yes.
What the fuck?
Trinkets. Against all strife.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Join with me.
Oh my god. Cannot get that last hit.
I'll rend their flesh. Fiercely now.
Alchemist is a smart player, by the way. He's definitely not like 2K or lower.
On notice. Get back. Claws out. We fight as one. Let them see our teeth. Not bad.
Oh shit.
Right.
Money changes hands.
Yes.
Oh, but just there.
Right. Who calls me? Come near. Fangs bared.
Lagger, not that long, please, so I can pull.
Enemy is near. We fight as one. Look to your own. Tracks of intruders. Another swatted down. Take heed. For the forest. Go to. Yes. Your blood is mine. We will. Fiercely now. Ah, awakening from within. Join with me.
Yeah, I'm done with this lane.
Yes.
Does that mean they're unkillable, or are you done?
Both.
Your bottom tower
Well, because the
is under
second I go and I get stunned and coddled, and I'm just staying out anyway, so I'm not getting much experience.
Your
Okay, that's fine.
bottom
You can come
tower is
gank
under
Alchemist.
attack.
Can you gank Alchemist?
Seek the foe.
Sure.
Right. To rage again.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Let them slew.
Oh fuck, I should have suicide the creeps. JSN, I kinda remember you. Hey, MP, you see this? No, your teleport cooldown's not in line with
Set upon them. Attack. Set upon them. Against all strife. Join with me. They're here. Yes. Yes. I'm not ready.
the fuck is Alchemist?
The enemy is near. Let them see our teeth. I'm under attack. Fiercely now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
All of this.
Safely now.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Stay there and grab the bounty runes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Can we gank DK MP?
Tracks of intruders.
Oh, they have a ward. No, it's fine.
Gold and sweet. Interloper.
Oh, there's Alchemist.
Oh shit, I am
Not
dead.
yet.
Yeah, he's been bottom.
Hey, Kim. Oh, fucking
I don't
invisibility.
want
that.
Jesus.
Right.
Donovan and I really have no idea who you are. I know you've been here for the last like 2 or 3 days, but I have no idea who you are.
I'm not ready. Who calls me?
That DK might be really powerful. Wouldn't mind us. I'm coming top to kill these two.
Sit upon them.
Yeah, we can kill them. We can kill all of them.
We will.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Nice job.
It's not time yet. Set upon them.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Time yet. For the forest. Go to.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's not time yet.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Run away, run away, run away, run away.
Yes, I'm under attack. I'm not ready. We fight as one.
I might need a TP over here, NP, because if there's Alchemist here, I want to kill him. Okay.
We will.
It's quite the farming pattern.
Join with me.
Can we kill mid?
The fresh mate.
Line Wraithing, can we kill
Your
mid?
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm here.
Spared.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Let's take mid.
Set upon them. Set upon them.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
The enemy is near.
Welcome back to Discord. I'm
Radiant structures are fortified.
Hey, what build are you gonna go on NP, Johnny?
Take all.
I don't know.
There's lots of safe.
Come to parade.
Okay, there's no control over that.
Kill him.
Fiercely now. I'm not ready. Let them see our
This game
team.
is
I
so
might just go split push.
I'll rend their flesh.
And again, I like killing, so maybe I'll just go straight for kills.
For the forest.
nice. Like,
It's not time yet. Right.
Pudge Techie's easiest heroes.
Illusion.
So boring.
Yes. Against all strife. Go to. Claws out.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Tracks of intruders. Interloper. Yes. We fight as one. The seeds of fortune.
Welcome to the secret show.
Sit upon them. Go to. I'll move sprightly as a fawn. For the forest.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Oh man, I almost stole these techies items.
Right.
Why didn't ya?
I didn't know he would drop right in the middle of the lane,
So ward
so I broke out of invis.
Okay.
Yes.
What a shame.
Take heed. On notice. Trifles. Let them see our teeth. It's
Why
not
the fuck?
time yet.
Yeah, this item combo. Jesus.
Push them back.
Hey Lulu, so I need you to
Against all strife.
both ward and sentry deeper. So before you put down the observer ward, make sure that it's not
It's
warded, okay?
not time yet.
Okay.
The enemy is near. Not yet. It's not time yet.
This entire area is mine.
Right. I merely cuffed you. Fiercely now. We will.
I see I'm running first.
Not yet.
Yeah, they have some kind of vision here. I don't know where it is though. Maybe it's up here.
I'm not
What the fuck?
Who calls me?
Alright, DK Shadow Blade?
There's a double dash.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm getting my.
I think we can jump him while his. Oh, never mind.
Yes. Fangs bared.
I'm not gonna try to kill DK, but maybe the person behind DK. Oh shit, there's 4 here, man.
No,
Yeah, run.
Set upon
fuck
them.
with them. They can't kill me.
Gold and sweet.
They have a ward there somehow.
Yeah.
Fiercely now.
I think
Pushing
it's
bottom,
probably
yeah.
that secret shop.
Not yet.
This guy.
You dead?
He's
It's not time yet. Cubs are orphans now. Come near.
I'm gonna push up.
I'm not ready. Let them see.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm gonna run towards you, NP. Maybe I don't need to. How's he so fast? What the fuck?
It's not time yet. I'm under attack.
Oh, my Orb of Venom. Alright. One item I didn't have.
I'm not ready. Not yet.
Wait on courier. Wait on courier.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
The Cubs.
How about I play Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne Dota All-Stars? So why don't you just say Dota 1, man? Jesus.
Your blood is mine.
Yes, I play Dota 1.
It's not time yet. Join with me.
Wait, Alchemist's ultimate gives him move
For
speed?
the forest.
Wait, does Alchemist's ult give him move speed?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes,
Jesus.
we will.
Sad call.
Fangs bared.
Not a very effective coddle pick.
Yes.
I'm looking for the. There's 2 heroes here. Oh, never mind. Can I bash, please? Wow, I cannot get bash. Jesus. Oh, man, I'm dead. Wow, man. The move speed on this shit. Oh, 40, 50, 60. Jesus. I'm dead.
No, he's. Well, he learned from last.
It's okay, Donovan. Just keep it simple, man.
We fight as one. Go to.
Melt like fucking butter. I can fucking hit him. Jesus.
I'm under. Keep your filthy alcohol away from these waters.
I don't think I'm going Monkey King Bar for that.
Not yet. Claws out. Seek the foe. I'm not ready.
Johnny, do you think they have remote mines? Bottom tier 3?
Push them back. Who calls me?
I can come with the sentry. Come on.
On notice. Against all strife.
Get it, you can, maybe you can get on the side raking. Or not. Okay, let's get back, let's get back. I think Rating's dead.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Everything is fine. Oh no, he toggled
dead.
wrong.
Aw.
Fuck this Rating sprinting.
Gotta watch that DK bullshit. Alchemist
Trying to
is
cut you off.
TPing somewhere. Yeah, like right there.
Well, we got a tier 3, that's pretty good.
Take it. Not yet. I'll rend their flesh. Haste! Tracks of intruders. Gold and sweet. Strength rises from within. Set upon them. Interloper.
Ooh.
Fiercely now. Come near.
Should I come for cheese?
Sure. Come right now, come right now.
Join with
Pretty fast.
Sean has fallen to the dire.
fangs bared.
What the fuck am I doing?
The enemy is near. Yes,
I wanna finish fighting before we fight.
Sure thing.
we will. Gold and sweet. It's not time yet. Attack. We fight as one. It's not time yet. I was born to war. You died to it.
Just fucking kill techies right in front of all his friends.
You seem to enjoy that a lot.
Fuck techies players,
Techies
man.
really all-
Wait, isn't there bombs in? No bombs? I'm hitting the orb thing.
I'm under attack.
But I'm gonna blink back in just a second.
Against all strike.
Wait, help.
Oh god. Oh my god, that tree.
Hey, jeez, fuck me, man.
Oh my god.
Right click, kill it.
Holy shit!
What the fuck?
It's like 3 uphill
Oh
misses,
my
man.
god. Oh, I'm dying to creeps. Oh shit.
Not ready. Cuffed you.
Uphill misses up the ass. Jesus.
Come near.
100% uphill miss. It's an illusion.
Time yet.
Oh, it's not an illusion.
It's the one that took the least damage from.
Yes. Set
That's
upon
an
them.
annoying.
Sure is.
Right.
Okay, we got the buyback. We can also get the shrines now.
Oh, fucking alchemist buyback? Shit.
Hell yeah.
No fucking techies.
For the cubs.
Hey, I might need help here in a sec. Maybe.
Well, there's 2 coming top.
Okay.
Yeah. Alchemist is top. And there's all Coddle too.
I'll jungle with you.
No, and Pudge. 3 of them are top.
For the forest.
Easy shrine. Hey, I'm gonna come top in just a second. I'm gonna go there right now.
Go
The
to.
enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
He's charging his stunt.
Let them see our teeth.
Melted like cheese.
Right. It's not time yet.
Oh god!
Not yet. I'm not ready.
What? Coddle's so fast.
Not yet.
He slowed, he's in this.
I still. Oh, that's but. Hit this thing. Oh, no follow up. Okay, so. Oh, the waves push bottom. Lulu actually got the wave bottom.
I'm not ready.
Lion push,
Yeah.
easy.
Sit upon them.
Whoa, shit.
There's a fucking DK on me.
Enemy's top tower has fallen.
Fucking blinding light. Oh, I'm dead. Oh. Finger his asshole.
I got cheese.
Finger. Oh my god, Lulu, what?
I didn't have mana!
Hey, get ready to finger in like 3 seconds, okay? Oh god.
Wow, that was a bad lag spike.
Are fortified.
God damn it, Johnny. Why don't you have better internet? You know, I'm actually getting Monkey King Bar because this Coddle.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Nah, I silenced him.
Nice. Yeah, that range rack is just one hit from.
Ah, it's like.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
think you can't kill those. They have Force Staff and Glimmer.
It's okay, he's making space.
I don't give a fuck.
Go,
This
Johnny,
game is so
go.
garbage. Doesn't even matter what I do.
I must not sleep until the threat is gone.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Gold and sweet.
Stun me, bro. What are you gonna do?
Enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Tracks of intruders.
You guys can finish the room. Actually, I'm coming. Careful.
It's not time yet.
What's up? What? 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 Kill this fucker.
Spared. Join with me.
There's no one juice.
Enemy's bottom The enemy's middle
Nice,
tower
nice, nice.
has fallen.
It's not time yet. Seek the foe.
Damn, you're so tanky.
Aw, JD.
Hey, Bland, I don't think you can.
The game was lost at the draft for them.
I agree.
I think they were doing what we were doing. Smurfing for fun and doing stupid.
Hey, I'm not in your party, by the way.
Oh shit. You serious?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That took us a long time to notice. Oh, no West.
Yeah, I saw on your stream you were cute. I'm like, wait a minute, this is not right.
Most people are sleeping, Bland, you know? Most people here from Asia. But honestly, if you want it, it's kind of one of those things where, like, at a certain number of viewers, chat just kind of snowballs, and then it's just kind of self pushing. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, I think when chat like falls into like the 100 something range, yeah, then I have to put in a lot of effort. But most of the time, I'm too lazy to do that. But if you guys talk to me, I will talk to you. And I'll also talk to you. To the best of my ability while playing Dota 2. Can I play Arc Warden? Yeah, I can for donation. Would you like to make donation to Notch? It's my MMR. is 5.7k on my main. Devraj, you don't count as Asian, okay? Indian people are not Asian people. Someone should make a thing where stream chat is like all chat, but for the stream. Stream chat is like all chat, but for the stream. So does that mean they take the in-game chat from Dota 2 and puts it into the stream chat? Well, it would be one-way conversation, first of all. Did Blend fucked up the Aegis timings again? English only, please. Why are Indians not Asians? I'm just fucking with you, man. Indian people are Asian, technically.
No.
What?
No, Lily just randomly said yes.
I answered
said no.
to his question in on the stream.
You know, Namdota, I think that your suggestion is a good way for me to get stream sniped. Yeah, I think Russia's part of Asia, right? I mean, you might call it Eurasia or something like that, but technically, I think they're part of the Asian continent. So Russians are Asian people too. Do I play an Asia server? You could see the server at the bottom right, just now. Yeah, Blend. Aegis expires 5 minutes after it's picked up specifically, but not when Roshan dies. So in theory, you could just leave it there for a few minutes and then... You know what I mean? And Gangam Lang, oh my god, your name is strange to me. See, you can see the server right here. I don't live in Asia. As a policy, I don't generally believe people who say it's their birthday. You'd also, I mean, anyone could just say it's their birthday and then beg for attention, you know? It's a very simple formula. Hey, Bluespan, it's my birthday. Can you please play Arc Warden for me? No, I'm good, man. No. Hey, Bluespan, my grandmother just had her 76th birthday. Can you please play Ricky for me? Nah, I'm good, man. Have I ever played on Asian server? Yes, I have. I would not normally ever play on Asian server because I live in Canada, because I don't like to lag. And apparently, Asian server is very toxic. But I'm starting to think that everyone who says the Asian servers are really toxic, they're just projecting. Seems funny, but okay, I'll try to do something about it more specific. Blaine, what are you talking about again? Happy birthday, Johnny. Hey, we might be able to celebrate our birthdays together. That'll be pretty awesome. What is more better in a hard lane, dying again and again, or letting them farm up? It depends.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
I think I'd like to play Omni Knight carry. I can probably do it pretty well, but we're gonna need someone to actually Carry seriously just in case.
Your turn to
But
pick.
I should
Johnny's
be
playing Bounty Hunter.
pretty decent at it.
Your turn to pick.
Oh,
I got this. Unless Magnus wants to.
What am I doing?
Do you want a hard carry? Or mid?
Let's see. There's Omni Knight Blue Span, so I think I need a mid.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's me. No, I just looked at Omni Knight's talents just now. They're pretty good. Like, there's a 90 gold GPM talent. There's a 90 damage talent.
90 mana regen per second?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, basically, I can't run out of
Omni
mana,
Knight
even if
sounds
Anti-Mage
good.
hits me with illusions.
Your turn to pick.
Minus 8-second Heavenly Grace.
Your turn to pick.
Yeah, you should do that. Like Heavenly Grace, come at me.
Wait a minute. Heavenly Grace minus 8-second?
Yeah.
On
It's-
cooldown.
That's 6-second cooldown.
Permanent.
So I could at any point in time I could have 2 people Heavenly Graced.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's right.
That is 50% status resistance.
Lager is asking if CK is okay. Well, he picked.
You can play whatever you like.
Unless it's Pudger Techies.
Johnny, go punch.
Hello, Vinit. Didn't you leave earlier?
Your turn to pick.
Oh, you've been here the whole time? Oh.
So I think Spectre would be a better pick, but I think I wouldn't win the lane. So I'm gonna.
Well, we could have put me mid if you wanted to play Spectre.
That's fine.
Should I come top with you?
Yes.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Yep.
Who's going with
for
me?
CK.
I just got back. Wait, am I not carry then?
You are carry.
You are okay. Lager,
For
Lager
CK
is
then?
for CK, yeah.
Oh. Just making sure.
It got too hot, Vinit, so I took off my sweater.
My hammer is ready in the service of the all-knowing one.
Oh
yeah,
it's in the bag.
Payday.
This one is in the
Their
bag.
blades will break apart.
Man, I hate facing Phoenix.
I'll take point. Advancing.
Or if you want, I can go bottom and you can go top. You want to do that?
Nah, I'm good.
You want to fight Luna?
I'll be fine against Phoenix.
Phoenix
I
ain't
don't
gonna
like
be a
facing-
problem.
My path
All of them mean
is
show.
clear.
Don't worry.
I just don't like facing her. It's not that she's a problem, she's just annoying.
All-knowing
Did you
one
just
is
assume
mine.
Phoenix's gender?
Yeah, penis.
I don't assume.
Pick the girl.
30 seconds.
I don't know. I think Phoenix sounds a lot like penis. So by that logic, it's
Yeah, but
probably a
it
guy.
lays eggs.
Hmm.
So I doubt it it's a guy.
Some guys lay eggs. In the animal kingdom.
It depends on which comics you look at.
Forward march.
The dirty ones. Can we both not get stunned? Whatever you do, just don't get stunned. Can you coconut?
The battle begins.
Nice coconut.
Oh my god, that's perfect. Hit lion, please.
Thank you.
Easy coconut.
Okay, switch to Luna.
The omniscience knows your sin.
Yeah, good
Lion,
job,
lion, lion! Oh my god!
You said to switch to Luna!
Oh my...
Easy epics.
I'll not falter.
You gotta know who to switch and when. You know, I can't. We have to
Oh
switch
no,
together.
don't block. Now he's in the tower. And now I can't last it.
Dina already lost mid. She just stopped.
I lost 3 last hits.
Not so. I bring the light. Time. Charge. Say your prayers.
Stop tanking the creeps. Move away from
For
creeps.
your glory. Fear not, my friends.
Get ready to coconut the Luna.
Guardian is here.
Never mind.
I journey on. They shall know. Strength.
Move back, please. You can't be. You see how there's so many creeps around you? You can't stand like that.
I am humble. Yes, sir. Attack.
What? Never mind.
Strength. Oh, look at it go. In the vanguard.
Don't bother comboing unless I'm close to you. Like when you combo, you have to combo with me. Like you can't just like combo and then like right click him once and then expect anything to happen. You know what I mean? Like we have to work together.
A narrow path. Yes.
Good combo.
Omniscient light.
This guy's fucked too. Just keep running.
For this gift of scouting the way. For your glory. Attack.
What the fuck?
Say your prayers. As you will.
Okay, I shouldn't have done that.
With the omniscience.
Oh, are you not going to beg?
The all-knowing one protects us all. Be well. Omniscient light.
Combo the Luna.
Right away.
Nice job.
Oh, nice.
Strength. I stand for the light.
Wow.
The omniscience
Run up to
knows
Luna and
sin.
combo him. You can go around. I'll wait.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I am needed.
Oh, I don't have enough mana.
By one.
The
I
all-knowing one
bought it
guides.
because it's on the way.
I'm not purified.
Jesus Christ.
I'll take point.
Grab the runes. Don't worry about the range creep. Just keep running. Grab the rune.
Strength guides me. Bountiful. Healing shock. Fear not, my friends. Our guardian is here.
I'll take that.
By your grace. A narrow path. Forward march. I'll not falter.
Can you run up to this guy and combo him, please? Let's do Luna.
When?
Luna.
In the vanguard. Purification.
Hit him once more. Never mind.
Oh my gosh, she survived.
Oh, my stealth shield.
Their blades will break upon us.
Come. Combo the line. Go.
As you will.
Yeah, go.
I bring the light. Oh, all-knowing one, I journey on. Yes, sir.
Go around the trees to the right and then combo him, please.
Flanking. Know your place. All is known.
Run.
Ah,
He's dead too.
Smite. Scouting the way. Not enough mana.
This is why I hate facing Athena. I'm not going in with you anymore. I'm just gonna farm
Clear.
you need
like I
a
should be doing.
Yeah, I need item.
Guiding light.
this one?
Yeah.
Catch up. Their blades will break upon us.
Thanks.
The all-knowing one protects the rain.
Oh man.
Best.
Die with honor. Well,
I think you just run, Lulu. One.
Oh shit.
I
Wow,
literally
Lion
just said I'm not
survivor.
going in with you anymore. Yeah, I'm definitely not going in with you anymore. So don't try to start.
attack.
Oh, I didn't have my stealth shield there. No wonder. Wondering why I like die so easily.
Did you not?
They might have it.
Yes. Healing shock. Stricken.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Do you need any items?
No.
I stand for
I'm done. I can't lane with Lagger.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They shall know. Attack.
Your top tower is under attack.
Top is missing.
Yes, sir. I'll not falter.
I'm going for runes.
Strength.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Nay. Omniscient light. By your grace. finish with you. For your glory.
Wait, just be patient. Let him come down. Lulu, when he sees you when you walk like that.
He saw me when I walked in as well.
I don't think that he did.
All is known.
Go, go.
Fear not, my friends.
What the fuck?
Our guardian is here.
Sorry, they're just being dumb, and they just can't do it.
And you chose poorly. My path is clear. It's not time. I bring the light.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Fucking Luna. Coconut this guy. The loot.
If you say this guy, I will think that the lion.
Say your prayer.
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't specify.
Let's kill this Lena.
But
Forward march.
I meant the guy who is way lower in health and way more valuable in killing.
A narrow path.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I'll take point.
She's up here. Sniper? You wanna?
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Let's do it. I'm just gonna hold.
Use it wisely.
Jesus, how'd you run faster than my track?
You know?
The vanguard.
Yeah.
Really high base move speed.
I have 450 without track bonus.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I journey on. Vicious knows your sins. It's not time. Say your prayer. Right away.
Go.
I am needed. Look at me go. Purification. I'm under attack. All-knowing one protects us all.
Oh
Oh my god.
no. That's okay. They all came.
Yeah.
I'm not in range for
Night
it.
moves back into the light. I'll take point.
I can't catch him.
Nail.
There's a Sand King there.
Forward march. I'm not ready. Healing shot.
Nice.
Ash is really poor.
He has
Lena got
386 moves.
Quite a bit of last hits mid. Fed as fuck.
Yes. Their blades will break upon us. narrow path.
You should not have shown yourself there, Lulu.
Hey, you want to kill him? Let's kill him.
Wow, what up?
Fuck yeah, this lion is triggered.
Omniscient light.
I don't even know why he was doing it anyway. Like, it's not a good move for a lion.
Without fear, my friend.
Oh shit.
Oh, Billy's in.
He's
Jesus.
going deep.
I'm under attack.
Luna's teleporting in. But it's a Luna, so.
That courier, dude, what the?
Scouting the way.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Jesus.
Guiding light. No sorceries avail.
Oh no, that's not shit.
It's not time. Regeneration.
They're all here, by the way.
The vanguard.
Oh no, that was bad.
When you get there, I always
You guys all died.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Hey, bounty hunter, go
And
bottom
if
to
you
farm.
see us too quick.
Bounty hunter, go bottom to farm.
healing shock.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
What is gift power?
Your middle tower has fallen.
I'll not fall.
Your middle tower is under
You guys want to
attack.
fight mid? I wanna
Yeah, let's go.
All is known.
I'm coming, but I need to stop by Shrine.
Blessings.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I bring the light.
I am here.
Your middle tower has fallen.
For your glory.
Nice.
My path is clear. Fear not, my friends.
We have a sentry somewhere over there. Or they had one. Ooh, she's still here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, baby, come.
The omniscience honors me. I stand for the light.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Advancing. My path is clear.
Care enemy jungle.
This is our jungle, what do you mean?
Care your jungle.
Smite. Purification. The omniscience knows your sins.
I didn't even see me, what the fuck?
Healing.
Hey guys, don't kill me. I'm nice.
As you will.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I don't see why we don't just fight him.
I am
all the
bottom.
time.
I'll take that. I stand for the light.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Guiding light. I'm not ready.
They
I'll
are
take
going
Ready,
tier
mid, please.
3s, maybe? That's gonna be bad for them.
Wands will break.
Nice.
Their blades will break. Great God, watch over us.
What is this shit?
ready. The all-knowing one protects us all. Charge!
What is this speed fest?
Oh, they went all in on me and I barely survived, and then
No, that wasn't even good anyway. Like, even if I killed you, it's still pretty good.
By your grace.
Let's take some towers.
Not yet! Scouting the way.
let's take bottom.
Fear not, my friends. Our guardian is here. Time. Omniscient light.
Tiger, get back.
All is known. In the vanguard. It's not time yet. Strength guides me. Right away. I'm under attack. Yes.
Hey, Lulu, come help. Oh, actually, back it up just a little bit. I think they might have all 5 here.
I'm gonna go top.
Look that way.
Even though you're fighting, I'm aware.
It's not time yet. Purify. No sorceries avail. I'll not falter. Hard march.
Oh shit.
I mean, I really need a BKB.
All-knowing one, the armor of omniscience.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under
Careful, Lagger.
attack.
They are probably over there.
Radiant structures are
And he didn't get the tower. Nice.
Your bottom tower has been denied.
It is not my time.
Johnny, you want it?
I bring the
No,
light.
what?
Observer.
Oh, no, I'm good.
I am needed. Yes. I shall use it wisely. I'm known. Their blades will break upon us. I'll not falter. Yes, sir.
Mine.
I
Oh man,
journey on.
our mobility sucks dick.
Fuck it.
No. Oh my god. Can you guys listen? Can you listen and back, please? Just back. Just back.
I am needed. I'm under attack. All wands will break.
No, Lager's dead. Don't save him. You're gonna die. You try to save him.
Got the lion.
Okay.
I just wanted the lion.
It's not time yet.
I don't know why you guys take so long to listen to what I say.
I'm not ready.
I just wanted the lion. I didn't care. I would have survived.
You know what it is, Johnny? Like, you're enabling bad behavior. Because like, as an example, if one person goes in and then they're not sure, but then another person keeps going in, and then it starts like a retarded chain reaction, you know?
Well, they should be following me anyway.
Don't follow Johnny, guys.
I stand for the light.
Yeah, don't follow me.
Got it.
I already told Liger that in the beginning,
Sorceries avail.
but he hasn't been listening to me at all this game.
I'll take point.
I told him not to go in at top, and he went in right as he respawned. Also, Magnus, you wanna?
Fuck yeah.
Luna doesn't have shit.
All is known. Healing shock. Advancing.
I bang drums for you.
Fear not, my friends. Our God is here. A gift.
What would have been better is if you Shuriken Phoenix.
The all-knowing
By the
one
way.
guides.
Does it stop the...
Yeah.
The dive,
dust?
yes.
Not yet.
It wasn't the dive, it was the sun ray.
Stopped everything.
Was it really? Oh, I didn't know.
100%.
My favorite customer.
Oh my god, something that Johnny doesn't know.
Stricken.
I feel like our wards aren't aggressive enough.
Flanking.
Like we should own this entire half of all this shit belongs to us.
I did, but they dewarded.
Ward better.
Ward weirder.
I
Hey,
think
hey,
I
Johnny.
deward.
Is under attack.
Scouting the way.
Oh man, I actually didn't mean to TP as early as I did. I bet.
The all-knowing one.
Oh look, she's still here.
She's still here.
She can't kill me. What the fuck? She can't even hit her combo.
Yeah, I think it's bad.
I'm not ready.
So you teleport and I had to drum for that.
Omniscient light.
Oh, sorry
Still
about
didn't
that.
even make it.
As you will.
Ooh, don't follow me.
Oh, they don't have line, or they don't have tanking. We can take top. We have to do it real quickly though.
I'm fine.
Hey, detection for this guy?
Flanking.
Did I before I could place the ward?
Oh fuck!
Nah.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Lotus? Nah, I don't care, Lotus. What am I trying to reflect?
They have a sentry somewhere over there, by the way.
Yeah. I died before I could deward.
It's okay. You were fighting, you shouldn't be focusing on D-ward in the
Yeah.
fight.
Your omniscience sees fit to restore me. A narrow path.
Can we head top as a team, please?
Alright.
Oh god, poor lion.
Actually, we can do Roshan, so we can go like this, and then like this.
As you will. Attack! Objectives!
take it.
Your top tower is under attack. Has fallen to the radiant.
I think my goal this game is to try to get Lion to maybe 20 death, maybe 30.
Yeah.
Protects us all.
Sounds good.
It shall not be in vain. Strength. Yes.
Where's the Lion? Lion.
For your glory.
He'll come out soon.
In the vanguard.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Wait, we push now. This is double catapult wave. I can go in first. Just don't dive too deep, especially you, Bounty Hunter.
I'll not.
What are you talking about? I never dive deep.
No sorceries avail. I am needed.
It's okay. Just stay behind me, okay? You don't have to go deep.
Oh, but that Lion's so juicy.
Radiant structure.
Alright, just take
And
it
he's
easy.
still here.
It's not time.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
What the fuck?
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
What's wrong with Phoenix? He's just standing there. He's like AFK.
Maybe
Nice!
okay. Oh yeah, he disconnected. Ah, he's back.
Dire structures are fortified.
Omniscient
The
light.
enemy's top barracks. has
Back,
fallen.
please, and push mid.
Back, please, and just get back until Lion re.
Your bottom tower is under
You
attack.
really want him, huh?
Want to go bottom, guys?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I just want to kill Lion.
Going bottom right now.
Your bottom tower
You guys
is
got this
under
shit.
attack.
Guiding light.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I'm under attack.
Okay, we have to back. We only have 3 here. Let's back.
I'll take point.
That's too tanky.
All I wanted was the Lion.
Oh, I'm badly back.
One vow to never die.
Where's all my creeps, guys?
What creeps?
Oh man.
I didn't know creeps.
Oh man.
Oh, baby. Get my satanic. Get my BKB up. Go for Lion again.
Did you intentionally cast 2 shrapnels?
Nope.
Okay. What am I gonna build next? I'm not sure. Maybe Satanic.
Fuck, my god.
I think you're okay.
Nobody wants to cancel that shit.
Wow.
Oh, this poor Lion.
Yeah, let's end the game.
I think that is clear.
No, they see me.
Scouting the way.
Come on, Johnny, stop
she
digging
got
around.
BKB.
Say your prayers.
Lion is dead, Johnny.
What are you talking about? I'm making space. There's 3 of them if you're trying to kill me.
Nah, I think your space is done for now. Diminishing returns.
The omniscience knows your sin. The all-knowing one guides me.
See, look at that space.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, fine.
58. 58.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Yeah, Moonshard guys, hang on.
The enemy's bottom barracks.
Gotta buy my St. Tony.
Now have mega
Good back.
hits.
I need Lion to respawn. Be right back.
Flanking.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
This will come in handy.
Fear not, my friends.
Instantly
Our
full health.
guardian is here.
And 8k gold. Jesus.
All can be counted. I'll take point.
I'm hijacking this real quick for secret shot.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
All-knowing one guides me.
We're
Oh,
gonna
no.
end?
Give me 1 second, Lulu.
Oh no, we're just gonna end.
Ah,
Fortify.
Blessings.
Radiant.
Damn it, Lulu. I had my moon chart too.
Good job, Lulu.
I wouldn't have reached anyway.
Yes, it would.
Nope.
It counts for my net worth.
No, I mean it ended before.
It's okay,
I
it
could
still
get
counts for my net
Lion,
worth.
So I don't. Oh, you mean buy it?
Yes, I mean.
Thank you. I want to see the stats for the game. Why are Brazilian people so prideful? Oh yeah, tanked 50,000 damage. Hello, Manjome.
What happened to the stats
What stats?
of the game?
You have to refresh the game list.
No, I mean I'm looking at it.
No. I'm looking at it too.
Okay, where's where it says how many people you killed, or who you killed?
Oh, the extended stats? I have no
Yeah.
idea.
I want to see how many times I killed Lion.
The gray Dota icon top left is an easier way to access last game stats. Really? This one. Oh, this one? Oh, good tip, Cobus.
Oh, there it is. 7 times. Man, I really need to learn how to lane against a Phoenix.
Have you ever played Phoenix?
Yes.
So you're a bounty hunter versus Phoenix, okay. Well, there's not much you can do when he has his fire spirits up.
I don't know. I mean, my only 5 deaths were because of Phoenix.
I think you just
They
have
were-
to bait him into using fire spirits. And
I mean,
then
that's
when
what
he
I
doesn't
usually
have fire
do.
spirits,
I run in for the CS and then I back off. And he usually misses the first one, but then he has 3 more.
okay, then you need to know how to manipulate creep aggro then.
Yeah, that's something I could work on.
Definitely. Why couldn't Johnny lane with Lagger? Lagger's probably just too inexperienced, I think.
No, I think it's just that he couldn't hear me or something, because I told him not to go in, and then he teleports in and then just goes in.
Yeah, listening is a very important ability. What you talking about, Alex?
I mean, I don't think he's that bad in lane. It's just, I think he's learning from you too. He's just a bit too aggressive. Doesn't know the limits of.
Damn it. We are learning bad things from
You
you.
guys are learning some bad Dota.
Now we see you, we try. We are not that good, so we fail.
Game. Oh yeah, you like that, Alex? Eh? Eh? Hello, Danilo. Please speak English.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
You know what it is, the Raj? I try to keep it entertaining and fun, you know? High action.
Your turn to
But it doesn't always work out.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It seems like it would be nice if they had a bunch of heroes that are like in your face.
Your turn
This
to
Warlock AA.
Well, I'm playing PL.
Your turn to pick.
Yeah, I think
A hero
this
that I
is
never play?
You
Shen.
going off safe lane, Mr. Jug? Or Mr.
That's up to you. Depends on the matchup. You can choose whatever you like.
You can go off lane if you want.
Nah, I think mid's better. I'll just kill Sniper nonstop, and then they'll rotate for me. And then you guys will win your lane so
We're gonna be jungling, and then you're gonna be raging as you die while we
Yeah.
jungle.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's actually, yeah. You guys are just all gonna fucking
Too real.
4 jungle. Same camp.
The small camp, in fact.
Yeah.
Hey, Billy, you want bottom?
You'll try to stack camps at 58 seconds. And then wait the whole minute to do that.
Nice. Jug Earthshaker is not something I really want to face.
Okay, I'll deal with it.
Unless
I'm not
Earthshaker's
even
off
scared
lane.
of Earthshaker, but he's clearly counterpicking.
So, how's your day going, Devraj? You working today?
We will do as needed.
His mid's gonna be so incredibly dead that it won't even matter.
This one is in the
Prepare for battle.
As needed. Into battle.
It's in the bag.
It is right. Now.
How about you, Alex? How's your night going? You do much today? Today is a Tuesday.
30 seconds to battle.
Didn't have my job, but I had like 5 hours of classes.
We will.
That sounds mentally draining. How are your grades, if you don't mind me asking?
Good idea. Agree.
You
The battle
sniper is up.
begins.
Interesting. Well, that's fine.
Oh my god, my fucking guy!
I think you're facing an Earthshaker mid. Seems interesting.
I don't know
Or
how
Jug
he's
mid.
gonna do that.
Great combat.
I don't know, Sniper's top. Sniper AA top.
Without delay.
Yeah, it's Earthshaker mid.
That's interesting.
Well,
Well, we can
easy
swap
mid.
lanes if we want.
Oh, this
I don't
is-
think he cares.
Between B plus to A, you call that average? You fucking smart guy over here. That's not average at all. Man, smarty pants. But seriously though, man. Good job. But I don't mind what grades you are, even if you're a C student or D student. I'm like a B student, borderline C sometimes. That's okay. B's and C's get degrees, you know?
Yeah, I feel bad I didn't take mine. Did not expect sniper top.
You should start holding onto your skill points.
Yeah.
Unless you're lying. then you can get impaled.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, say,
It's
hey,
fun.
And you used all 3 mangoes already. To do that much damage.
Lagger, ignite the warlock. Like he's just regenerating mana because you don't do anything. Like beat on him. Like you click him or something. Man. You gotta do something. You can't stand there. Back up a little bit. Like whenever it's convenient, just run up to Warlock and just hit him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Like your hero's so tanky, it's so hard for people to click you back. But you don't want to find yourself fighting 2 versus 1. It's the only situation you don't want to be in. But otherwise, like click them every chance you get. Like, and just straight up run up to this guy and just click him. Not too deep though, not too deep. Yeah, yeah. Like, see, you're pretty much full HP already. Like, they can't do shit to you.
Man, headshot's annoying. I need a wand.
I also need a wand.
Also, perhaps you shouldn't pull until I push out the wave.
Okay.
I can't handle these creeps with these guys just hitting me.
Hey, go grab their rune, okay? Lagger, go grab their rune. Okay. Okay, come here, Shrunk.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You should teleport out right away. Okay, never mind. There you go, very nice.
Thank you.
When you walk back, can you pick these up?
Sure.
At least Sniper's auto-attacking.
Maybe that is why it's sniper only.
Stop attacking creep, please. Stop. Stop.
Also harass the AA if you can. He has no health regeneration.
Yeah, like you can click Warlock now, like this Juggernaut can spin, so now's a really good time for you to just go up and bonk him. Or Jug. Yeah, like just bonk him, that's good. Careful, you're getting a little low, so you want to back up.
Ooh, nice Lulu.
Thank you. Oh my god. Shit.
Good bait, Lulu. Good bait, Lulu.
Thank you.
Back it up. Don't lose your clarity. Don't get hit by Warlock.
Let me take this wave and we can shrine. With Anchor Smash and... okay. With Anchor Smash and my armor, he does 1 damage to me. Or maybe 10 damage. But I heal.
Here, walk away from this jug.
Press into AA when you come back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god!
Want me to pull
That's
next,
fine, man.
Next time?
No, just keep harassing the AA.
What does that even mean?
Like he's just giving me free one
Thank
charge.
you,
He's
thank
dead
you.
here. Just go.
Yeah, I wasn't exactly
Keep
sure
going.
I was gonna go
Actually,
out.
don't.
Earthshaker's bottom.
Hey, would you say Earthshaker's a mechanically talented player?
I think he's a troll. He's actually not that good.
Wow, that thing does no damage. Here's some mana.
Or Tita?
Stand here, wait for Sniper to come up, and then we'll go in. I have Rabbit. He can't see you there, unless they have a ward. Go. Fuck it.
Back it up, not too much.
Nice. Very nice.
Oh, I'm going for the runes.
Okay.
Go for the runes too, Liger, go.
I feel like you guys should be winning your lanes.
I killed Sniper
Look
twice
at how many
already.
heroes are mid all the time.
It's been 2 versus 2.
Killed Sniper.
Bottom.
Yeah. We chased AA out of lane because every time he comes back, he just dies.
Oh hey, Sniper's bottom now.
I guess we chased Sniper out of lane too. Well, that's boring. Oh, there's an Invis Earthshaker here.
Hey Johnny, if you're gonna go Vlad's, don't,
Fine,
because I
man.
am getting Vlad's, okay?
I was not planning to.
Good.
It's okay. He had the chilling touch on. Could have just survived.
Oh, Shinbat, welcome back. Thanks, JT. Oh, you're here. Haven't seen you. Oh, what the?
Radiant structures are fortified.
And why would I accept your challenge?
Your middle tower is
They
under
popped,
attack.
yeah, pretty much all their ults bottom. Try not to break too many chat rules today, okay, Chinbat?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A is missing. Okay, everyone is missing for top. Okay.
This AA comes out, we can just kill him.
Oh shit.
Your middle
shrine
tower
bomb.
is under attack.
Our shaker is top. I'm coming, Johnny.
Ooh, ooh. Oh my god, what a
Nice.
battle. Wow.
Oh shit!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Did our shaker use Echo Slam top?
No. Not on me anyway. I don't know if he used it on Lulu.
So by that logic, he should have it when he spawns.
Yes.
And he's probably gonna go for me.
Hey Lulu, I have Blink now. We can just go on sniper. Stand right here and wait for me to reach.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Right here. And then just walk around like this.
Careful bottom, careful bottom. You just walk away.
He's gonna be right here. Wait.
Yeah, if
Never
you,
mind,
if
he
you
left.
donate, I'll accept your challenge. Otherwise, if you offer nothing, then I give you
He
nothing.
does have some rain in him, I guess. Get back. Or heal some. I'm coming mid. I'm board at top.
I don't understand how we can have a fucking Earthshaker chasing our PO and a whole team isn't fucking here.
There's no mid tower.
Hey, he's here.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I don't have Ravage for 5 seconds per week.
Your top tower is under attack.
Your shaker.
Good for
Your
Jug.
bottom tower is under attack.
Ruins, guys?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
We agree. We move.
It's an illusion.
I'm willing, even unwilling.
sorry.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense.
There. Storm.
Man, Sniper's still poor.
He's level 4? Holy
I
shit.
wonder why.
Jesus.
Lulu and I probably raped him a bit.
Beware.
Don't go near me.
Oh, that was really bad. Sorry.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Is that the real Earthshaker just sitting mid? Or is that an illusion?
Nope.
No, no, no.
Oh my
that's
god, oh
illusion.
shit. Oh my god, I thought that was real. I'm just like confidently pushing top.
Enemy's top tower has fallen. Radiant
Hey guys, I'm in a
structures
jungle,
are
our jungle. The whole game.
Okay.
Our pike finds you.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
I think the Earthshaker's a smurf. Like,
Your bottom
he seems to make
tower
lots
is
of good
under
decisions.
attack.
Hey, can we stop jungling? Everybody besides me.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
The only person jungling is this ogre. Come on, Lager.
I don't think I hit a single jungle creep this game.
Multiply.
Come on, sniper. You know you're gonna keep pushing.
Don't bloodlust me, okay? Don't bloodlust PL.
We will.
Bloodlust an illusion.
Yeah, you could do that if you want to be next level.
Simple.
I
think they might be behind him here.
He wants to die. Hey, he's mid.
There's Earthshaker. Earthshaker might even have like
I'm coming top.
Earthshaker might have played
I have
through. I
Rabbit.
mean, Shadowblade.
Numbers grow.
Try the left.
Quickly.
Yeah, I think they're top. They're like over here just waiting.
As ordered.
Jeez, we have 3 mana boots on this team.
Chase this.
The A is bait.
Yep.
We move.
Why is there alt under hotkey?
Actually, is he?
Because
there.
I want to use alt with
Well,
my
that's here too.
buttons.
We rush.
Okay, Echo Slime, Echo Slime, Echo Slime.
He's over here.
We can't beat these guys because like we don't have team.
Chase.
What the fuck?
We see.
Your top tower is under attack.
Strike.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Onward.
How are they hitting the tier
Your
2?
top tower is
Isn't there supposed to be backdoor? Oh, there it is.
Yes, Letty.
There were creeps right there. It just takes a while for the lure.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm really slow at killing them.
Easily.
Also, I
What are
believe
they
there's
doing?
an
Just sitting there, like trying to hit that tower. What the?
We move.
No question, it's just push bottom.
Forward.
Are you going in?
Simple.
Did you just
I'm
echo
not sure.
that?
Did he?
I'm getting smart.
Are
Don't
you?
worry about it.
There's 4 here. Or, yeah, 4 here.
Quickly.
Oh, they also have vision of this area. Don't deward. Just know that they have vision of that area.
We see.
Okay.
Earthshaker's top.
Onward.
Their whole team on pause.
Mystery. Bounty.
Go for me. A good idea.
Oh man.
Holy shit.
Is Aeon Disc play to win or play to lose?
Let's play to lose.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, it'll prevent you from being picked off by the Earthshaker,
Your
but that's
top
it.
tower is under attack.
I'm gonna go Solar Crest AC then.
Okay. Hey Johnny, I'm coming.
Holy shit.
Earthshaker.
Shaker is there. Around
Your
there.
top tower is
Where's
under
Earthshaker?
attack.
Right up here. Like
Okay.
literally right here.
We agree. You're dead.
You have Ravage. Earthshaker's at 300 mana.
I'm a little far from
Never
you.
mind, you're not here. You only had enough for one stun. Or, well, I guess you can.
We march. Attack.
Oh, thank God he shrapnel too late.
We will take them.
Holy crap.
Man, my Diffusal Blade. Yeah, you guys can think of the Earthshaker as the shark this game. He's probably by far their best player. As long as you just imagine where he is, he'll do well, I think.
He's coming for you, that's where he is.
Yeah, he should be.
Jug is mid, Warlock AA are here.
It's not done yet.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Who the fuck lifts that?
Into battle. As ordered. We will. We understand. Yes.
Oh, they're right here. I think Shiva's my next up.
Attack.
Hey, get ready to fight top. Like, this Earthshaker's coming for me.
Your top tower
So,
is under attack.
I can come top and
Your top
we can still
tower
fight
has
top.
fallen.
Can you guys head there?
I'm ready.
I can't be there for a good 15 seconds, but
Oh,
I'm pretty sure Shaker's looking for me bottom.
this is
Meta, can you
warded
join
by the
us?
way, so be careful, Lulu.
Yeah, I think. Okay, the Shaker's there. Be careful, Dad. Oh man, you're in such a hot spot.
I know.
Okay, I'm
I
gonna
saw
shove out bottom then.
Earthshaker's here.
They're gonna react to this in just a second. I'm pretty sure. They're gonna see me bottom and then they're
Earthshakers.
gonna. Yeah, they're gonna come for me. Okay, Jug's gone.
No, they're roshing.
Can you find? any
They're
enemies?
roshing.
Is that a fact?
Two of them are roshing.
They don't
That
have the
is-
Jug though. He's the most important person to rush.
We can kill Jug if he comes too far.
Yeah, they're still roshing. I'm
Okay.
100% sure they're roshing.
Yeah.
Sniper and Shaker.
We see. Mighty coin.
We gonna do this? I have Ravage.
Yeah, I'm going in.
As needed.
It's okay, down to half.
Yeah.
We agree.
Holy shit.
Yes.
The fuck, Root?
I'm really low, so I'm. Oh wait, what the fuck
Echo
killed
down.
me? Huh? Fuck killed me, Jesus. Yeah, that Earthshaker, he's probably Smurf. He's doing really well.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Sniper still has nothing though.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Can we punish
The
this?
fuck?
Can you guys punish this? TP over?
Your middle
man.
tower has fallen.
Nope, not going in.
For victory.
Oh, fuck. Oh, he's down there.
Did he use Echo Slam for that last fight?
Yes,
Okay.
he echoed me alone.
Okay, I think we have to go back. Like, if they're still trying, then we have to stop them. Like, we gotta pick these guys up.
A decoy. They cannot hide from us.
What the fuck? He
40
already
seconds
slashed my illusion!
40 seconds on Ravage.
Oh, what the? How does he have Echo Slam already? Already been 110 seconds?
Probably. I use this at the same time, and I only have 20 seconds left.
Okay, so then he got it just in time then. Oh, Echo, or Shaker ball back. You guys should probably get back. Blink out, you can't blink out?
I believe.
Oh shit.
Don't take that magnitude with me.
You run downwards, never mind. Oof, good dodge.
Nah, suck that.
Run this way.
Blink.
Sucker.
We can defend this.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I am coming back in.
Radiant structures are fortified.
There you go. Yeah, the
I don't know
Earth
why they
Shaker's
keep
all their
going
power.
to
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like I've been tanking everything they've been.
Lulu, move up. I want that farm.
I'm coming.
Oh my god. Oh, he found a regen. Wow. What a lucky shit, man. No, I think it's pointless fighting him. Like, you can't catch him. You have to have the lockdown. Or the mana burn. Like, he's just gonna jump around and Sniper will get you guys. Don't fight him.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hey everybody, let's defend.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
As ordered.
He doesn't have Echo Slam.
Okay. That guy is using it like the exact moment it comes off every single time.
Actually, he might have it at this point.
Didn't he just used it on you and Ogre, right? Do you know?
Oh, right, he did.
Yeah, he shouldn't have it then.
Duh. I forgot. I thought he used it in the previous fight, but that makes sense. He used it in the previous fight when I used this. And it was...
Good idea. We understand. We march.
The real Shaker mid?
Yes.
Sounds like it.
I am farming top. Hey, avoid fighting mid. I'm top. Like we're still split right now, and they're probably gonna be together.
Careful, Theo.
Can you cut mid?
No. We went over tier 1.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
You wanna go back?
He just warded that.
Yeah, should.
Or Shaker?
Good. Let him waste his time. We need Johnny and Rich to come back. It's good that they're not pushing.
Forward. We see. For victory.
Your top tower is under attack.
I did just say they warded that. Someone could de-ward that.
Where did they ward?
We will.
Oh my god, that. Okay, got him.
No, Echo Slam! Echo Slam!
Get
Oh
him!
shit.
Tower is under attack.
I'm not looking.
Can you? Oh man, he's over here.
I'm doing Orchid next.
Oh, he's gone. That was actually a really good fight for us.
Yeah, Jug overextended.
Yeah.
Well played with the sentries.
I'm coming mid. I'm pretty sure Jug's or
Radiant structures.
he's gonna come on you.
You, that's disgusting.
We agree.
Invisibility.
Yes.
Alright.
Yes.
Sniper's finally getting some farm.
Oh, I got heart now, so good luck. Good luck to them.
Vision that way.
We move.
Oh, Earthshaker's bottom. There you go.
Forward.
1k until I have Shivas.
Arms for the dead.
We agree.
Glad you guys like the game. That's a pretty good game.
We march.
Well, Shaker's missing.
Oh, there he is.
He's here. Why wouldn't he be here?
We see.
Hey, let's kill Jug. Ogre, go. Wait, don't show yourself, okay? Just hide.
Man, plus 250 damage at level 25 is actually very tempting.
Oh yeah. I didn't get it. I think you can get it as well.
Especially with that. Yeah, but I think cooldown might be better.
We will take them.
They might be rushing.
There.
AA ulted.
We
Oh,
will.
sniper's top here. Hey, let's see if sniper comes up. If they split here, like, then we jump them. Okay, hide. Yeah, get
Jug
ready.
went up.
Get really ready.
Tower is under attack.
I'm ready. AA's
Hey,
here.
Brood, you can farm
Go
bottom.
bottom.
Good idea.
Okay, fuck up their backline.
Your
Kill those
bottom
guys.
tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Hey, maybe we can kill these guys.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Fuck. I
He's
overextended
really
my
elusive.
blink.
Like, we need like lockdown, like some kind of bash or CC. Keep him-
He was up here. He's
We understand.
I canceled that TV.
I have Orchid now. It's fine.
Okay. I've got Dust. He's somewhere around here.
Onward.
he's right here.
What the fuck? God.
Delay.
That's okay. Earthshaker falls off really hard. Especially once we get some items. Can't really burst you down.
We will.
You just get like
Your
some
bottom
HP.
barracks are under attack.
Quickly.
By all the tones, Lulu, get your level 25 and heal the bears.
I can 1v1 Shaker now, I think.
Good.
Yes.
I can also 1v1 him, but Sniper usually interferes.
Oh, good, because I can feel Sniper.
Without delay.
Well, time for a refresher.
Good idea. As needed.
Careful bottom. Earthshaker. Remember, Earthshaker is the center of everything. Careful bottom. Careful bottom.
Sniper is with him.
Roshan has
Oh my
fallen.
god. Oh my god. They split us up so good.
A got the.
A decoy.
What the fuck is that shit?
A took the Aegis.
I'm having
Aegis
some
down.
interpersonal issues. Does what's his face have Echo Slam?
Yes, probably.
Okay. Then don't commit to this.
No, he does not have Echo.
Oh, good thing I have heart.
Use Echo?
Oh my god, A didn't even die. Jesus.
Alright.
I slew with the fishes.
Hey Johnny, you need to save buyback before buying items. Anyways, I'm gonna buy back to defend here.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Will you defend?
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
Ogre's behind. Get the Sniper.
Bust.
Sniper's dead. No Shadow Blade on Earthshaker.
Don't die, PL. Don't die.
Quickly.
Unless only please.
Onward. I'm under attack. Yes. Easily. As ordered. We understand.
Check is going for going for butterfly.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh my god, this fucking Earthshaker. He just used Echo. if you guys can kill somebody before they start pushing as 5, that would be fantastic. But you have to like gang up on them. Like the sniper is probably a good choice. Like if the Tide and the Ogre, if you guys jump him now, if he's still pushing, like that'll stop their push. Like you don't have to be sneaky,
He's not
just run
pushing.
out.
He's gone. He's farming.
There's Earthshaker here.
Invis. Run.
Radiant structures.
Just run.
Oh my, one
Just
minute.
run. He has a Daedalus.
I have BKB soon.
Okay. So we can put the Brood in the front, and if he gets stun locked, the Tide goes in with Greaves and Ravage. But the Brood has to be in the front.
Yep.
And they have no echo, so.
There's a Earthshaker here. He's like right there.
Your top shrine is under attack.
I lied, he's right there.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
Chat totem, is this miss? Oh, Jesus. Oh yeah, what a nice kill.
Oh, nice.
Oh, here comes the salt.
We go on sniper now.
I'm slowly running over.
Me too. Ogre bloodlust me, please. Ogre bloodlust me, please.
Where's sniper? Oh, sniper!
Run.
I have 3 charges, I can catch him.
Yes.
Kill Jug. I'm taking tower.
Hey, I dusted the jug.
What's tier 4? 72 seconds on Earth.
Alright. I got a heart, so
Tier
I can
4,
just tank
please.
whatever. Yeah, we might be. It seems like they don't have buyback. We might be able to end here.
I can also.
Yeah, go throw it.
Has fallen.
Wow, the game ended just like that.
One mistake.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire
Wow.
victory.
GG guys.
GG.
GG.
Really good game.
That Earthshaker. Must
I
feel
think
pretty bad.
I underestimated the Earthshaker. If I would have realized he was actually way higher skill than me, I would have done better, I think.
Yeah, I think I saw you level 7, and I think he was level 9. I was like, oh. We could be in for something
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I think it's actually not that hard to deal with Earthshaker. I could have done much better. I think if I would have, I should have realized what he was like, his skill earlier, and then like not even skilled spiderlings. Actually, that would have been the build.
Does he clear all the spiderlings with the one combo?
Yeah, so if I have spiderlings with me, I am dead instantly.
Oh.
Echo Slam is one shot, like level 6 versus level 6.
What about pre-6?
He doesn't have Echo Slam pre-6.
Hmm.
I'm just saying if we're both level 6, he can one shot me.
Right.
And I have spiderlings. And he got a blink pretty early too. That contributed to several kills as well. I didn't know he had blink, and then he blinked into me while I was in a jungle.
And the Tide and the Lich, you guys shit on Sniper and AA, was it? Yeah, Sniper and AA, right?
Yeah, like
Okay.
Yeah.
horrendously. We got
Okay.
4 kills
yeah.
before Lulu even died. And Lulu only died because they left and Earthshaker. No, was it Earthshaker? AA and someone else ganked us. I
Yeah,
don't-
someone came.
Okay. So top one, mid lost, bottom traded even. Okay, so it was actually pretty even in the laning phase.
Yeah, if you look at the graph, it was even 20 minutes.
Right.
And then they were winning, and then
Well, actually,
They
no,
lost
I
it.
was actually beating Jug. Never mind. So bottom one, I actually fed a bunch of times, but still have more farm than Jug. Actually, no. Me and Liger are doing a lot better than the Warlock and the Jug.
I think this item build is like basically exactly the anti-Earthshaker eggs. I just needed to get those faster
Oh.
to do like even better.
Yeah, the Orchid was a genius pickup.
Like if I had won the mid lane, I could have got Orchid much earlier, and then he'd just be totally fucked.
Hey, Monkey, how you doing?
Your turn to ban.
Hello, D3.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Is this a stream pick?
No, I just want to practice Naga. She's a very powerful carrier, you know?
Oh man, I feel like you never played Naga. This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I don't.
Or every time you do, you complain about, oh, it's too
10
boring.
seconds
It is
remaining.
Man, I
as
want to
fuck.
support.
Dude.
I want
Naga
to see
is-
K support get eggs for your
If
Naga.
it's boring, you're doing it. Naga's like one of the most high APM heroes I've ever played.
Well, I used to play StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3, but I just like the PvP hero on hero action, but with Naga it's just like, okay, these illusions killed that camp, I'm gonna cut this lane here, I'm gonna farm this jungle here, it's
Yeah.
just so much farming.
Get swole.
I'm talking myself out of this. I don't know if I want to do this anymore. Alright, I'm not necessarily playing mid, I'm gonna play Nature's Prophet.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
I said, oh man, because Magnus is probably gonna mid because I can't mid with Krat, which means I'm gonna have to carry.
Oh, you can play offlane if you like, and I'll play carry NP.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. See you later, Blend.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
And last game was actually a pretty fun game.
Yeah, no, that was a really good game.
Can I get a analysis of the Shadow Fiend's profile?
Shadow Fiend, what, sorry?
Can I get a analysis of the Shadow Fiend's profile?
Sure, let's have a look.
Seems Smurfy.
Seems
I don't
Smurfy
know.
indeed.
Oops.
Well, if you want to be safe lane carry, I can go up against the mid if you want.
Oh, no, so I'm considering Tinker. And I think sometimes when I play Tinker against lower skill Shadow Fiends, I can kill him in lane just by having them underestimate my burst.
Right.
But I think with a Smurf SF, that's not possible. He will understand exactly how powerful I am.
Your turn to pick.
So I just go the 2-0-2 build
I think
instead.
Tinker's a really good pick because we have a lot of threat of being pushed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tinker's banned. Fuck.
oh, is it? Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
Damn.
That's not really Tinker strategy.
Broodmother.
Yeah, you could.
Smart.
Clinks is gonna come after you.
So he's gonna raise my spiderlings.
Hmm.
They do it wrong.
Yeah, so it's not the best matchup for you.
Yeah, I think what I need to do is like just a little bit different than I normally do. Like I can't build spiderlings early. I have to rush them with them instead of like build them up.
Maybe I can go mid and you can go top. How's that?
Yeah. Let's think about who's top.
Probably
Gonna be Lone
Lynx,
Druid and
Druid.
Lynx or some shit.
Or you can go off
Yeah.
lane and then Pudge can go safe lane.
I summon the force.
Yeah, I can do
So
that
if I'm
too.
off lane, it'll be Dro and Witch Doctor, which is actually pretty easy.
Yeah, so maybe you go off lane.
Okay.
Like
Another-
when I'm level 6, I don't care about Maledict anymore.
Hey, supports, give me my,
I
give me my
can
item.
just steal out of it.
This one is
So
Oh, you're going mid. The word is with
Okay, where's the other word?
yeah, I think off lane's the best for me.
Yeah, let's do off lane for you then.
Liger has it.
fury. On my way.
Liger, can you go and give the word to Blue?
So I go.
How come he hears and listens to everyone else but me?
He doesn't like Vietnamese trash.
In
yeah.
sylvan shade.
He listens to you.
Oh!
Welcome to the secret.
Well, he's not trash. He's Vietnamese,
By
but not
my
trash.
shaggy bark.
30 seconds.
The insinuation was that he is as well. That's why I said it like that.
But since he listens, it means that he's not.
Yeah, I believe Lager has spoken or not spoken about this.
His silence, it's an answer as
Yep,
well.
that's right.
No, he
We're
probably
doing
just
NP
didn't hear me
mid,
say
right?
it. Correct.
There you
NP
go.
mid.
I think if we're successful bottom, we should be able to gank Shadow Fiend once the tier 1 bottom's down. I mean, by we, I mean Broodmother and NP versus...
Sure.
Okay.
If you guys need a gank anytime, just let me know.
With a wild spirit.
Getting top.
So they have
Right
to have a
now.
Gank
jungler,
top
huh?
right now. Go top.
Alright, let me walk over there.
En route.
Oh, Clinks is top.
Did Shadow Fiend place his ward there? I don't know
Oh wait, yeah, that's
if he's
right.
faking it or not.
Clinks bear.
Blink's very young.
Leaving.
The
Can we do
battle
this?
begins.
No, I don't think we can do this. He's gonna run.
The season arrives.
Nice try, bear.
Through shady lanes.
Witch Doctor Dro, easy lane.
Clinks bear. Easy fight.
And it's a disconnecting Dro too. If the Dro's lagging, they're gonna lose lane so hard.
By the way, Lulu, when you harass, you probably should not stand behind them and harass.
Hmm. Should I, do you think I should go, Frost Blast or,
I think it's
Shield?
better to Frost Blast. They're both ranged.
Hmm.
And I will not plan on chase any of them anytime.
Okay.
I mean, Clinks can just go and Viz. The
I don't wanna
one we
wait.
have a kill on is, he's back.
Yes.
Careful, bench. That's the tower hit. That's 2 tower hits.
Oh, I'm gonna
Three
fuck
tower
this
hits.
Druid up.
You're dead.
Green. I go.
First blood.
First blood.
Hey,
Take it.
Bench, can you just, like, try lane top or some shit like that?
No.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can harass Clinks from here.
Wild is my way.
Although I would agree, harassing the Android
Nature calls.
is just too fat to catch a clinks.
Hey, Venge, can you leave this lane?
Uproot the foe.
Flagger, can you leave the lane? Okay.
In sylvan shade. So I go. With a wild spirit. Through shady lanes.
Run, dude, don't die.
Yes.
That Shadow Fiend doesn't make any mistakes.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, go. Can you go stun Shadow Fiend?
That place.
Yeah, just run at him. I see that you have mana. You're just about to have enough mana.
What come to me?
Never mind.
By the wilds.
Grab it. Grab it. Wait. Don't show yourself, okay? Hide over here, please. Thanks.
Nature's ferocity.
I see that.
En route.
Okay, never mind. Just go top.
Yes. Attack. Branch house. Green.
I can buy a sentry for you and place it on the ground.
For the tree.
No, we don't need a sentry. I don't think we have any killing potential on planes at all.
No, not for you. For
Dire's structures
Bill.
are fortified.
No.
Naturally.
This druid is smart. He's staying on that side. We can't hook him.
Go green. Leaving.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Should I pull next one?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Next one, sure. Oh shit, maybe not.
By leaf and limb. Uproot and after them. In green, I go.
Well, at least my farm's pretty good.
Branch out. Nature's ferocity.
This bear is out of regen. Just keep harassing him.
By hidden paths.
He'll die eventually.
Grab the runes, please.
Green sprouts on
Flagger,
grey wood.
go for the runes.
Your middle tower.
Oh no, not that bear, I meant silly.
I'll go for
Shaggy
it.
bark.
Good thing he's out of regen.
By my shaggy bark. Limber.
Fuck.
Oh, Shadow Fiend is here. I'm dead.
Oh, nice.
Green rat.
Oh shit. Ah, nice.
Never back. Always forward.
By hidden paths.
Keeping up.
Oh, okay.
On my way.
They have vision there.
Shadow Fiend's missing.
I now know that.
Nature's wrath. Uproot you. By the wilds.
Liger, you need to be up here and stunning him when he runs at me.
En route.
He's literally just chasing me back to tower for free. See? Liger! Liger! Liger!
I think Liger is lagging.
Invisibility. So I go.
Hey, Pudge. Let's see. I'm waiting for your hook cooldown.
5.
Does he have Windwalk? Skeleton Walk? What the fuck? I'm invisible
I haven't
right
seen him
here.
use it yet.
Thought I was invisible.
I haven't seen him use it once yet.
Your middle tower is under attack.
But I haven't seen him use strafe either, so. Fair game.
Pull roots and run. Naturally.
Bear is missing.
Green is good. In green, I go. Oh. Uproot the foe.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
In sylvan shade.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fuck! So slow, dude.
Okay, you pull Liger.
Power wells up from within, with a wild spit denied.
Man, that was 400 moves to be fair.
Warriors of the wood.
We kill Drow, remember? I'm coming.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, look at it go!
That's Shadow Fiend. I'm walking away from this.
So dead you, I think, maybe?
Green, I go.
When I hit 6, Clinks will be easier to kill.
So mechanically, this the Shadow Fiend is good, but his decision making is not so good. That's good for
In
us.
sylvan shade.
So he might be a Smurf, but not a Divine One.
I don't know.
Or he could just be a SF spammer. You can get mechanically good at just about anyone by just spamming the hero.
So I go.
Careful, Lulu. They're all
Hey,
coming
does
top.
anybody have anything for me?
No. All the way, Lulu.
Look at it go!
Holy
So
shit.
I'm waiting for your 7. Oh wait, the rune's up, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come just like when I spawn.
Is under attack.
All these Rangers. Pretty stupid.
Middle tower is under attack.
I have a blink in a sec. I missed the CS.
Oh man.
I think we miscommunicated on when you were going.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Man, I'm 100 gold short. Ooh.
I could not bear to be away from the sacred woods.
Hey, Lulu. Can you come here? Specifically right here. Where I am right now. Walk around, yeah. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna blink in and I'm just gonna eat him if he pushes. And then I just need a nuke from you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna just nuke right now.
Nice.
Naturally. With a wild spirit.
Ah, he moved up. Shame.
Yeah, denied. Yes.
Hey, Lulu. Walk this way with me. There's
Okay.
farming somewhere.
What the fuck, man?
Keeping out.
Oh, I should just. Oh,
Holy
Oh,
shit!
Jesus. Run.
Link's ult doesn't attack unless he sees. I didn't know that.
Wow. Did not expect Shadow Fiend.
You.
Well, Shadow Fiend just made 1,000 gold.
Hmm. Tiger, can you go gank Shadow Fiend, please? You have Blink, right, Johnny?
I'm here. I have. Yep.
Upon my leaves.
Alright, go.
Through shady
Your bottom tower
golden green. Branch out.
Ooh. I got 600 gold.
I was hoping I got it, but you got it.
I didn't even try to cast the hook.
Well, you did damage somehow.
Wild is my way.
I'm going hunting.
Hi,
I smell
nigger.
food somewhere over here.
Oh wait, I see what you're doing here. Ah, you smart guy, man.
You have dust.
Mac, if you do that one more time, I'm gonna ban you.
Well, there's a sentry here, so here's the. I think he can see that.
With a wild spirit.
He definitely saw that.
Oh, he's here.
He definitely did not see that.
In sylvan shade.
Nice.
Nice.
You deny the wild.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Shadow Fiend's missing. I think I'm gonna come bottom.
For the trees.
Shadow Fiend is right here.
Is under attack.
With me.
Hey, JT, no, he's just trying to be racist. Like, he's trolling. That's all he is.
Holy shit.
Structures are fortified.
It has nothing to do with the shout-out, JT.
He just
That's why I threatened to ban him.
did that in 4 hits.
15-minute runes, please.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's go bottom for this guy. I believe Shadow Fiend is.
There's
There's
bear
a bear here.
Yeah, no, I didn't
I'm
realize
not
until I
there
actually
yet.
said it. I was like, oh,
Fuck,
wait a
can we
minute.
kill?
I'm not even there yet.
I'm gonna jungle now.
Go green.
I mean, if I'm right here and you're going in, how is that my fault?
Yeah.
Alright. Can you not help bottom? Thanks.
En route.
There was no reason for me to feed there.
Green wrath. Uproot the foe. Yes. Nature's ferocity. Invisibility. By my Come to me.
Hey, Alex, don't encourage that kind of behavior, please. You wanna go on bottom, Johnny? I'm coming.
Snipped.
Yep.
On my way. To mulch with you.
Witch Doctor probably teleported out. Yep, he teleported.
Uproot you.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I guess after.
I'll be right back.
I see a Clink's here. Yep.
Oh, actually,
Man,
Oh shit.
what are you doing?
Sorry. Oh, Shadow Fiend was
through
also.
shady lanes.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Shadow Fiend buying the wards too.
The wild is calling. Uproot and after. Green.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
With a wild spirit. Look at him go!
Dire's structures are fortified.
Branch out!
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Come! Come! In sylvan shade.
Hey, Johnny, come help me
Jesus,
kill
that
Shadow
hurts.
Fiend.
Let me heal up real quick. I'm coming.
Oh, Jesus, he has sentry there.
Nature calls.
Stay hidden. He's probably looking. He probably used Shadow Blade to look for me.
Yep.
And he should surface. Smell.
For the trees.
Okay, do whatever you want. I'm gonna go back and heal.
Leaving.
Found him.
I can teleport in like 3 seconds. Okay, you can. I think you can go now. You can go now.
So I pray.
Damn it. Oh. He also has Shadow
Come on,
Blade.
guys. Detection.
On my way. En route.
TP, motherfucker. TP.
Through shady lanes.
Alright.
Clink's is here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Green. I go. By my shaggy bark. My hidden paths.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Shadow Fiend just Requiem.
Okay.
I'm going to kill him now.
Okay. He has the Shadow Blade though.
By the wilds. nature's ferocity. In silver
Do you have protection? 10 seconds on this guy.
Nope, I don't have anything.
Well, let's hope we kill him fast.
Maybe he'll come up the hill.
Fuck.
anyway.
Your bottom tower is
Nah, he's
under
gone.
attack.
Shady lanes.
Your
Nature
bottom tower
calls.
is under attack.
By eat and live.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Orchid malevolence.
Oh, there's a fake Shadow Queen.
Your
I
bottom
defeated.
tower has fallen.
The real one's bound to be nearby. Jesus,
Ah.
this hurts.
Found
I
him.
he's
the
not
real
nearby.
one.
Oh, he's got Daedalus. Blast Cannon.
Fury. Go green. Wild is my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So I go.
I have Dust and Orchid for this guy. Okay.
Natural.
Careful, careful. I'm really low. I'm really low.
Get him used.
You can't fight him, Liger. You cannot fight.
Oh, that shrine! Oh! Nice kill.
This champ's easy. Shadow Fiend can't do shit. It's fucking garbage.
Your middle tower
What a
is
joke.
under attack.
What are you guys gonna fucking... Can
Your
we,
middle
you know,
tower is under
Yeah, you guys
attack.
can run at him now. Oh, there's Shadow Blade. Everyone has Shadow Blade this game.
can we have
Oh,
like
he doesn't have Shadow
fucking-
Blade? He dead.
What an
Defeated.
idiot. You're fucking...
Is it spring already? With me. Uproot the foe. Unearth the seeds of fortune.
Can you see if you can grab? Yeah.
By my shaggy
He's chasing you. Do you think?
Shadow Fiend's there. No. He does.
Oh, I'm gonna dust.
Ow. Wow.
Oh shit.
There's a Queen's here too, he hurts.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
Nice. I just in time.
At least it's in his book bag.
Oh,
You know what, okay, you know what? I'm gonna get out of here before I die.
Yeah, you should probably GTFO.
I will teleport right here.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh my god!
If she were smart, she would have just gusted you right out.
Yeah, she should have. Had TP scroll. I think I would have been okay. Then.
Your top
Doesn't she
tower
just
is
kill you
under
in one shot?
I have no idea. Oh,
Pretty sure
you
she
think she
does.
can push me out with Sprout? I'm not sure that that works that way. Maybe it does.
I'm pretty sure it does.
under attack.
She got the knockback talent. It knocks you back pretty
Oh,
damn
does
far.
she? Oh, Jesus.
Your top tower has fallen.
I I am
I'm gonna go for mid now.
slowly getting there.
Oh my god.
Jesus, look at that talent.
Now your tree food. Leaving.
Okay.
I flew my entire screen.
Uproot and after that.
Oh man, I misclicked earlier. By the way, Blade Mail's really good against the Shadow Queen since he's going pure
Yeah.
dust cannon.
Is good.
Yeah, I should get a Blade now. I was thinking about it.
En route.
Oh man, Lulu, move the other way.
With a wild spirit.
I'm not doing this.
By my shaggy bark. Shady lane. Timber.
Can we push bottom, MP?
With a
He
wild
definitely sees him.
I'm buying my nullifier.
faster than ever. In
Man, I
silver
just want my
shade.
eggs.
Oh shit, he just dewarded everything.
Well, I kind of gave away that ward position when I hooked.
Ah, I mean, the other ones as well.
Well, he saw us standing there.
Naturally.
We kind of made it obvious there was a hook there, or a ward there, by just standing there.
On my way.
Did somebody say they're getting AC?
Pull roots
Nope.
and run.
Jesus.
Okay.
The wild is calling.
He just crit me. Killed me.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Oh my god.
Drow have one less enemy now.
Alms for the dead.
Hey Lulu, like this is how you die.
I'll just take a cut.
Oh, okay.
I'm going Deso.
Yes.
Slowly making my way up. Holy shit, here.
Dead
Right
too.
clicks.
Oh.
One
I
can't
didn't
go.
realize it was that
Jesus.
powerful though.
I don't understand how I can be targeted bottom with everybody dying at the same time.
Well, I killed Shadow Fiend here, You're in the lane that is pushed the furthest, so you've got the hottest spot.
Like they're literally just sitting there, fucking Clink's Dro Shadowblade, Witch Doctor Glimmercape,
So
just waiting for me to.
you're
show
gonna
up
need
somewhere.
lots of sentries, otherwise you can't play so aggressively.
Green and gold. I see my woods again.
That's a no from me.
Does one druid have
Shady
eggs?
lanes.
Yes, I would assume so. I don't.
Leaving.
Okay, he actually went the eggs build. Okay.
Now you can just hide in base and do absolutely nothing.
Holy
Holy
shit!
shit, indeed.
Lulu, why you should not. After Billy dies, you just shouldn't be there.
These guys are really good at ganking.
You don't say.
Careful, Lagger.
Oh shit.
He's dead.
You have a stun.
Your bottom tower is under
There are two.
Your
Okay,
bottom
there's the
tower
Clinks.
has fallen. Your top tower has
There are
fallen.
three.
Hey guys, it's careful, okay?
This is bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Fudge is dead.
Which may also be dead. Yeah, Lich is dead.
I'm dead.
Cold made you hard, but ice made you brittle.
Your top tower is under attack.
I sprout anew
Dire structures are fortified.
with the wild.
Your top tower is under attack.
Can we high ground to them?
In sylvan shade.
Your top tower is under attack.
Come on, guys,
Your
do
top
something.
tower has fallen.
Nature's ferocity.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
I'm not amused.
That was so cute.
Branch out.
You can tell him. He might forget sometimes.
Let's focus on having fun, guys.
Come, come. Green wrath.
I guess you go Crimson Guard too.
I think it's too late for Crimson.
Limber. New life will make its home amongst your bones. By the wild.
Is it though?
Yes. Thank you. GG call. GG call if you're coward.
Wild is my way.
How does he see?
There are some things you weren't meant to see, such as tomorrow.
The enemy's middle tower has been
Oh, I
denied.
should have just bought my Satanic.
Well, this isn't a good place to be.
Yep, I'm just placing the ward and go back.
I mean, even to place a ward, you shouldn't go so far out.
Oh shit!
King Squad is here.
Oh, Shadow Phoenix win.
He bought fucking Lincoln so that I can't nullify and orchid him, but he doesn't realize the Sprout pops Lincolns. What a sucker. Does anybody want my dust? I have 5 dust.
Is it a team fight? Like with protection and shit? And like actually
I have dust.
successful?
I have one.
There's 5
you
dust
can
in the
give
crew if
me
anyone wants it.
one.
Jesus.
Back home. Give me a second. Maybe if they push hard enough.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bird and fury.
Your middle tower.
Yo, 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 there's a fight.
En route.
Oh,
Damn, he hurts.
Alright, GG.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Warriors of the wood.
holy shit!
Holy shit, indeed. Well, we have Vengeful and Lich almost up. Never mind.
Your middle tower has fallen.
That is so fast.
Radiant victory.
They have Drow War and they're all ranged.
Cut down.
Alright guys, I'm done for today. GG's. I'm gonna be on the stream chat for a little bit. So I will talk to you guys later. Nice try, guys.
Okay,
Alright,
nice try.
goodbye.
Bye bye.
Hi guys. I am done for today, but I'm gonna stay here for the next little bit to talk to you guys. Sadly, we got picked off that last game, and unfortunately, we were not able to win it. Although we were losing most of the game, but I think we could have won still. Buy Hex, not Satanic. Why would I buy Hex over Satanic? Do you have any rationale for your reasoning? Maybe you need Monkey Kingboard for Drow? Well, once again, Columbus, I have Orchid, which builds the Bloodthorn. Asian kids, LOL. I don't understand how that's funny. White kids, LOL. What's so funny about being an Asian kid? By the way, I'm 30 years old. Hex is better, okay. Can you tell me why you think Hex is better? Thank you, Devraj. I'm probably double your age as well. On a scale of game losing to most embarrassing failure in the history of Dota, how bad was not having to test them for Drow when she was top? It was pretty embarrassing, but we made hundreds of mistakes throughout the duration of that entire game. Every time any of us got picked off, that was a big mistake. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were winning the whole time, right? I mean, like, there's got to be reasons for that, right? As much as we can nitpick and just look at these micro... Oh, you didn't have dust in time. That's that's a smaller micro decision. Go pick Mid Invoker, bro. Would you like to make a donation to see your hero? I only play heroes for donation request. How does that sound to you, huh? Hey Herman, glad you learned a lot. Yes, we made a lot of mistakes, all of us. Any advice on how to rank up to the Ancient Breck and what role is better in that bracket? Francis, before I answer your question, can you answer my question first? You said that Hex is better than Satanic, so I gotta ask you, why do you think that Hex is better than Satanic? Yeah, no, they were so deadly at ganking. A lot of us got overconfident. How's my day? It's going alright. How's yours? Yeah, so does the donation sound good to you? So soon to play game Dota 2. Look like you are cute. Sorry, Zinzo, I don't know what you mean, but I think you're complimenting me, so thank you. Okay, Francis, let me get this straight. Are you ready for this, man? So my build is already designed to very, very effectively pick people off, right? I mean, your strategy is basically like... Actually, let's not go there. I mean, like, if I have Nullifier and I have Orchid, don't you think that's already enough to pick people off? I mean, even Linken's will not save them. The only thing that will save people from my combo is if they BKB'd before the Nullifier hits. But if I Shadowblade right next to them, and even if this Shadow Fiend has Linken's, right? I pop the Linken's with Sprout, I hit him with Nullifier and Orchid at the same time. Don't you think that's enough for pickoffs? I mean, Francis, I think your rationale is basically kind of like all the damage, all the pickoffs. Like, yeah, but like when you invest so heavily into pickoff, you know what sacrifices you make? You make sacrifices in teamfight capability. You make sacrifices in survivability, right? Like the fact that you think that I should buy Hex, my survivability after I buy Hex. Do you see how you just kind of screwed me with your item suggestion? It's not. I am 100% sure it's not the good item here. Like, if I could just get one of these guys alone, I mean, which is the same case for Hex, right? You just Shadowblade next to someone, you Hex them, and you kill them, right? But I already have that ability, right? Like, I just Shadowblade, then Nullifier, then I Orchid. And this is going to become a Bloodthorn. So, I already have that capability. So, Francis, once again, do you still think that Hex is better than Satanic in that situation? What do you think about Orchid versus armor reduction in this particular game? Let's see, you went Desolator. I think Desolator is not a very good item in this game. Unless you work really well together with your team. So you'd be relying on the Vengeful Spirit to basically use Wave of Terror and his Medallion of Courage to synergize with your Desolator. You probably want me there to start right-clicking shit. But I find that you tend to make a lot of solo plays. I know sometimes you rally your team and you're like, okay, let's push. But you tend to stay on one side of the map and then you try to get a bunch of them to chase you. I think if you're going to go Desolator to kill heroes, then you want to synergize with the Vengeful Spirit and possibly myself. And that would require a lot of coordination. I also think that if you wanted to... The other alternative to Desolator in terms of usage is pushing buildings, but it's actually quite hard to push buildings against this team just because they all have Shadowblades, they're all running around trying to gank us. So you always have this risk of just being ganked. So I think that Orchid would probably be better for you. Alright, Francis, let's look at your question. Any advice on how to rank up to Ancient Bracket and what role is better in that bracket? Okay, Francis, I do not have any advice for you. Because it's not about your role, man. It's about your skill and your ability in Dota 2. Everyone has different strengths and weaknesses in Dota 2, right? There's so many different skills or knowledge that you need to know about Dota 2, right? Like you gotta be good at last hitting, drafting, map awareness, teamwork and communication, mechanically, you gotta have hero knowledge. Like, there's so many skills. So you're gonna ask me, like, you're basically asking me, how do I play better? Well, I don't know how you can play better, man. But I mean, you can watch the replays at the very least. Hey, Devraj, glad you did enjoy the games today. Such thrill, much intensity. I think Desolator is a game-losing item. I think it's not a game-losing item. I think it's just you need to play around your item choices, and you have to utilize the item to its fullest potential. So it's hard to I don't know, it's hard to split push against this lineup because they keep running around trying to gank people. So in Pokemon, they have like the 3 default Pokemon is like the Charmander, the Squirtle, and the Bulbasaur, right? So in Dota 2, drafts work very similarly. So there's 3 types of drafts in Dota 2. There's the 5-man run down mid. You can't do shit about us. We're gonna take your Rex lineup. So you have like Undying, you have Tide, you have maybe like Jugger DK, or like Elder Titan, like these super powerful Phoenix like abilities that just challenge anyone who just tries to fight them. So that's one type of draft. And so the counter to a 5-man lineup is a split pushing lineup. So if you can incorporate someone like Anti-Mage or Nature's Prophet, so if they're 5-man running down mid, then you split, you cut them, you push the other 2 other lanes, and then they're like, ah shit, this Anti-Mage or this Nature's Prophet is hitting our tier 3. Let's split up, right? And now the 5-man is no longer the 5-man, and that's when you jump them, right? With the power of your mobility and split pushing capabilities. So when they split into like say 3 versus 2, 3 and 2, or 4 and 1, that's when you fight them 5-man. Now to counter to split pushing lineups, which we actually, us as a group, we very very frequently do this, like because everyone's just kind of doing their own thing. We're farming. The counter to the split pushing lineup is actually the ganking lineup. So when everyone's split, right? You get people like Bounty Hunter or Shadowblade Drow running around like picking those people off in numbers or in like superior ganking itemization. So I'm not sure that the Desolator would help you in this case. Desolator for building. I mean, Desolator is good for buildings. Yeah, I mean, you just have to have the space to use, but it's just like besides me, you and I are basically the pushers, right? The Vengeful Spirit doesn't really do anything in terms of pushing. Pudge is more of a ganker. He doesn't push. Like he might land a hook in the high ground, but like it's good to land a hook when you're sieging high ground, but it's still not that advantageous. He's just not a pusher. Lich is not a pusher, so it's just difficult for us to build around split pushing. Completely melted into their Clink Straw set under the top, even in such a I want them with 60% miss chance. Do you think 2 plate mail items might have helped? Or Butterfly? Well, let's not look at your items. I guess you're kind of lacking on armor, huh? I mean, if we're still gonna go with the Desolator, I would have bought Blink Dagger. Like, I mean, you could try to survive them. I don't know, like Drow, like she ignores armor, so I'm not sure that's the call here. Shadow Fiend actually also does tons of magical damage. I'm not really sure armors. Yeah, Maledict too. So I think that's not your armor. I think if you bought Blink Dagger and do the, you know, like hit their tower like 4 or 5 times, and then as they run it, you just blink away. So you would need very, very good vision. So you might need a gem. Yeah. As strange as this sounds, I have seen this before where Broodmothers buy Blink Dagger. But you have to be really good at using it, and you have to have the proper vision. You might need a gem, and then maybe you can play around that. Because like you kind of want to just poke them a little bit. Unfortunately, in the case of this game, so I mentioned earlier that the counter to a split pushing lineup is a ganking lineup, and the counter to a ganking lineup, actually I didn't say that, but the counter to a ganking lineup, because like they want to pick you off, they're not very good at team fighting, right? The counter to a ganking lineup is a 5-man pushing lineup, and we could have actually built around the 5-man pushing lineup, definitely, but none of us seem to be interested in doing that, so we actually itemized very incorrectly to beat them. But I mean, I could have gotten like Guardian Greaves and like Pipe, Crimson Guard, or Johnny could have gotten any of those items, and then we just, rather than like buying Shadowblade and Nullifier Orchid, we just straight down mid, you know, because like their picks are pretty greedy, and we didn't end the game soon enough. All right, where are we? Hello, Trin. Your name is Gary from Bolivia? Okay, Gary. Hello. You're very limited by web charges? Yeah, I suppose you are. I'm not really sure what the problem that you're trying to say is, or what the solution is. Sounds good, Jacob. Okay, Matt. Oh, I see what you're trying to do here. You're trying to get a little bit of attention. Okay, man, you're not suicidal. If you're suicidal, you wouldn't be on an internet stream with random strangers, okay? You're just trying to desperately get the smallest attention you can. And it's pretty sad, dude. Don't do anything stupid. I rotate the game gets a huge amount because I usually need to place 4. Aren't going to guarantee success. I think that's one of the other things that like you can probably raffle stomp kids at Ancient Guardian with 5 vs 1 with Broodmother. But yeah, thanks to the account that I'm playing on and Johnny's account, I think it's kind of high too, like 2K, 3K. Those teams just have a little bit more coordination to deal with heroes like Broodmother. Because that fight bot, we wanted to go in and I went to LD, so I backed up a little. Let's see. I think I might need to watch several Mortal Broodmother games to understand how to be more active in more places more effectively. I watched Matumba, man. What did he do? He went mid Broodmother, and I think he just farmed shit tons while keeping the wave pushed in, and yeah, actually he went actually a very similar build to yours, but like I think his team, when Matumba Man plays Broodmother, like they build around like running at you, you know, like Crimson Guard, BK, everyone has Crimson Guards. Sorry, everyone has BKBs and Crimson Guards, Guardian Greaves, like Solar Crest, so that you can empower the 5-man push. But yeah, we're just very uncoordinated. You shouldn't have gone for the fun build. Yeah, Pudge isn't really good unless you're winning. Yeah, actually, I didn't like your item build, to be honest. I'm like, this is completely useless for team fighting. I mean, suppose you can. Yeah, it's just not a very good team fighting, and that's okay. I mean, it's not like I told you, hey, build Crimson Guard. You fuck. Best hero to spam. You can go to dotabuff.com, check out the highest win rate heroes. But I mean, eventually they get nerfed either way. Is it at the end of the stream? Yes. Anyways, I'm done for now, guys. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. I think I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but I'm not quite sure. And the next day, so I think that I'm not streaming for 2 days. But I might be. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, thank you everyone for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed our time together. See you probably on Friday. Bye, guys.
And his name is Charles